To all lovely people of Europa, my name is Dason, aka mgthefuture, I guess. What's going on with y'all? I know I'm streaming a little bit later in the day than usual. I didn't really sleep last night for reasons. Might be a lesson in that story. I'll get to it eventually. But today's been a good day so far. Ice Cube said, since I've been up so long, like I feel where the energy is usually the most intense, which is prior to 4. But what's weirder is the kickback. I guess because I just ate. I feel kind of, The only thing I did differently was I started to absorb recently all this talk about the NBA. There's a few things. I cannot wait to get a dry erase marker again. Shouts to brother Ascending E. Is that Elijah? That's your style, buddy. Christopher, do you listen to one of the... Why would I be listening to rap? Did you read the title of this video or the description? Or I want you to do a science on that, kid. Help us help you, family. What's going on? Like I said. But the NBA. How many of you guys, I guess in the future, leave a comment on the video, are familiar with the gambling ring of the NBA speculation and Cashapp, 30 people, 3 known arrests that they're showing us, the black guys, of course, 2 hidden arrests of the Italian mob families. They got something in common with the Khazarians, just like Saudi Arabians do. We'll get to that one day, but yeah. For this to be a Sopranos moment, there is no Sopranos going on. It's crazy that no one is catching something that was weird to me. They said that one of the people were having poker games somehow connected to all kinds of people with that type of money and crime families, if you will. You know, everyone that's not pandering to the Federal Reserve and IRS. If we understood money, this story would be a little bit weirder. But first, and second, then from that, like, all right, rich niggas minding their business with some interesting characters were cheating, playing poker with each other. Question: I might be retarded. I don't bet on sports, but I live in Las Vegas, and I feel like this is some critical information I need to understand right now. How does Chauncey Billups, LeBron, the dude from the Heat, and whoever else, and then like the 3rd generation mafia boardwalk kids, you know how they said, Benjamin Franklin said, once they get used to a certain lifestyle, they're different. How do any of them rhyme with games being rigged? See, when you play checkers, it's king me. When you're playing chess, you're trying to take the queen and then the king. And when you play poker, it's kind of like coming down the line. You know, you try to put your matches and your pairs together. We playing Foley. It's a more science too on top of that. Don't miss the algebra in it. So I'm trying to figure out, how does the algebra of playing poker with your homies, and mind your business, no Gilbert Arenas, and he alluded to other situations and people, obviously from his league of the NBA, that does very similar things. Rich grown men with cigars, strippers, and whatever else, playing card games, and the breakthrough is we caught him. Something weird going on with the table, x-ray glasses or whatever, you know, infrared type shit, or just like pigeons and birds that iridescent things, you know, whatever, right? There's some Ocean's 25 type shit. But how the fuck is most of the stories about the NBA being rigged? I'm talking about the people's responses. The videos about, man, you know, because I guess it was a tip-off for the start of the season. It's like, oh, you trying to tell me such and such had minutes over and under? You trying to tell me that LeBron or Gary Payton Jr., blah, blah, blah? Hold on, slow down, slow the fuck down. What's that got to do with the mafia playing poker with niggas? Oh shit, the mafia kids are playing games with niggas? I thought they didn't like Sicilians because they're related to niggas. I'm so confused about what's going on. Let's just stop right there. You just told me that the rich niggas is playing games, sports, betting, whatever the fuck, with niggas. That's a beautiful moment. We didn't get that ending on the Boardwalk Empire. I know Forrest Whitaker or his brother. I don't know which one it is, but we didn't land on that note, and we're here now. And then they're playing poker and minding their own damn business, and then that turns into an investigation into referees, games, FanDuel, and things like that. Someone help me out. I'm retarded. Coripa. Sleeper. He said 60 cents. That's how much your mother costs? No, Ultimate Troll says no. His mother cost me like 50 cents. That's crazy. I think that's legal around here, or Suedo quasi legal. Kim Maple says Malaysian betting syndicates doing business with the mafia. Yeah, no, I feel you. No, but what the fuck does poker got to do with basketball? Shout to brother Composure Slim. Twig of God. Jesus loves you. Shout to my grandfather. I hope he does. Since I'm his grandson. How are you? But yeah, no, but Composure Slim, what's going on? What the hell does poker with the homies got to do with rigging games and bets? Help me out here, man. Because they're making the FBI seem like they're cracking down on manipulation NBA league, but so far they're talking about poker. Which one is it? So, God, you cannot pray for me. You didn't hear anything I said, did you? What is a son of God? Then what is a grandson of God? Why would I need you to pray for me, buddy? Stop trolling. Soldier Bounder, what's up, man? You said they're scamming. Oh, shit. What's the scam, though? How are they connecting it to sports betting in the NBA is what I'm saying. Hold on, I'm trying to share this video. Because you're not here for the NBA and then betting in Vegas. Oh, now is loading. Jesus Christ. Oh, now is loading. Jesus Christ. Man. Go ahead and think about that Russian rep for a few seconds. Shout out to Terrell Wilson. The Blue Jays or the Dodgers? I don't watch sports. So I hope you don't misunderstand this video. I'm not trying to help you win money about something that doesn't make sense. And why is Donald Trump and the FBI involved in getting down to the backroom poker games with the mafia? And why is that ringing the alarm on all other forms of sports betting as it pertains to the NBA? And now people are saying, well, now they got to check the NFL. Wait, what is a fucking poker match with the homies and someone skimming off the homies, which is foul, by the way? I think that part is a movie, but how the fuck does that got to do with referees and shit? I'm still lost. Because this phenomenon is interesting to me. It's clearly about poker. Why are people talking about sports betting? You understand what I'm saying? I'm talking to the people, not the people in the NBA. Or I'm not saying that the people in those poker matches didn't rig basketball games. I know that. I can assume that because everyone's talking about it. But where in this case is that mentioned? Does anyone know? Because of the three people they're showing, these are three basketball players and coaches who are just playing poker with the homies, and I guess they work with people who have technology to make it movie-like. I get that. What the fuck's that got to do with how many minutes a certain player played and fucked up the bets for other things, including Las Vegas sports betting and bookies and stuff? Like, what's going on? What's the correlation of poker and then the results of basketball games is what I'm saying. Is that a different layer of some fuckery going on that neither of these articles or moments right now are connecting them together outside of just saying the NBA? Yeah, but nigga, we're doing that apples and orangutans thing. One's poker, one's basketball. What's going on? Shout out to Ems. He said he's really proud for his father for finally coming out gay. Now he can finally forgive him for not being there when he was a kid. Shout out to M7568, man. You finally healing. Shout out to Alexander. I've been staring at this orange cat my whole life back here. And then yesterday I just found out there was two different ones. Ain't that a bitch. How y'all doing? Stop for likes on the video. My damn YouTube ain't trying to send out notifications to real people. Hold on. I can do a QA sticker. Hold on. I know you can do that. There we go. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Hey, it says start Q&A. Oh, you gonna move it almost anywhere. Oh, that's crazy. Shout out to IMS. I don't know why you downloading about your daddy right now, man. Go ahead and take your nice little time out and just chill for him. You'll figure it out, man. Just pray. Give it up to white Jesus. Yeah, very interesting. I'm waiting for it to be connected to Israel somehow or another, since the NBA is owned by Israel, and media, and gambling, and OnlyFans, and APAC, and everything else. So I'm just trying to figure out why they're talking about LeBron James and Chauncey Billups, and then you have the Italian mafia dealing with Israelis and Mossad type things, because the technology involved, obviously, right? That is very interesting. But that's all being. I did this stream a long time ago on the dailies. I call it when the whales dry up, and this is definitely a continuation of that prophecy, if you will. Like when you run out of liquid cash or hidden money or crypto becomes centralized, it'd be harder to manipulate things that are underworld, including gambling, obviously, trafficking, gambling, drugs, and all kinds of other weird shit that humans do with too much currency and credit. And this is one of them. But I don't want anyone to miss this. Is at the highest level. This is Trump, Patel, NBA, Boule, Israeli-ish, whatever that's going on within sports, Vegas, and the Italian mob, bro. That's the Catholic Church. That's the Vatican. After Reconstruction, I guess. Like these are all the actors that hypothecated the United States after the Civil War. Is what I'm really getting at. If you understand everything about life. So the little secret buddy buddy underground group where they're actually all working together versus, the we the people of Constitutional Republic, aka of the land, then what they're really doing is exposing to you to everyone, not just financially and who's rich, because the top 1% is the ones behind the corporations of your politics, but it's showing you who's in your politics for real. And I hope people don't miss that. I hope they don't slip on it. Pause. Shout out to Austin and Steven, 1923. How you doing, man? Oh, we got some answers on this poker game. Is the issue with the poker game, or is the issue with the rigging the NBA games? Y'all familiar with it? It's all the foreigners that just randomly come across these videos. Mike Xander's trying to figure out how he can bring the vibes back to Sodom and Gomorrah, I think. They still make bots like this? With the new chat GPT? Osvin saying he hasn't seen his daddy since he was little. Since 1923? Oh, you from Poland. Oh man. Then you have like free bathhouses and stuff out there? With the kids? Very weird. Very weird. Very weird. This is very liberal stream, I guess. They don't have no more real. They have no more real topics or really people doing content about real people no more. It's very strange. You say got the black and mizzle. Shout to Kaleem. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out things. The bots are trolling me right now. I'm waiting for YouTube to send the notifications out to the homies, the thinkers. But I am kind of streaming later in the day, so. But I'm still gonna record it for future broadcasts because I think it's important to peep what's going on politically with all of these. They're not distractions. They're really things going on. They're going against their own alliances in the open air, and that's why I'm trying to figure out the narrative. Is it illegal poker games, or is it rigging the NBA? Because they're showing us black guys who are playing poker. Then they're all the other content around this narrative-wise, because the CIA and FBI are busy. They hire regular Gen Z millennial people that act like, oh my God, shocking. Like, no, that speaking style and pattern is intelligence agencies, even if they look dusty as hell and bummy, because no one said they made a lot of money doing that shit. So you imagine everything, especially on social media. So intelligence agency-ish center narrative is two different stories and a bunch of hidden ones. So this is what I'm trying to get to the bottom of before anyone gets confused. They're showing Chauncey Billups and two other brothers, and everyone's connected to LeBron and everyone else. They play basketball, they hang out, they party, they poker, and Lord knows what else, right? That's not more important. Grown men do what grown men do. Cool. The ill part about the Chauncey Billups story is that they're working with the Italian mafia, which has historically, according to mainstream Jewish publications, movies, and TV shows about our relations, is that they don't like niggas or Sicilians because they're Moors. Would you guess that the tallest niggas in the NBA are descendants of Moors? Okay, cool story. So I thought it was cooler that Sopranos' third generation is hanging out with niggas again because they got money. No problem, no problem. I have no problem with that. But then why is every other NBA, 2K, Sports Better, FanDuel, and everyone else is talking about, oh my God, did you see Gary Payton Jr. and the NBA is rigged? The FBI is searching it, and then we heard that the game of the last finals is like, I'm lost. They said poker? You're talking about results of games. This case is about poker, 30 people, crime families, NBA players. But now we're talking about the games are rigged as a result of this. I'm trying to find the connection. Did them paying attention to these poker matches and them ripping each other off and not reporting credit to taxes, is that what gave them the flip? Like when Gilbert Arenas got hit, remember? Chauncey Billups is getting hit for cheating at the poker games. Gilbert Arenas went down a couple of weeks ago and said he was going to snitch because they busted them playing the poker game. Question is, why did they bust him playing the poker game? And now why are they going after the other poker game? Why are they chasing down what rich black people and Italian people do with their, expenditure income? Because the problem is they're still a mafia bitch. So like, duh, like who's confused about the fact that they got some under the table money shit going on? And you probably been knew that shit, right? Because Mossad, Israel, and NBA and Silverstein and all these are the same types of people. Like Monica Lewinsky too, if you know anything about everything. So it's not like new. So why are they cracking down on this now? Why are they showing black people, so-called black? Why are they showing black people? Like what the fuck's that got to do with any of the bigger problem here? And then the NBA and the rigging of the games. No one noticed it but all the people who play 2K all day. Like, duh, I've been saying this shit for years, and people are like, oh, you don't know, oh man, you hating, man. I mean, sometimes the boxing match, but the NBA, you can't do that because the magnetic rims and blah blah blah. I mean, I can hear arson right now in my head because he does parlays and things. But now he gonna wake up and be like, shit, like, yeah, I told you, bro, duh. But no, no, no. These are two different stories, and the third story is they've been starting to crack down on this with Gilbert Arenas, who said he will snitch. What did he snitch about? Did he snitch that his brothers who made a little bit more money and had more favor within the league also doing the same, or did he snitch on the fact that the games were rigged? Those are two different type of implicated crimes here. Because if the NBA is rigged and these are the same cast of characters involved with it, then the whole NBA itself, as sports entertainment, is a Ponzi scheme. Don't miss the dancing bear here. The NBA doesn't have a name or individual attached to it. That's different than a poker game. But I'm talking about the institution and investors of the NBA itself. And it seems to be Saudis, Israelis, and everyone else in between us. So it's like that is an international Ponzi scheme. I don't want you to miss anything about corporations. So that's what I'm saying. If the NBA is working with anyone who is historically known for the last 100 years, because most of these people weren't here before then, but the last 100 years of trafficking, prostitution, of other things, and money racketeering and shit like that. Oh my God, RICO cases. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We know we're in Vegas, bitch. It hasn't went away. It's under a threshold, but now it isn't. With the top of the pyramid, they cracking blocks at the top of the pyramid is what I'm talking about. What the fuck happened? Like the FBI, I get it. They doing a rundown right now. We need some more money, or we need some more, discharge some more debt. You holding too much cash or something. There's counterfeits going on. Not only are you cheating, but you fucking up the circulation because these are the people who would be in your investors. Yeah, that type of money. So I understand something. But what's that got to do with this thing and missing his shot on purpose? Shout to the brothers. Shout. You said something about Palestine. Calm down, brother. I don't think you just going to a random brother channel and usually want to help you out. Just take a time out. Think about it. Tuma says the NFL is rigged too. Kaleem says it's definitely rigged. Gambling is a plague on society. Well, this nigga crazy. Yes, I am. Shots of blue flame verse. Salute to the whole entire tribe. Karski says, are you trans by any chance? We don't even know what that means. We're not gibberish. Shout out to you, Cornell Data. You're corny, man. Just like your father was. I heard he made you in 30 seconds. Short stroke on somewhere else, buddy. They can't talk about game rigging when their whole existence is hypocritic. Right. But why are they ringing the bell on game rigging if there's always game? Like, you know what I'm saying? You say now there's game rigging and you mess up. People want to start looking at things differently and start trying to sue bookies and apps and stuff. Silicon Valley, Israeli kids. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think people know how deeply entrenched all the platforms are into that lobby, APAC. Like, APAC gets most of its money from OnlyFans. Y'all know that? The APAC's #1 donor is OnlyFans. Like, the profits from OnlyFans is what's funding APAC, and APAC is what's funding who's in your government. And then everyone that's funding your government happens to be perverts because the law hasn't changed that circuit. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But why are they trying to cut it? Ain't that what Trump's whole life was? Wasn't whole Trump's whole life hotels and casinos and pageants and extortion of the same people already? And now he's pulling the rug in, and they want to show us fucking Chauncey Billups. After naming everybody in The Godfather. Fuck out my face, bro. Remember, Trump is on the boardwalks with the Italian mafia. You know, Atlantic City, Vegas, and everywhere else he's had one of those. Epstein and all of them. Like, Trump was like double agent type blackmail extortionist while being blackmailed and extorted himself. You understand? That's how they stay powerful in the underworld, actually. It was like all the villains in Arkham City knew that Batman was Bruce Wayne. They didn't tell the public that. It's I'm saying, like, this is more like Arcane Insane Asylum right now. TBFB says, man, we gotta pay rent tomorrow, but there's rigging on the moon. We trying to figure out if food stamps is coming through November 1st for the people, but Whitey is on the moon. Like, shout out to Jill Scott here. But yeah, what a time to be alive, I guess. What else is going on in the airwaves, if you will? Preacher Mopo, sit down somewhere, brother. Your bot don't make no sense. Mm-mm. We ain't got time for that. I wish people were more genuine. Anytime I see people like the bots, we call them bots, but sometimes they just might be boring people. But that's what they're. Oh my God, the world is ending. Repent now before you. Before what? Die and go somewhere where I'm not human, and go somewhere I'm not human and worry about all the things that happened or I did when I was human. That's weird. This makes sense. Like, that's like worrying about high school and college when you're already retired. So if you repent now and you live the next 50 years, are you gonna have to repent again in 50? Or are you gonna get it perfect because you repented today? Notice they never said stop sinning. They always say repent for the sins. Cool. Forgive me of my trespasses. I forgive those who trespass against me. Lead me in a better direction. A, B, C, D, and D. And through the time you're still alive, you're supposed to get better to where as if you'll never be perfect, if you will, if you're using perfection and sin as your reference point, or whatever people intended for it to mean through Christianity's rules, which are created by retarded people. Christian means Cretan, Cretan means retarded, and Christianity, angels read backwards, is the Antichrist. It's not even a fucking mystery. I just think people don't know what the fuck they be talking about. But they be talking a lot. I know. But that's not, even that doesn't bother me. I just want to know how people interpolate everything about that Bible and they only remember repent for how fucked up you are so you can go to heaven. How about you finish living your goofy ass life and don't worry about none of those dynamics and just become a better person? And then teach others how to be better people, since everyone here who's remaining when you fucking dead, whether you go to heaven or hell or not, got to deal with this shit. How about that idea? I think if we prioritize that ideal, there'll be less sin less need to feel like the world is fucking ending, and then you can worry about having aid later because you would have brought it down here on earth as it is in heaven. I could have fucking sworn Revelations is preparing you for the fact that the golden era should be down here, right where you stand, right? So who is digging the trenches for the golden era right now? Nobody, right? Because they want someone who allegedly died that's a white guy in an area that doesn't exist on a map about a book written by ancient American Indians. And today in 2025, whatever really year it is from that point, you go, hey, this shit's kind of bugged out. Like it wasn't during slavery when your granddaddy brought his ass here. And then go, maybe I should turn to God, the white one or something that doesn't exist in Egypt. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. I think that's the only part I'd be pissed off about. Everything else in the book, I'm good with. I just don't understand what foreign people be fucking talking about. They don't understand life themselves, let alone the Bible. So it's like, can we chill on that? Can we chill on that? Repent, repent. You hear that your whole fucking life. When you gonna live and live? The one you're in right now. Like, you see that everywhere now, more than ever. I mean, like algorithm wise, like it's just an uptick in people going. And listen, I'm not playing God. I'm not playing like praising God and stuff isn't awesome. I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about where those people pretending like they're doing that just by saying the obvious. Yeah, repent. You know what repent means? That means to change direction, change your thoughts, change your behaviors. Jesus was talking to everyone about their thought because where else do you have beliefs? I'll give you examples because this is why it like grinds my gears because they're talking about Jesus but they never read the damn story. So the soldier, the alleged Roman soldier, that doesn't matter. There's no Roman states when they wrote the Bible. So keep that in mind. But what they translated again to be Rome, not over there, obviously, but Romans, okay? So soldiers, these are the occupying force. That'll be like your police, your ICE, and everything else. Here in America, a land that belongs to Indians. So everybody else, right? So you're with Romans. Jesus is amongst his people because he's a Judean from the tribe of Judah, which is Jerusalem above the 12 tribes of Israel. 1 plus 12, 13, like the original New England colonies, right? Flowing with me so far. Jesus had 12 disciples. All of them are Israelites, descendants. Jesus particularly is Ruth the Moabite, direct descent. You know why Moab is important? Because that is where Abraham's nephew Lot formed after he left Sodom and Gomorrah. In case you get everything understood about that shit, lineage-wise. You don't have to be a Freemason of Eastern Star to get that shit right if you read the Bible, right? So boom, you just move on from that, right? They hide it in their secret societies and they hid it so well that the generations of secret societies today don't even know what the secret's about anyway. So I understand something about nothing and everything. So Roman soldier. Jesus out there thugging it. His name is not Jesus, I guess you call him Joshua, Yeshua, Genghis. I'm pretty sure he's a Khan since he's a Judean Afro-Asiatic. I'm pretty sure that's my grandfather. But however you want to play the story, the guy's doing this thing, he's healing people. They try and challenge him on Sabbath because these are crimes amongst his, you know how like you go to different places around the world, you have like a Chinatown? Well, Jesus is stomping around Judea town. How do we know? He's being followed by the King of Jews. The Kohen of Jews, Kohen is king, like Khan or Cohn or Lehor Kohen. They're trying to say he's the king of Leo. He's the king of Judah. Bitch, please. Just like Farrakhan is trying to say he's the pharaoh of the Khans. Bitch, please. You understand word games? I'm just breaking them down for you. Cohn would be Khan. Khan would be king. And I could have sworn the whole premise is Jesus is the king of kings. So why is just a king of Jews stunting him anyway? Of course, they don't believe he's the King of Kings by blood because they're under captivity like some patsies trying to make sure everyone does the liberal Israeli agenda, APAC type shit, and the things that Genghis was actually doing worked and were true. No money changing, no pay for health care and healing and benefits. He just made it do what it do. Walk on water and turn the water into wine. He's an alchemist too. These Kohen of the Jews are supposed to be Levitical, so they should be able to do that and more since Aaron could, right? Understand everything. So he's doing his thing, all right, and people are plotting on him. the Kohen of the Jews. And they missed this. Well, the Jews killed Jesus. No, the so-called king of Jews while they're in captivity, who's probably some Kamala Harris type of person, is getting mad because he's actually exhibiting the gifts of the bloodline. Meanwhile, he's taxing people who he can't even fucking read the book he's carrying around with the Pharisees and Sadducees. See, people don't understand niggas enough to read the Bible, but trust me, I've been through enough in 40 years. How old was Jesus again? Same story. Okay, so you just keep on going, and the Roman was like, damn, these niggas plotting on this nigga, and he actually healing people. Damn, I was joking, talking about getting his clothes later. When they finally hem him up, boom, 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 he one of them niggas. But he a real nigga at heart because his daughter is sick. Now, he was playing on Jesus doing his police force task, but now his daughter's sick and he don't know what to do. So obviously the Roman healthcare benefits package ain't that damn good if he got to find the person he been clocking. So he walks up to Jesus while he's doing this thing, and the Roman soldier's like, yo, you know what it is. I know we don't see eye to eye because of the situation that you're walking into soon, but I really love my daughter and she's sick. And I've seen what you've been doing and I've heard what you've been doing. Do you think you can heal her for me? I believe you are a healer. A, B, C, D, and G. And Jesus asked him, do you believe your daughter can be healed? Like from here, on some Wi-Fi shit. Like you're here in front of me. Do you believe, talking to me, like you got dressed, you got out of your little Roman uniform, you found me on the low, because I know you don't want your friends to see you doing this, and you asking me to do something for your daughter without me having to go see your daughter. You didn't bring your daughter either. So like you're whispering and shit. You didn't bring your daughter to the scene, people would have noticed you and your daughter. I understand everything. You trying to get some wireless healing going on. And only thing that Genghis asks him is, do you believe your daughter can be healed? AKA, context matters, like this. Like by coming up to me and talking to me and asking me about it. Like, because what do you want me to do? Walk all the way back there with you? To your Roman neighborhood? Like, do the science, my niggas. Anyway, and the Roman soldier was like, I do. And then Jesus told him to go and sin no more. Go back home to your daughter and see, basically. And he finally walked there, went back to his house, and his daughter was up and feeling better. All glory and praise to the Most High God of Israel, like there is no other. So who healed her? The woman with the issue of blood. She created the context. I heard everything about you, Genghis. And the rumor is you're so charged up and magnificent, if we can just touch your garment, we can be healed of these crazy things. Jesus asked her, but what do you believe? Do you believe that if you touch my garment, then you are healed? If y'all haven't read that book correctly, you'll understand that half the shit that's going on with these people in captivity is that they lost their damn mind. Because why are they waiting for someone else to show up to do shit that God already promised them in the same damn book they come from? Hence, they're in captivity and none of them could fucking read it. Is it not written ye are gods? Then why the fuck you acting like second-class citizens, you dumb bitch? He didn't say that, but I would. I'm his badass grandson. I don't want to give him a bad rep, but you know, we mixed in with some terrible people. I'll work on it eventually. So yeah, no. Like people who keep referencing that shit who don't know how to read, bro, and it's igging me because like you got ChatGPT and all kind of shit. You can make it make sense again, like if you wanted to. They don't. They want the benefits of being a fucked up individual and like die and have a clean save and then fuck up heaven with their bullshit too. Like, nah. I'm just saying idealistically, like the concept itself is disgusting to me. I'm not the judge of where you go after this. I'm not sure where I go after this because what the fuck do we know about it if we can't get this shit right? Like, it doesn't make sense to me. Whether you can go or you shouldn't go. Oh, no. If the idea is that you can live a sinless life and most of your sins are against your brothers and sisters and your neighbors, then maybe we have to perfect treating ourselves and others right. Maybe we need to believe in ourselves. Maybe all the conditions that the soldier set up, well, if I meet him, it'll happen. And the girl set up, if I can just touch him, it'll happen. And if everyone else said, if you heard about him and you believe it'll happen, then maybe he's trying to say that power to heal and fix these things is up to you. And the only reason why you don't know that is because you're living in sin, which means wrong thought. You out of your damn mind. They're not possessed by demons, are they? Or he would have casted them out. But you notice that the soldier that healed his own daughter through his belief wasn't a Judean at all. He was a Roman soldier. So maybe Roman isn't a pedigree. Maybe Roman talks about the occupier, and maybe that soldier was a Dred Scott type of nigga. That's way more interesting of a conspiracy to me. That he himself is in the bloodline of Israel, but he's working for the ops. Just like right now in the United States, no different story, quite literally. Snake, snake, same story. We living through the same thing. So it's like I don't condone people doing fortune cookie Christianity because it's useless. It's a fig tree that has no fruit. I mean, they've been preaching this shit all 40 years of my life, and life has only gotten worse the more that people repeat that shit. They raising hoes and fucking on boys and trannies and all kind of weirder shit since I was a kid. Like, it got worse, guys. It got worse. And we know who's making it worse because we know who funds it and invests in that. And then everyone's missing them. And then you be like, I want to go to heaven. Nigga, you want to know where heaven is because you're looking at people who are white talking about their Israel. A book full of niggas. So what the fuck y'all talking about? Sin no more, nigga. You can't even trust your own fucking vision in the same book. Jesus, hair of wool, copper colored, nigga. Oh, man. Oh, Donald Trump. Hey, we in American Indian land full of copper colored Indians. Webster Dictionary 1828. But, I'm going to go to heaven one day if I just ask God to forgive me for being fucking stupid. Is how they sound to me. Go and sin no more. Stop being fucking stupid. My people perish for lack of knowledge. Get the knowledge, nigga. Do the knowledge. Edamine, you don't need to go to college. You got a fucking phone in your hand, right? Like, come on, guys. Like, how many Hail Marys, if you would, the Spirit, the Holy Spirit, the angels, and all the forces unseen and known in between us, like, how many lobs does it have to pass to us to make us realize that if we'll read it, it will come? You know what I'm talking about? Like, if we actually read, we debate what's in it, what it's about, and what it did on the legacy of people you've never met. But you don't just read it, tough. But then call on Jesus. It's insulting to his bloodline, by the way. Hi, my name is Dwayne Desan Smith, Genghis Khan Smith, King James Smith, King John Smith. Those are my grandfathers in real life. Not what you interpret about the book that's interpretations about their life. Like, y'all talking about my grandfather. I think that's where I get my fucking common sense. So yeah, I don't know, man. I'm not trying to get people not to go to heaven. I'm just trying to say, yo, before you get to heaven, how about you get this shit right? You leaving it to your fucking daughters or not? Shout out to the chat. Oh shit, we got some wrenches back in here. King Lemuel, how you doing? Hell yeah. 3. Who made the tables? Come on now. King Lemuel, man, the games is rigged. So Shogun, is the problem that they're doing poker and cheating in poker? Or how is the poker match with Chauncey Billups connected to the NBA being rigged? That's what I'm confused about. Shout out to brother Harut on the track. They talk about love yourself, but you can't love yourself if you can't love others. There you go. And then nobody even knows what love means for real. And they can't define it. And anytime a person does define it, it's never the same definition as anyone else. It's all connotative linguistics and colloquialisms. And it's emotionalisms. It's just isms. Yeah. Shout out to the Polish, German, Ashkenazi people. That's their shit. Miss Penny says, "Hello, there you go, man. Oh shit, you have the dub brains from the Matrix." Fate One saying, "Holy ish." I don't know what's going on, man. It's getting worse. That's what I'm fucking. We've dealt with the fuckery with church all our lives. If we've been alive more than 10 years, it seems. That was never the problem. The Most High never needed the middleman anyway. I connect know the man, not the man that know the man. That's what Jesus keeps saying. The kingdom of heaven is inside of you. You'll connect know the man, not the man that know the man. So if the kingdom of heaven is inside of you, then why are you trying to build a new city, a new church, and a new temple to get to God? It sounds like the Pope running game on you. Persinia, Saint Mauritia, or whatever she them is, Attis worship, Greek, Roman, Mauritanian shit. Like, if you do the science today, man, I don't know if those people in captivity then who couldn't read their own Bible could do these things so fast if you search or Google or Wiki, but Now that we can, the interpretation of that time period is not just like this one. The only reason why we're in a fucked up captivity is because we refuse to let go of the benefits and actually read something. Not because we literally can't read it because it's illegal. You heard they removed the Apocrypha from the Bible? Did you hear you can download the Apocrypha and fucking read it instead of talk about that it was removed? Which Bible do you have in your room? Why are we talking about that? The fuck is going on with these people? Sacredtext.com. You find all the Apocrypha versions and white man interpretations and the third one. Like, all right, now read it. What's the theme? What is it talking about? It's talking about humans? Or is Apocrypha about angels? Jig is up, y'all. These motherfuckers are stupid. And it's okay. Stupid is not a crime. You know the beautiful thing about being stupid about something? It's so easy to fix. Unlike other things with health, unlike other things with money and wealth, unlike other things, distress and trauma. Nah, stupid a little bit different. If you're stupid because you didn't fucking read, then all you have to do is shut the fuck up and start to read. Or focus on something else, which they kind of do anyway, since they don't really fucking believe anyway. How can you hinge your life and death on going to the other side of anything, and it's in a book that you've never read? Like, no. What I'm saying is everyone does it. Don't misunderstand what I'm saying. I'm talking about fundamentally the logic in the brain that's doing that to them. For some reason, this book is my gateway outside of this misery when I die. The whole fucking book is about getting out of misery while you're alive, stupid. Only the things from heaven return to heaven. Did you finish reading it? Only the spirits that come from heaven return to heaven. In Enoch, the spirits that are down here, that were created down here, that became evil spirits because the fucking reprobate angels, if you will, per the story, their kids and those spirits, since they're earthborn, they'll be earthbound. Bondage, Egyptian, Book of the Dead. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is a consistent thing that's never changed, no matter what they and everyone else who ain't in that fucking book said. You notice that everyone that's getting this fucked up ain't in that damn book anyway. That's why I keep repeating to myself, like, to everything, like, these days, it's so important to get that part right. That Bible wasn't written by these niggas talking about the damn Bible anyway. So why the fuck would you be listening to them? Fundamentally. So you wouldn't. But if you were pulled and called to it, then what does that mean? Well, they're fucking third party. How about I just get the source direct? And that book literally walks you through any type of step, any type of context, any type of worldview. If you just begin to accept and believe that that's a worldview by them, then you go, shit, that sounds like me a little bit. Man, this story reminded me of what my father was saying when he was going through. Damn, I just went through a betrayal like that too, even in my own family. Like, damn, I just be minding my damn business and motherfuckers be hating and playing and shit, especially the ones who acting like they reading the Bible and they holy and shit. Have you noticed a pattern fucking emerging in a book that they say is 2,000 years old? My fucking problem is, how did that pattern not fucking change in 2,000 years then? If motherfuckers is always debating on which Bible is the Bible, how about we debate on which motherfucker read it? But I ain't stupid. They just told us most of this fucking world's illiterate today, and especially during slavery. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Like, you know what I'm talking about? They can only fucking believe because they couldn't fucking read anyway. Do the science, nigga. They didn't say my people perish for lack of believing, nigga. It said my people perish, like right here, where you stand, bitch, for lack of knowing shit. Ain't nothing wrong with believing in Jesus, in God, in beautiful things. But you don't have to believe in something else. If you read the Bible, God's been saying, fear not. The whole time, bro. Mentioned 365 times. One day a year. Like, it tells you, like, yo, get your shit right. In you, nigga. In your living life. Like, do this shit right and watch me walk you through some more beautiful shit. But you need a down payment. some self-sacrifice, some affliction. And that just comes from being brought up in an indoctrinated in a society that don't go that way anyway. So of course it's going to feel like you're tearing a band-aid. You were taught to go that way. Now you're being told to sin no more, aka go the other direction. It's like going through an eye of a needle. You won't have a whole bunch of people walking next to you either. The Rich Man in Hell, it's an allegory, right? It's a book full of allegories talking about an allegory or reference in a book 2,000 years ago, niggas in America saying, yo, open up the hell, and the rich man, the man with all the wealth and material, he's in Hades or wherever the fuck it is, and he just wanted a pinch of water. Did he get it? Did that pinch of water make it better? Don't reach it. Where were they going for that? Or motherfuckers who talk about this shit third party in somebody else's family, in somebody else's language, in somebody else's land, just out here fucking reaching for the fucking stars. The whole time, I could have sworn we was created for this land. I feel like we're missing an opportunity here. I feel like the whole point of us fucking being here is to unite, not to wait to die of misery and go to heaven. I thought the whole fucking point of him overcoming death is so that you wouldn't have to worry about it. Proof that people come back from the dead. If they do A, B, C, and D or related to him, and her, and she. I don't know. However you want to do it. But at the end of the day, if you can resurrect from the dead, that means your ass is right back here. And if you read Revelations and all the dead rose, and where they going to be put? They ass right back here. Ain't that what Enoch said? So it kind of, even before you get a Gospel and New Testament and following my grandfather around Tartaria, the intent was already set. Read Isaiah, nigga. Jubilees, Jasher, anybody, help me. That's why Judas knew what the prophecy was. You notice that Judas is in the New Testament, thus he could not be referring to it when he's like, yo, Jesus, if they do this and that, man, I know the angels will come out of heaven and fuck this shit up. And just like, nah, I'm about to do something different. You don't understand what I'm doing right now. You understand later, bro. He didn't like that answer. You know how these narcissists go? He wanted what he wanted. He wanted to come up now. He a money changer. Judas a money changer. So when he was throwing the tables in the temple, don't forget that Jesus could make those tables. And he can make swords. Then he tell them to leave your swords behind when I send you 2 by 2 through the city. We're going to stop the violence. Don't take your blicky with you. You don't need the extendo. I don't want you to make it hotter than it has to be. And the motherfuckers ain't fucking with you. Dust off your hands and your feet. Keep it moving, knock. They moving through towns of Judeans. That means other niggas. They on the south side, Watson, Crenshaw, and all type of shit. They don't want no static. That doesn't say they couldn't fucking fight, though, because they had swords to begin with. Those aren't cheap. Don't miss any. That's what I'm saying. Motherfuckers ain't read the shit yet. And they haven't thought about it in a degree. That's the fucking problem. Motherfuckers don't about believe, but they ain't thought about shit. And the whole core of sin is in your thoughts. Since you have to think before you do some shit. How deep is that? The fuck wrong with people, boy? Stop shit putting all your bullshit and your lack of fucking trying. I'm talking about as a whole wide world of bullshitting ass people out there. Stop projecting all that shit on the Bible, God, King James, Jesus, and any of my family, or me, or anyone like us, or no one in America. Because what the fuck are y'all talking about? Tell me what your God said. Because I tell you what, since I was a little boy, when I used to pray, I got fed. When I used to pray, God got me out of all types of weird shit. I grew up in a weird fucking era. I couldn't read that whole book. Even if I could read and understood the words, and I was quoting some of the scriptures I heard over and over and so on, all the goddamn fortune cookies and calendars and fans and shit, I still did not perceive much between 6 and 16, and even that was tough. And I'm an accelerated motherfucking reader. 4.0 every time I took a test about reading comprehension shit. Actually, International Baccalaureate, NC Scholar, nigga. All I was doing was writing fucking book reports and reading shit. That's why that belief shit is insulting. I don't have to believe what the pastor or some other bitch ass nigga said about God. I thought God was already inside of me. Now, when I read it as an adult, I get to say, oh, my ancestors are inside of me. Because I'm going through the same shit these niggas went through. Again and again and again. What's the problem? Society. The devil is society's boogeyman and cover up for being pieces of shit to themselves, and then their self judgment, thou shalt not judge. But they look in the mirror, and then instead of clearing that shit out, they want to judge someone else. We get all cute and glamorous. We make shows about it, debates about it, topics about it. Motherfucking, like, best selling things is always reprobate activities. And at the end of the day, well, it's just entertainment. That's why they voted for my grandfather to get killed, because it was just entertainment. You remember Roman circuses, nigga? The Romans, Herod. In real life, his uncle didn't want to kill him. His wife told him, no, we're going to keep our hands clean. I had some bad dreams. I'm a prophetess too. And she could only be if she related to Jews, so I understand everything, nigga. Imagine these bitches who talk about they believe in God could actually fucking read. They'll be unstoppable. They wouldn't need to wait for a handout or a 501c3 from a poppable. Fuck going on with people, boy? The problem with religion and everything is fucking stupid people. That's not God. That ain't the devil. Especially if you can invoke belief. That's all I'm saying. We skipping steps in this motherfucker. It's like our educational system got cooked. Besides, education's for animals. Is that Bible dedicated to animals? So now you can understand why a lot of education or higher education or paying for education wouldn't really help if your dumbass is reading a fucking book by angels about spirits, but you're self-identified as an educated animal. Can you imagine that people who learn how to read through education don't even fucking know what education means? This is a crazy story. Spare me the connotative details. The only people who have to believe in some shit like that he came and he did all that shit, was just niggas who wasn't there. You know why I don't have that fucking problem? Because nigga, I'm right here. Obviously, he had kids. The other apocryphal books, the 42 generations of Jesus. Stop fucking playing with us. A king of kings, an emperor. Did his grandfather Solomon have a lot of kids? Did his grandfather David have a lot of kids? I wonder if the next emperor would do less. When he shows up in those stories, the emperor has no clothes. It's almost like he's an undercover boss. And they killed him. And he came right on back 3 days later. Don't worry, Lazarus died. He came back 4 days later. Belief? That's two examples right there. What are we talking about believing? Believing that people come back from the dead? I could have sworn the Egyptians had a book of the dead, and these are descendants of Egyptians. Which one is it, Bruce? What are we trying to believe for real? Believe that this particular existence has a reanimation principle in a book that has a revelations about reanimating all the principles, or is it getting to heaven per se? My Father, thou art in heaven, holy be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. That means as above, so below. But as above, so below is evil, man. Jay-Z had a t-shirt on, man. That's the Illuminati. Meanwhile, using Illuminati fucking Federal Reserve notebooks, buying pussy or booty and everything in between it, on all kind of weird websites and following all kind of weird fetishes, but they draw their line at Hermetic principles, which are universal laws, not the ones in your Constitution. Since you know the Bible's older than all of that, including most of these fucking people speaking English. So I don't even understand nothing, bro. You let me know if I'm getting off the wrong road. Shit. I barely know how to read. And it's crazy because our society is so on the fucking phone. You gotta write and read just to debate the shit. Now imagine if you actually read the shit. That's my only problem, bro. Is that they acting like heaven is waiting for a bunch of fucking hypocrites. It wouldn't be grace and mercy if we were perfect, though. They would have said, yo, rule number one, be perfect, yo. So they confuse that with morality and principles. I died for your sins. I died for your ignorant thoughts. You voted against me. I died for you. I came here to free you from mental captivity. I would have freed more slaves had they known they were slaves. They try to make Harriet Tubman Jesus. He literally died for their sins. Because their sins is why they're fucking in captivity, where he could be fucking killed by Romans anyway. Wake your ass up. He the damn King of Kings. Where the fuck is his throne in Jerusalem? Oh yeah, that's right. Those kids who got out of captivity and went to the promised land fucked up again, fucking with Molech again. I don't know, Bohemian Grove. That sounds very fucking recent. I'm just saying, bro. Spare me the gory details. A book written a long time ago about them going through it again, since the New Testament is not Exodus. And then right now we're reading about the same shit, about how the people who did it the first time got out of it, did it again, ended up again, and then he died and got them out of it. And as we're reading it today, we're in it again. So he died for our sins. Yet here we are again as believers and Christians, still doing the same sins if we're in captivity. That is a divine punishment. The fuck is going on? Not to the world. To the people he's fucking talking to in that book. Could you imagine he didn't write that shit in the modern colonial era of the United States and all these newcomers stealing names from English-speaking angels? A bunch of humans who think they evolved from Neanderthals and monkeys? Well, show me that in the Bible. All right then, it's not cross-compatible. So why the fuck would you listen to somebody who has that false pretense about their damn self? Whether or not it's true is irrelevant. I know they ain't in that book. Mentally, emotionally, or genetically. God damn it, Jesus is copper. I thought I was too. Where I get it from? Like father, like grandson, like grandsons and grandfathers and everyone in between. His cousins and uncles and brothers too. Can you imagine if he had daughters? His only begotten son. Did you see if he had daughters? Anyone ask that question? Is that too logical? That's a big deal to say, oh, this is only begotten son. What does begotten mean? Is there another way to have sons down there? The word wasn't his only begotten child. The word was his only begotten son. That's very specific. Yeah, don't think about it too much. That's the problem. Sin is because you don't think about it enough. At least that's what I've learned in my own personal journey. Tough. Now what? Still gotta pay rent in the morning. What the fuck going on? You want to go to heaven because the place you're in charge of sucks. Do the science. If you're supposed to be a reflection of God and this is supposed to be a reflection of heaven, whose problem is that? God for letting it? Or for you being complacent for not standing up to the fucking wicked and unrighteous practices? Which one is it? Motherfuckers could protest kings and shit. How about we protest reprobate activities? Motherfuckers want to free Gaza. Well, how about we free ourselves? Like, I think we'll be more useful in the freeing of others if we can set the fucking tone and example, huh? I could have sworn that's what the Bible was about. It's crazy. It's almost like you gotta fucking read it for yourself to believe it. Crazy story. Shout out to the chat. Oh, I saw Mr. Now sneak up in here. You ain't slick. Shogun says, "Oh, they doing both. Okay, we there's a third option going on in that damn Ponzi scheme, especially since I know who owns the NBA." Haru on the track 3. Shout out to Troy Lab, brother. Straight up, fact, same thing, man. Shout out to Troy Lab and TBFB 13. Come on now. El Mr. Now, peace. Didn't see the link at first. Haru supporting the freaks, reading not. Ready to go. Yes, sir, about the wildest shit ever. Fucked up thoughts make you sick. So if you don't think about some shit enough, you're stuck in a mess and now you only need rent money. Now you need healthcare money. Yeah, that's the thing. A lot of the shit that we're going through and suffering through is because we're making the wrong move. Sin. And the illest shit is, you know it's a sin because you know there's a better option. That's logic, not belief. That's the intellect of mind that makes those judgments. And it's the part of you that wants to do the thing that you ain't supposed to do anyway, that you're fighting with. That's all you. There can be a case made for the devil is tempting you, but if you convert it to science and biology and the human design itself, well, maybe the devil is some type of synapse or response system or instinct or something about the lower self. I could have sworn you can go to a different religion, they'll break it down pretty well. You can just read across it horizontally and go, oh, that's what the problem is. I'm in a physical vessel that's been traumatized for the past generations by colonization and occupation, no matter what size or color I am, even by our own families. And from that survival mode impulse, we learn how to adjust to that. And not only that, all the other traumatized people who comprise of my generational society. And none of us want to fucking read about the past and give a fuck about what they're doing because why are we in this position? Let me just figure out the path of least resistance. But the Bible says doing what's right is like going through the eye of a needle. Though I walk through the valley and shadow of death, no weapon formed against me shall prosper. None of that seems like least resistance. All of that seems like as soon as you start doing the right thing, you see all the resistance. That's where faith kicks in. That although these things slay me, although these things are holding me back, all those things are affecting my ego and all these things, I'm not fitting in with evil. Although me getting away from evil, it has a target on my back. God's promise was, I will not let them make you miss a step. Faith, keep going. The faith in knowing that you're going the right direction and that God's promise is you're going to land in a better plateau. That's in the Old Testament. That's way before Genghis get here and got to throw down with the devils. This is more so because he's dealing with the devils in his own bloodline, by the way. He's not dealing with foreigners. He wasn't even talking to them. Have you noticed? So, but for us today, after that, when you know the real life story, without the religious motif, that he's the emperor who freed slaves out of captivity after Salmanassar. If you want to follow the history, you want to look up the Cali Wars, you want to look up the 100-Year War, you want to look up everything that's a legacy from all the conflicts that started 1200 all the way up until 1775. The only problem that we have in this narrative is that the motherfuckers today that raised us told us a goddamn lie. They inserted about 300 to 400 years to the timeline that we are familiar with. So by default, you would have to subtract or add those numbers, approximate, anytime you see a variable that they give you. So if they said something was in 1200s, more than likely it was the 1500s, which makes sense to me because Carlos V is born in the 1500s, and my grandfather John Smith is born in the 1500s, and they're both Hakata Khan and Ablu Khan, and those are the sons of Genghis. Hence, I'm the 13th generation of 400 years ago, around the same amount of time they added to their history. So You understand everything. This Bible is quite recently to me. King James Bible, 1611. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. I don't need Romans, Egyptians, Greeks, Africans, nobody doing Council of Nicaea is way the fuck over there. Because my grandfather Hakata came his ass over here, and that's his fucking daddy's story, not theirs. I could have sworn they were the people that are trying to kill us. I could have sworn they were the people trying to steal the shit from us. I could have sworn those are the people that you say were moving books and modifying shit. Well, that was recent history. Council of Nicaea must have been about 400, 500 years ago, bitch. It ain't the year 2000 nothing anyway. If you really want to go there, what happened to our lunar calendar, bitch? A bunch of Israelites that observe moon sequences, but in a 365, it should be 13 moon sequences months. What is this February demon about? I could have sworn October was the 8th month. Like, you'll see it so quick, man. Imagine if we tried. Imagine if we fucking tried. You don't get January the 1st or January the 2nd on your fucking calendar until the fall of Andalusia Granada around 1492 anyway. How many years ago was that? Okay, then leave me the fuck alone. Like, same story, bitch. Like, same story, same story. So, nah, man. Nah, we can't do that no more. We can't keep falling for the emotionalism. And I think about God and my sins and how they had him on the cross and how terrible it was. And then he got back up 3 days later. You still crying about shit you did 30 years ago. Do the science. That's not making fun of nobody, though. That's not, like, harsh. I was raised by a single father, forgive me. My tone is interesting. But what I mean, what I intend, is saying that, oh, fucking well, either way. What do I do today? And where am I trying to go tomorrow? Sin no more. I'm not trying to go to the part where I'm worrying about my daughter, worrying about how much it's going to cost to take her to the hospital, worrying about finding the guy that everyone's plotting on because they hate and they're jealous, and the Kohen of the Jews is paying us to harass him. But I really care about my daughter, and I really want her to last here. That's why I go so hard as a fucking soldier anyway. I'm a man at the end of the day first. If the Roman soldiers closed up that tomb, I bet you that Roman soldier helped unseal that bitch. Y'all don't understand anything about niggas, do you? Mary Magdalene, she was around the whole time towards the end. I bet she was the one that rendezvoused everyone to help him escape. Bring him back from the dead, or however they did it. I mean, if he was magical, so was his friends. I could have sworn that's what he was teaching them. So, yeah, you can do these things and more. You can do these things that I've done, like he raised his cousin from the dead, right? You can do these things and more. Oh man, no limitations on that shit. Well, God is. Well, God just told you can do it. Well, if God can do it, oh my God, emotionalism again. You trying to make it make sense? Why are you trying to make it make sense? Is it belief or not? They're not consistent enough for me. Since everything else not in that Bible you believe tends to happen, can you imagine if you believe something else? What if you chose the best higher order of belief for yourself? Start there. As for me and mine, whenever I get into a hung up, I pray about it. And whatever it was before I understood what it was, and I barely understand what it is, shit would happen and bring me correspondence and help me guide myself. I mean, for years and days and months, I'm praying for things and I'm getting resolutions, but the environment and the people and the stuff, it really didn't change that fucking much. Because I couldn't see what about it is wrong that I need to pray about. You gotta leave your hometown. All right. This story seems familiar. And then people ain't gonna resonate with you, especially if you start following your dreams or your own pursuits and you start getting successful. I noticed everybody who's on a podcast back in the day, a magazine interview or anything, they kind of say something similar. Like, So the people made up the Bible, but the people who made up the Bible are not in the Bible, but they're describing the exact same social dynamics that experienced by niggas in captivity today. I wonder. And it's crazy about us being in captivity today that most other groups of people that visit America don't know what we're talking about. So I know they don't know what the Bible's talking about. I'm not saying they can't read it or be part of it. I mean, I guess the Romans via Paul led in a congregation of Gentiles to the Christian demonstration of it. I don't know what that really is, given the fact that Jesus, Genghis, Khans, Afro-Asiatics are not Christians. They're Shem. They're a bloodline of giants. So if Christians are for men, where's the Bible for men? That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking. Where's the Bible for men? Jesus was saving his brothers and sisters. I thought he was a God. Make up your mind. Is he saving men or is he saving the children of God? I could have sworn Israel was God's, handpicked. Matter of fact, when you read Proverbs and shit, they said God was like, as they're writing about it, the concept, he's not going to forsake his inheritance. Don't play with me. Inheritance is right there. Her. Nativity. Birthright. Descendants. Creation. You start to see Allah gets very feminine. I'm a jealous God. Oh my God. I could have sworn Jesus was in the Quran too. Stop playing with me. Dying on the cross. We say Allah, Allah, part 2. Stop playing with me. That's the feminine principle. If you know how to read. Not the translated language, but the original one. That's a feminine principle. You can't break the law of gender in this bitch. That's all I was trying to get right. The variables. Because we know idiots translated it. Not because they try to manipulate it. They too stupid to understand it what to manipulate anyway. Have you seen them today? They don't read that shit. So what's the fucking point of editing it if no one else does either? All you gotta tell a person is to believe that something is about it. Boom, boom, boom. Motherfuckers, the lion lay down with the lamb. Well, if they read it, they'll see a wolf. Tough. What does that mean? Oh, the Mandela effect changed the Bible. Cool. Now what does that tell you? Yeah. Yeah. The Mandela effect touched the Bible a few times, actually. Yeah, boy. So obviously the Bible is an artifact of this reality that can be manipulated by whatever is manipulating Chick-fil-A and Berenstain Bears too. Yeah, boy. So more than enough reason for me to understand, well, is it undoing the truth or is it returning it back to its original orders? Oh my God. I can tell you, just on Lion and the Lamb, Wolf to Lamb, that makes way more sense. Jesus didn't lay down with the lambs. He left them niggas alone. They wasn't fucking listening. But I will send a sheep or wolf in sheep's clothing to see what the seraphim are doing this time with their wooden ships. That sounds like modern era. They didn't have wooden ships before 1493 to get here. Come on, do the science, bitch. I know this is ancient Egypt, so miss me with your bullshit. We know it is. Like, this is not a conspiracy theory. No. The ancient Egypt that's referred to in literature before the 1500s, they're talking about right over here. You know why? Because it's the Egyptians talking about it. And their ass was right over here. So miss me with the bullshit. Don't tell me what a third-party human person, mankind, chimera, greedy, palpable bastard needed to tell people in order to get them to convert. And then they're converting themselves as fucking crypto Jews their damn selves. So and people don't even know that damn story about the crypto Jews and crypto Islam after the fall of Granada, which was when the world was ran by Moors. In 1492, by the way. Anyway, when did Christopher Columbus happen? A year later. Now wake your ass up. Fuck on my face. That's what I be talking about, bro. It ain't just being smart and know what the fucking words mean. You gotta fucking know why the words meant that and who fucking changed it. Who fucking changed it? Why are they changing the meaning of words, connotatively or colloquially anyway? Who the fuck are these people? And enough people don't do that shit. They get stuck in conspiracies. There is no conspiracy. They change the meaning of words. And it's not because, they're trying to fool you. I really think the originals, their ancestors, are just fucking stupid people when it comes to that. Since none of that's theirs. They would be stupid by default, right? Just like if you play a video game for the first time. You want to be as good as a developer. But if you practice, if you're a little autistic, maybe you'll be the best player there ever is. I haven't seen that Kobe in this shit yet. So anyway, like, people love God, but they don't take shit attributed to his people seriously. What color is Jesus again, class? And who the fuck are these white people talking about their Israel? That's your fucking problem. Today. Do the science. The problem today is a bunch of white folks going around talking about their people in the Bible. And they're not. Houston, we have a fucking problem. So who's editing and changing the meaning of the Bible if the only people on the planet you can identify are not in the fucking Bible? I wonder who's behind this. Now, how long do they have control over your narrative about such things? Less than 200 years. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. The whole fucking world, goddamn fake white people, Israel's bitch. In real time. That's why everything's falling apart, isn't it? Russia's fighting Israel via Ukraine. Some of those Mohammedan countries trained by the CIA and Mossad are fighting the same. Some were supposed to be on the side of Greater Zionism, which they're trying to move to South America below Argentina lately. Some of them is for crypto Jews from Andalusia. They do it for mama because Gucci got cloned. Crypto means they put you on TV as a Muslim, but in secret you practice Judaism, which is their bullshit, or Talmudism. But back then when it was Moors, remember they were being killed for that shit. So like, yeah, I'll go to this, but when you ain't around, I'm going back to my shit. We know that's the 1400s, and not a day sooner, by the way. So the 1500s. What's curious about the crypto Jews and crypto Islam problem? My grandfather, Carlos V, as a Maori. He was taken as a captive as a boy after the fall of Granada, right? Like the royals fell, and him as a Maori, Carlos V, was taken into captivity allegedly by this invading Muslim, Arabic, Arabian, Moorish, new hybrid-ass army. And they brought him to America, and he did the whole thing in Florida, more like Mama Inga, Jerusalem, Cuba, Puerto Rico, and everything else as well, San Juan, St. John. But we'll get there one day. But then the history goes, but then he disappeared, and we don't know what happened to him. Well, I think he woke up and became a fucking emperor like he was when he was born before he was fucking put into captivity on Montezuma, Mazamori, Azamori, Mansa Musa. It's the same kid. You notice that he was born as a slave like the rest of his fucking ancestors in the same fucking book? He did it again. Like fathers like sons, I guess. Yeah, nigga. We ain't tired of the captivity part yet? That's all I'm saying. Life wouldn't be so fucking bad if we stopped being fucking captives. The devil can't beat my ass. I know he can't beat yours. Now imagine if we join together. No. You're dealing with people and bad actors who don't believe the shit they make you believe, which is why they should be going backwards compared to you. Now their time is up. Have you noticed? That's supernatural. Thank God. I ain't got to believe that shit. It make no sense why they falling apart. Unless you read the Bible. That's the only thing that attempts to give you an answer. It definitely ain't AI, bro. Technically, compared to God's intelligence, we already are AI. Do the science. An intelligence created by another intelligence. Artificially. Yep, same story, dude. And the people behind AI ain't even got the best artificial intelligence in their own damn brain. So imagine everything. Or they would know how to fucking read. This easy. So yeah. I'm all for repentance, getting right with Jesus, and doing the right things, and following your heart, and wanting to go to heaven. But I'm also all about realizing the only reason why we want to do all that is because our current moment is pretty fucked up. And there's like 66 books about the same thing. How many more do we need? They try to kiss about the entire album. Shout out to TDFB, that's funny. Being smart enough to ask the right question is a gift. So to God be the glory. Bless up, everybody. Bunch of sadists, Mr. Now. That's a program they got installed, self-harm in every way. Consistent in belief will require knowing. Passing belief on temporary feeling will have you to believe a different thing every 2 hours. Correct. A house divided cannot stand type shit. And the house is your mind, since that's your temple anyway. So if your mind is divided, if your left and right hemisphere is not synchronized with your heart, for the issues of heart is what man manifests. If you do not get mind and incoherence about anything, belief is useless. But if you can get into alignment and put your faith and belief that is not just that something or better outcome is possible, but that better outcome is possible for you. That's where the secret sauce is. That's what the ancestors gave all of us. It's true for you. It's true for me. It's part of all of our operating systems. So the core belief is, when you ask God for something, to believe that you already got it. Jesus is like, pray as if the answer is already yes, and then go and sin no more. So if you're praying God for deliverance from something, then the sin would be to still worry about it and think that God wouldn't, or think that you're trapped or doomed, or as King David said, vain imaginations. Notice that the word imagination is provoked by a book about magi. Sidi Muhammad, his imperial majestic, Carlos V of them. The bloodline of Jesus is always going to be the same thing, bro. All that other extra shit and all the extra characters, all the extra time they added is some other shit. I don't know who these white people are. Anyway, back to the Bible, a book about copper-colored people. Our shit wasn't that extensive. From Genghis Khan until now, it's really simple. If King James is King John's father, then I'm Genghis Khan the 14th. King John the 13th, Queen Elizabeth the 12th. However you want to do that shit. Inheritance. And I'm here to say, on my squad, on my tribe, we could do this by our damn selves. These niggas ain't that damn bright, smart, or strong. And then all of our new people and all the mixes thereof, I think are wonderful and beautiful. I just wish they wake their goofy ass up and stop fucking playing games with us. Put some respect on our name. You in our grandmother's house. The fuck going on out here? Anyway, you taking care of you and yours and your family? All right, then go mind your business. Shit, we gotta get out of captivity. I know it don't benefit you. Me getting out of captivity don't pay your rent tomorrow. I understand. That's why I'm not asking you. I'm asking God. And you notice that everyone's life changing lately. I want to keep it up. Stop fucking playing with us, man. We tired, bro. We been dying, bro. They've been using our DNA, our genetics, our enzymes, our fetuses, and everything for everyone else, bro. Like, show us some fucking humanity, humans. You know what I'm talking about? Your quantum computers and everything is based on our blood, bro. And I'm talking about in or out that Bible. Just talk about in real life as I walk down the street, nigga. Like, we trying to imagine an invisible place in heaven and sky people. Nah, let's talk about the devil right in front of you. Like, they've been consuming my people since they've been here, bro. Y'all just let that shit slide for a paycheck? Like, oh yeah, y'all know. Yeah, country cannibalized after the Civil War by these guys burning crosses and doing all kind of weird shit. Now they getting caught playing with all their kids, but we're gonna release the Epstein files. Can they stop eating niggas? You know, a continent that's 100% of us, and now it isn't? Should they pray for forgiveness? Well, if they repented their sins, their sin would be having they bitch ass in front of me here. Take their ass home then. Kind of weird. They don't know where that is. Thank you for hearing my TED Talk. So if you don't have a home or nationality or kingdom, then this kingdom cannot be yours either. Okay, cool. Since I'm still here. Yeah. I don't give a fuck what nobody got. No. God, they got us fucked up. Show me, spirit. See, I had faith in the fact that my ancestors were right. Literally, Noble Drew Ali and some of the other characters. Not perfect, not whole, and have everything figured out. No. I had a feeling they were right about this one thing, that this too shall pass. That the Most High does have a purpose for us, no matter what chapter of that book we might wake up in. It seems like today we are awake in several chapters at once. I'm hopeful, because now I can determine which part of their timeline we're in. We're towards the end of captivity across several books. I'm just trusting the algebra in this. Belief. Substance of things hoped for. You know what the substance of the thing that I'm hoping for is, man? Ever since I've been doing these videos on YouTube, is that everything I have been talking about that's quite serious has been coming to pass. Belief. I wish people understood how hard that is. I don't think they know what they're talking about, and I'm just saying that just be coming from being a baby in it. I get it. You'll grow up soon, but no. My belief ain't to get to heaven. Because the problem is here. My belief is that God can change the problems here. If we could figure out something or another here, and most people couldn't figure out something because they haven't been thinking about it clear. And I don't know too much of anything, and I don't have too much money or books, but I'm going to make sure my belief reflects my activities at least. So I dedicated 10 years in a row to this shit. After doing it my whole life by myself, then I did it again just in case I missed some shit through my 30s. Critical time to be a man, by the way. That's the end of your childhood. So here we are. I believe that I'm crazy enough to believe that I could pray about something in my mind. And in real life, it'll start to mirror it. I was crazy enough if I notice something that most people don't want to talk about or address or figure out. If I say it out loud after doing my due diligence, it tends to show up in everyone else's life. Belief? How the fuck does that work? Belief? They edited the Bible? You know the part where Jesus said you do these things and more? How many followers did Jesus have? I've had millions of views because of 3 a.m. 2 to 5,000 views a video. But over time, it's not always the same thousands of people watching me. In my time, the time of Aquarius, the water bearer at the end of the road. Follow him. During the age of Aquarius, Astro Theosophy book, by the way, where you get a Mayan calendar from. Wake your ass up. So it's like, yeah, okay. If I'm streaming, I'm walking on water. That's how I know that shit was written by niggas, at the very least. Triple entendres never sold separately. Law of correspondence. Yeah, because today is not then. But all the variables seem to fit anyway. That's a hell of a guess. It almost seems algebraic. Like life is following a pattern if you meet certain conditions. It's like C++ programming. There's a bunch of if, then, and repeat until statements. That's what the Bible is. Source code, in a sense, since that's the book you get the word matrix from. You go there, and that sounds cool, but what does it really mean to fools? What I'm saying is, that shit sounds cool. No. Before I understood those tools, I've been telling you I've been doing this since I was a baby. And you assume that everyone else is too. What a fatal mistake for a Jew. I didn't get that, man. Everybody ain't Jews, bro. Bro, if I had a choice, I wouldn't have picked you, bro. The fuck? Like the way these fairies be telling the story. Well, you sell us a whole contract, Dolores Cannon and the tarot set, and then you pick your family so you can go through a set of, situations to heal your karma from another life, but you never go back to that life. So why you trying to fix what you did in it, bitch? If you're about to have another one after this. Weird. It's almost like they say shit without thinking about it in either direction. I know that's right. So I wouldn't have signed no fucking contract where I gotta be a fucking crypto African American from a royal bloodline of where the fuck I stand at. Nah, nobody wake up. No nigga wanna pick no stupid ass life path. Nigga, please. I look like I wanna solve karmas. Fuck out my face. Get the fuck out my face, you witch. The fuck y'all be talking about? On me. On King James' grandson. On me. Spirit guides, please. You can't miss Blue remix these, nigga. Cut it out. Nah, Bobby Hemmett lived next to me. Understand everything. PD Region, the empress of which is my grandmother. He was there. We got something in common. And I know the in between him. Mr. Ronnie Smith. Grew up with Bobby Hemmett's big brother that he was talking about. With the rice and the ketchup thing. Yeah, small world. Lonnie Smith out of South Carolina like us. He must be a cousin. He knows Bobby Hemmett in real life. That's a crazy fucking story. That's a crazy fucking story. Sagittarius is from South Carolina. Always on this prophecy shit. I wonder if I've seen this story in the Bible before. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did. The bloodline of prophets be speaking into the future. They might call themselves MG the Future. Like, right there, bro. I've been MG the Future for like 20 goddamn years. Because of my gift. Real shit. I got it from the Bible. Jeremiah. On top of that. I was tapped in. It was just wrong. I was looking through the Christian filter, the black filter, the American filter, the movie filter, all the slave and Christianity and Baptist filters. I was trying to, resolve the negative energy I got from all that shit and then make it make sense. But, sometimes I get lit. I pray to God and shit happens. Like, fuck these niggas. The fuck we talking about? Y'all figure it out with the white man. Yo, God, anyway. As I was saying, you start asking for stupid shit created by the wrong Super Saiyans. Like, and hence, it took me so many years to figure out where I was missing. Frame. Just like in game with men, with women, and red pill shit. Your frame. I like you could be a simp because our society emasculated us. Everybody, but I want you to understand, because I'm going to assume you understand what I mean. But it tried to simplify, softify, wimpify, and now everything else is fried and fried society. Especially around the time they knew the millennials would be pouring in, indigo children. Everyone has a philosophy about that time period, right? Just keep that in mind. Crack, HIV, all at the same time, bitch. Like, they're messing with people's kids. Like, don't miss that. Just like in the Bible, they try to get rid of the firstborn sons because they might be a descendant of the bloodline pharaoh. I'm a firstborn son, a bloodline descendant of a bloodline pharaoh. So I get the the law of correspondence in this story. If I'm one of them, then you know what the fuck I'm talking about. Yeah. My life sucks, bro. They're doing this because of me. Yeah, that's a hell of a responsibility. I ain't got time for belief. Everything that book means, everything that we perceive, everything that I, for whatever fucking reason, couldn't believe everybody else and it kept pushing me away. Like, nah, I believe this thing. Everyone else believes that. I believe this thing. Oh, 9/11 was like this. I know. 9/11 was at least going this way. Like, that's been my whole life, naturally. All I'm saying is, that's because I think about it in terms of prayer. Like, I got into a habit of, like, praying about situations and watching it change. And even if it's what they call it, a self-fulfilling bias or prophecy, even if just that system, it worked, It's self-fulfilled, and it leans you away from everyone else's belief about anything. Not even God, Jesus, and heaven. No, no, no. Just the way that people see things. It's not that I disagree with them. It's like, but they're not looking at the bigger picture ever. Expansion, awareness, degrees, and more simple science or 5%ers talk about your degrees. But this is what I'm talking about. It's turning the fucking oven on broil. Like, I was praying and God was turning my degrees up. And that doesn't make sense in a normal life. Like any other brother I've met who's spiritual, deep, or whatever, just intelligent, went to school, but they're not, no, they're not trying to turn their degrees up. And they wouldn't know they could either. Because for them, the system way, life is cool. It's the bitches that be tripping. Money, we still need more of it. So it's usually those two dimensions that they struggle with. But for me, it's like, nah, I can see way the fuck. I can see way the fuck over there, bro. I already know that this little hustle and this mindset that everyone has is going to change in 2 years, just like it changed 2 years ago. I'm noticing a pattern emerge, so I cannot be attached to that worldview. It's temporary. But this one thing that I've been worrying about, it's been following me since elementary school, so I'm going to follow it like Lincoln Navy or some shit. Trust me, the Japanese know something, apparently. So my quest marker been on some other shit my whole life because I thought I was praying and that God or something untangible and unseen was answering. Mm-hmm. Yeah. My whole damn life. I wish I I wish I prayed more maybe. Mm-hmm. How it catches us, those who are born into it. Life will do something really fucked up and weird you don't like or you're uncomfortable with. And if you're an empath, you can feel the impact, your worry or your anxiety. It's intense about it. For me, it's a flash and it persists and you stop breathing, you feel it in your chest if you're not careful. I mean, since I was a kid, it's been turned on. It's not from trauma. It is. It's enhanced by trauma, but no, it's on because I'm their kid. It's maybe it's something different, but people would describe it as ESP. I don't know. There's no way we can compare it. But for me, it's very intense. I could have never missed it ever in human history. And I just kind of assumed that that just was human name. Nah, you meet all kinds of people who have no consciousness. You meet all types of narcissists. You meet all types of people who are like, damn, that's the first time I ever thought about that. I was like, damn, if this is the first time you ever thought about that, then there's a whole bunch of other thoughts you didn't have yet because you never had that. So you start to see that everyone's just be saying shit. And the problem is that's all we can do in between. Like, because you can never see through my eyes or vice versa. So there's no better or less or worse than anyone, really. We can't even perceive such silliness. But that's why I'm saying when I talk about this shit, I'm always talking about me. I don't think anyone should follow anybody if they don't get proof for you. Like I said, fig tree shit. There's no fruit from the tree, then you ain't even no need to compete with the shit. Because individually, I believe, I already know. If you understand what I'm talking about and you tried it and you did it yourself, what are we even talking about here? Everyone ain't got that though. Everyone ain't got that type of faith or confidence where it's like no brainer. No, the atheism, the fuck? I'm trying to read everyone's religions and books just to kind of find out like what the summary is, like what's the lowest common denominator, and then in my backdrop, why is everything still fucked up? God damn, all of you tried and it ended up like this anyway? Maybe that's not going to be the fix, obviously, right? So like you can even approach it just like that, but nah, there's something else. Nah, there's something else, man. Nah, my life was tough for real, but nah, God done, nah, now I know. I know better now. This is not that, boy. If that's what psychic is, nah, man. Those ain't psychics, though. I'm something else. I'm a little bit of all of those things they describe in real life, which by itself is like, if I didn't have a religion, God, or story, or a last name, or the God-given grace to be able to find that and connect these dots, because many brothers can't. So that's what I'm saying. Even if I take all that off the table, which it was most of my life either way, fundamentally, one thing is never fucking changed. Like, it don't matter what the facts are about who my grandmother, real husband, daddy, baby. Well, no, that don't matter really. I guess it could. It's a cool for a story, but in real life, when you know that without any of those references, it ought to be impossible that any of this works. I start there. Fuck a belief. Fuck what they said. Fuck what they talking about. I'm experiencing a reference point of what I've seen referenced in so many places. Here's what happens when I do it myself. You get old. And like I said, those big flashpoints happen, and you get to the other side of them quite a few times by now. And you go, but hold on, bro. If everybody wrong and your ass wrong too, at least this part of the story will always be filed under impossible. I know things that happen that are impossible. I cause impossible things to happen. My gift is impossible. For real. For real. I'm not the only one with it though. Please don't misunderstand when I go I a lot. I am not. I don't know what anyone else got. I don't. It wouldn't matter if there was me or just a lot. The problem is, rewind the tape. It's impossible based on every metric of every person, narrative, philosophy, religion, school of thought. They always talk about what if. I'm like, nah, nigga, I understand something. Wait, what is that called? Let me read about this shit. Let me go on Angel Fire and Tripod real quick. Damn, there's a black prophet? Noble Drew Ali? That's crazy. I'm 14. Like, yo, circle something around. They said he died and is sending his body. That shit sound Hindu science. And I learned how to do the meditations from that little rabbit hole there. I did not know that was my grandfather yet. That's my family secret in South Carolina. Weird story. So, yeah, crazy, right? I guess those are the recent sellouts. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. So, like, even without all of that being special to some bullshit narrative, I'm cool with that. I'm cool with all of that. I'm cool with that. The problem is the gift itself. The thing that when you're us or familiar with, we don't have a language model for this. They erased it from English, it seems, because all my words will fail you on what I really mean. Because fundamentally, I'm telling you something that's impossible. I'll give you an example. My dad was a physical abuse enforcer, only if you don't perform. Like Joe Jackson, but not really. Yeah, no, he's like Joe Jackson when it comes to education. The white man and the slave master ain't have a chance. All they needed is my dad. All they need is whoever that bloodline is that's related to us through that Civil War shit, that 1800s part of South Carolina, whoever them new niggas is, drill sergeant, military-esque, like, boy, man, it was so fucking regimented. I didn't even know I was abused. That's why there's no trauma from it. That's crazy. But looking at all the stories and narratives I hear about people who have like hard times, it's from like the abuse they suffered as kids or stepdads and shit like that. I was like, damn, that's fucked up. It's so emotional and shit. It's like, damn, that'd be fucked up if. I was like, nah, nigga, you be getting your ass kicked by a grown ass man, 6'3", who know how to fight for real. No. All them crazy niggas from New York and South Carolina, all them niggas know how to fight. Nah, every last single one of my uncles know how to fight. I'm talking about fight, like win fights. Like known as knocking niggas out. Like all of them. but not all of them more especially than my father. Right, that shit crazy. He was beating my ass if I didn't get this shit right. That's the only reason why I highlight those facts right there. It was never going to be a fair fight. So I didn't lose fights, but I absolutely got beat by my father because I never hit him back. Honor, which turned into discipline, which is sad. It does have a traumatic branch to it. Like, damn, we could have been cooler than that, but that would have been impossible because that's exactly what I needed to be prepared for this frame. There's no fucking way in Hades I could have stomached picking up the pieces at 19 until now by myself with no support and be okay with that and keep going anyway. No matter what the promise of the landing is, for me it was just no, just keep going, bitch. What the fuck we talking about? You can die tomorrow either way. I've been like that since I was a kid. I'm like YOLO in a different dimension. Like, yeah, it's YOLO for real. All that means to me is like keep going, man. You only live once. You can live. Just keep going. Because shit changes over time. I'll tell you. But that's only because I can do that through the hard times because since I was a little kid, it was hard times and I was already praying and watching shit get weird. So I used to pray about that. Him. Praying to prevent him from beating the shit out of us. And it worked. Sometimes it didn't. But when it worked. So one time in particular, 8th grade, right before the summer before high school for us down south. So we're changing schools. I ain't gonna be with nobody soon that I know. I got to start over again because they're gonna ship me across the goddamn city because I fucking read too much, right? Imagine that shit. And I remember Spanish being my first C. I never got a C before in my life. Until 8th grade. So I never knew like how fucked up I was gonna be if I brought home a C right before the summer. Cause it wouldn't be about getting my ass whooped. I'm getting bigger. It's about that he'll fuck over my whole summer. Like our punishments was literal. Like you couldn't do shit but be in your room and read or write or just think like I do. That's why I could stomach this year because it just feels like punishment. hmm But in those moments, so I knew that reality could be real for me in 8th grade now, and took the exam for Spanish, and as usual, they want to put together all these fucking words we never used once, nigga. I'm in a class with the Mexicans who's just started coming to North Carolina and shit, talking about they getting A's. What's your English grade like, bitch? I just got a 4.0. I'm really fucking good at English, but the Spanish shit, it's because I can't speak it. If I could speak it, it'd be different. I couldn't say those words. We're moving too fast. I'm supposed to remember what the symbols are, but I can't even say these words yet. Niggas skipping steps. I'm gonna get a C on this test. And in my heart of hearts, I knew I did, right? So check this out. Right before the test, I prayed, like, from my heart. I don't get my ass whooped. Like, I gotta fix this now. Like, I'm rewriting the future before I even take the test. I open up the test. You get a few right, the anxiety kick in. You're like, nah, God, I really gotta do my best, boy. Go through it, and logical, intellectual, like, nah, I'm dead. But for whatever reason, in that moment, I felt like I prayed and I let it go. Plus, there's other tests to worry about. It's like 3 more classes or some shit like that back then. Anyway. So that's the final before me for 8th grade. So I'll never see these niggas again. So they're gonna give us a fucking class report directly to us before the summer, before they mail the report card, the final report card. Each class or each teacher did that. So you just know that you're going to high school, whatever fucking requirements were. that wouldn't have fucked up anything for me, besides me and my father, so keep that in mind. I wasn't worried about high school. They put me in a fucking high school I shouldn't have been going to begin with, and I didn't want to go there to begin with. Like, that's how fucked up life is. You start to understand this God part of the story eventually, though. But so I'm like, all right, I prayed about it, whoop, 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 and I think it was like by the end of the week, we'll get it back. Go to class. I fucked around and got an 88 on that bitch, which for us was a B. That shit was so bizarre. The little Mexican kid I was talking about, he saw my grade and he looked at me like I was retarded. Like his disbelief was like in a movie for real, or a cartoon or a TV show. Like he looked at me like his eyes and everything was like, how the fuck did you get an 88? Like you copying my homework, bitch. Shut up, little nigga. I prayed. And the illest shit about it is, I know better now, but I didn't really interpret it like turn into a praise break and go to Sunday church about it. Nah, I was just happy that my summer's not fucked over. And I got an 88. And I showed that little Mexican kid, he ain't fucking with me for real. And then I I knew it was special because I kept trying to explain the phenomenon to all my friends in other classes. It's like, yo, bro, I got a fucking 88 in Spanish. Like, oh, that's good. Nah, nigga, you don't understand anything about math and science here. I shouldn't have got this grade. I prayed about it, and then boom, it happened. Like, my reason, I knew I passed because I prayed, not because I passed the shit. Like, I knew that in my heart, bro. Like, I don't know how the fuck I knew that. I just knew that was true. But still, I got an 88. Fuck it. All sales final. I showed my dad that. That's like a passport to a new island. It don't even matter if they mail the report card later and he find out it's a C. I'm already gone until high school, nigga. You understand everything? So I was cool. And I think I got like prideful and boastful about it. I can remember this. I can remember the pitch shift and my attitude or my energy. And I'm a kid, so. But my awareness, my spirit was like, watch this. Like, that's how God woke me up. Because I'm walking a couple days later, or like towards the end of the whole thing, like the last day or two actually, his name was Mr. Luna. He was like, hey, Dwayne. I'm like, hey, what's up? And I could feel the Matrix moment, like that pre-deja vu buffer. I was like, oh, this is about to be some bullshit. Hey, man, I think there was a mistake with something, blah, 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 blah. Just come meet me at my classroom at the end of whatever quarter. And I was like, all right, Jill. I was like, all right, Jill. Yo, I avoided that nigga for the rest of my life. I haven't seen Mr. Luna since that conversation because I already know what the fuck it was. He was going to tell me that he was going to have to adjust my grade somehow because he made some error or some shit weird, and he needs to gain agreement with me to seal the deal and for him to print the new copy to turn into my fucking passport warrant officer. And I'm a whole lot of things, but I'm a lot of degrees from stupid. So how about this? I got a copy of what the fuck you gave me on record. When he get that mail-in report card, if it changes and if he gives a fuck, I'll be like, nah, but check out the science. White people be hating on us, Dad. What the fuck I tell you? Yo, I avoided that nigga. I am not getting another copy of this paper. Fuck what you talking about. And it woke me up. It's like, yo, it's like God telling me, like, yo, calm the fuck down. Calm the fuck down. This ain't that. So that's why I always tell people I don't feel no, what they call it, humility, humbleness, and all that shit, given whatever degrees I might perceivably have. I can't think too much of it because God will park your ass. Fuck my dad talking about. Fuck what my dad be talking about. God has parked my ass so many times. For real. That shit real personal, dog. That's why I think the disrespect about the family, the Bible, and the literature, and the dogmas, and we know the Protestants and everything they added or took away for a political agenda. Nah, my people couldn't have been talking about that at all because it was just my own experience of what I just said to you. That whole story is absolutely 100% true, and I know it's because I prayed about it. But I was just telling you how lucid I was about it at that age too. I didn't know the mechanics. I didn't have too many aha moments, but I knew the feeling was like, hey, oh my God, that's a miracle. And then the feeling was like, hey, you're getting too far ahead of yourself. And then Phil was like, see? Oh, scary ass. Ran my ass home. And everything was good, though. It just woke me up before the rest of the summer. That's all that was. And over and over and over again. With relationship turnarounds, what the fuck? With jobs falling apart, what the fuck? Like, God will park your ass. As soon as you get too far ahead of yourself, I promise you. That's why I say I don't give a fuck what nobody think. And that's not because I'm arrogant. I think this follow-up is I don't give a fuck what nobody think, because I know when God on my ass, ain't nothing nobody can talk about or do about that shit. Nah, I don't want God on my head. Fuck what people think. I mean that shit literally. Like, fuck what people think. I ain't saying like people don't matter. No. I'm talking about because fuck people, it's God instead. Like, that's a different problem, bro. My dad's a fucking problem. I know about people, bro. Like, it ain't too many people worse than my dad for real. So between him and God, I'm good. Oh no. Fuck what niggas is talking about. Crazy. Or what they interpret whatever the fuck they want to interpret about me. I know they wrong. Cause I be changing report cards, nigga. I be getting accepted to shit I'm not qualified for. I be manifesting music equipment that don't exist yet. I be manifesting fucking genres. I be fucking manifesting red pill turnarounds and turnovers. Like, I start thinking and feeling and praying and talking about shit and projecting it on the internet, and then all of a sudden, here goes the fucking algorithm. Can you fucking imagine some weird shit like this? That's why it ain't weird to me. Because when I was a kid, God was changing my fucking report cards, bro. Just to save me from ass whooping. It wasn't deeper than that. I didn't give a fuck about the grades. I wasn't trying to be smart. I was trying not to get my ass whooped. Mm-hmm. In all dimensions. By life, by the class kids, by the girls, by the streets, by the whatever. Mm-hmm. I just wanted to stand up and keep my chin up. Mm-hmm. With cons. Literally. I get it from my grandfathers. That's how I know it's us. It's only us that talk like that. This weird sense of honor. It's not because you're trying to be important or better than men or something. Mm-mm. It's I have to be honorable. God answered my prayers before. You don't want to lose that. That's it. Not rent, not money, not no bitches. You don't want to lose God's contact. It ain't worth it. If you knew what God saved us from before and after. Like, sensing the future as an ESP or psychic, and then knowing that the anxiety of it means it's not a good outcome, and you can intellectualize all the different patterns that would emerge that way. And then you pray about it, or do the law of polarity, or however it goes, and you're asking God specifically, and then boom, it gets redirected, and it's like, what the fuck is this Disney? And you're like, damn, part 2, like part 3, oh, that should happen 5th time. Goddamn, I'm tired of praying about this type of shit. Can we move on? Like, I don't understand anything yet. Like, nah, either way, I never wanted to lose that. Mm-mm. And that's what I'm saying, without having framework, without understanding the Bible, without narratives in the family, nothing. Just whatever the fuck they talking about. They said, these people said they pray and God answers. They never say, you get a miracle and Jesus did some cool shit. Cool story. I guess that's the same thing, but that thing and me, I ain't trying to lose that. Nah, bro. They can take anything but that, man. They take my favorite keyboards, bro. They take all the fiat currency. I understand the game. They cannot take that from me. Or should I say, I'm not giving it up for them. Yep. That's what I'm saying. It's not about morality. It makes you moral, though, if you're honorable. I say if you pursue honor first, then the personality traits and quirks will even themselves out. Mm-hmm. I like that word better. It's tough. Nah, I'm not trying to be nothing special. I'm just trying to be honorable. AKA meaning most times out of most times, I did the right thing when the other option would have been so much easier. To me, that's honorable. Doing the right thing even though you don't have to. I don't have to do anything. But because I initiated that thing, that God awareness, if you will, whatever it really is to us today, I don't know. We got a shitty language model. I don't know enough languages, I guess. But still, at best, whatever that is, it is. That's what I've been saying. Like, what the fuck is that? Well, that's what it is. You sure? Am I fucking it up? Am I getting too far from it? Am I judging myself? How does this work for real? They don't give you the fucking manual for it either. Trust me. It ain't in that book like that because our frame of reference in captivity is totally, we're disoriented. So it's even more difficult. It's not like you're coming into your natural environment and you have references with you. It shouldn't be this fucking difficult for us. But, I mean, come on. Like, we didn't choose that. I was just born one day. And the stats and the difficulty is on us no matter fucking what. No matter fucking what my story is. No matter fuck what I can do when I pray. No matter fucking what. Whoever I am. We have some automatic difficulty settings just because I am this way. So it's like, alright. One thing at a fucking time, I guess. It took a long time to kind of sum it all up to what it is. It's like, oh shit. Those are gifts. It gives you a whole different playthrough either way. Because you can never perceive what it's like without having that. So, you know. I wish people understood. When we are people who talk about those things, we're being dead serious. Not all of us are dead serious about it, though. I mean, not all of us even act like we have it, so it's rare to begin with. We are rare to begin with. Not just as kids, but the ones who are activated. Nah. They wouldn't need church so much if they're activated. There's no church in that Bible either. So, till you get to the New Testament, but nah, the temple and the altar, it's an altar where you have sacrifices and incense. Like, where's that at? Oh, that's the witches stuff. Okay. If that's witches stuff, that's ours. It's in the Bible, ain't it? Now you doing Roman Catholic stuff. Where you get that from? They in the Bible, bitch? No. So you see, like, it's easy. Like, if you're debating history and black people, white people, America shit, that ain't what the problem is. It is. That's occupation. But outside of occupation, like our main story before they fucking interrupted us, that's what I be talking from. like it's like, yo, we've been trying to figure out occupiers and occupations and information. No. That ain't what our problem is. Our problems is that we're in occupation. Okay. The problem is that we are in occupation. That's the only problem. That's the only problem for me. See, I say that, and then I learn how to layer it to really explain what I mean, and then I'll layer it again, at least in 3 dimensions. You end up learning how to do that because you understand that everyone understands and hears things differently. Especially if you do content a long time and you chat with people and comment with, you know, people give you feedback or beef or problems or narcissism, you know, you get used to like, oh, I gotta frame this. Mm-hmm. That's a whole different type of awareness. That's a gift. I didn't know that. That's why they mistake smart. Mm-mm. I ain't smart. I be praying for my report card. Nah, it's a little bit different though. What I lack for in giving a fuck about academic memory, I make up for in mana. Like my magic stats are a little bit weird, but they're different. So if us, a bloodline of however the fuck they want to interpret it, in our fucking face, over here using our shit, like let me make sure I establish the floor of the audacity. The floor of the audacity is that all of this is my family's. And then you just stack on it. Like, okay, so if we are in captivity, Houston, we have a fucking problem on the whole fucking planet, my nigga. I don't want you to miss that story. The bloodline of the people in the Bible are in captivity today. In both dimensions, the real dimension and in the stagecraft dimension, the correspondence, they're in captivity. It's unironic though because so are we. So like, if everyone's pivoting on heaven and hell in the Bible and anything similar to it, then they don't understand what that means, right? They don't understand what that means for the whole world. If we're in captivity, what does that mean for the world? So, and I guess the world wouldn't understand what it means when we're free either. But I'm definitely in captivity, but I'm one of them in captivity. And that's what I'm saying is a bigger problem. Because I didn't see it as a kid. No one was talking about it. You know, everyone can't talk about that. Oh, that's not accepted by the church, or some black guy taking all your money, fucking nigga. I don't know who did it. But it's probably black people to each other, gaslight each other into this stupid paradigm. But with the fear of if the white man, and that's probably some fucking other stupid ass narcissist who's a fucking traitor anyway. So I understand how the narrative and the sociology happen to most people. No, that ain't the problem. That's fucked up. That's sociology. I mean, you should study the history of France. Them niggas always had problems like that, by the way. So I don't think it's gonna get no better. But for us though, just for us in captivity over here in Mama England, that's crazy. We're in captivity in the land of angels, man. That's crazy. You know how crazy that is. Like, and that's in real life too. You don't need a Bible for that story. Mama Inga is an angel, and this is her land. Mm-hmm. So we are in captivity in the land of angels at the very least. At the very least. Like, goddamn, can you imagine how close the angels are to the kingdom of heaven in general? Just the idea itself, law correspondence. So the land itself, like, could you fucking imagine if something associated with in spirit, just in the idea, in the construct itself, Mama Inga, Perusalem, Jerusalem, the Bible, Jesus, and everything you throw in between it, but the Empress of the Inca Indians. So now we're dealing with Indians that we know are Inca, and the Inca is definitely in Israel. It's on their damn map. If you go to the Lima, Peru Museum and you look up the Inca Empress chart, you read the top left. It's going to say Del Peru in Israel, and Israel is going to be spelt with a Y. And that's what I heard back in January and February. They told me the vowel orders of angels, and I went back and read that map again. I said, "Oh my God, that says Israel." Ding 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 ding. So Israel is in captivity in the land of angels. Okay. All right. Okay. And they playing in our face about Israel. Your funding, your taxes, and everything's associated with that. With that. That's the thing about how cold this reality is. That's a fact. That's a fact. If they're cosplaying and siphon filtering the money and pissing people off politically and APACing and buying people off, like what the fuck is all that about? They could have been the same type of motherfucker with their own name. I don't think their name really did it. Them niggas ain't reading this book because they don't know that Jesus was copper colored. So they can't use their eyes, I guess. You can't expect everyone to think the same if everyone can't see the same thing. I don't know what black is, but if you understand everything, like, nah, they put Israel in captivity in the land of angels. Wow. Wow. Like, think about how bold, think about how audacious, how narcissistic, and how crazy or stupid such a conceptual idea to execute is at the expense of the entire world's timeline, history, and nativity, and everything that matters historically to them. They sacrifice everyone's connection to the past in order to say, where Israelis, Jewish, Polish people who couldn't get Madagascar ended up in the new Palestine that they just got there too, by the way, but still kind of Arabic cousins, whatever that means today. And yeah, and that whole fucking book we talking about, we don't even read that book, but the book that we're referencing in our Talmud, which is recent because it's mentioning governments. But anyway, if you pay attention to all the words and shit, but you understand everything that's not in the Bible anyway, so you're not the copper color people. I swear to God, you're not. You're not fucking darker than the Palestinians. What are we talking about? Cut it out. Cling, 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 cling. But I am. So I am from the King of Jews. So like, nah, I'm a Jew for real. Like inheritance, birthright, and I'm in captivity, right? As an African American or a black person, yeah. Civil rights, minorities. Well, civil rights because I'm not in my appropriate persona or in my sovereignty. So I'm literally an indentured servant. My last name Smith is the same thing about that Israel map. That's not our vowel. Y is. So Sir John Smith is Smyth, which tells you he's a bloodline of angels. Again, I'm telling you, real life. Real life, they thought it wise to put a bloodline of angels into captivity in the homeland of Mama Inga. And then we can leave all the Native American Indian history things way over there in a different pile if you want it one day. I don't think I need it. I think it's like, oh, I'm the descendant of those people who always been in America either way. Either way. It doesn't matter if they're angels or not and whatever the fuck you believe about it. I don't know, it don't matter anyway. It's just who I am. I am whatever that is. So, oh shit, they put the captivity into the oldest bloodline of Americans in history. You know, the emperors and shit. So it's like, damn, they would have a recorded history since they're squatting in all their Coliseum buildings and all their capitals that would have been dedicated to my family specifically, in fact. So I was like, oh, they just squatting and shit. Oh, they got our whole fucking thing. Our whole empire is in captivity. Oh, they took over the entire empire. That's what they did. Oh, that's crazy. Ain't nobody pushed back. I'm talking about no one, like no one's raising their hands. Like, hey, by the way, guys, you won something, I guess, but that was our empire, by the way. Like, you should, y'all don't like. What treaty is this? Is it an infinite treaty? Like, y'all ain't never going back home. Like, we ain't never giving nothing, nothing. We just gotta kind of live in the gray area of nothingness in our homeland until you're done with it. Like, think about the story for real. That's such a fucking impossible situation to be born into. Like, I didn't choose these characters or this stage. I promise you I didn't. I promise you I didn't choose this character or this stage. I'm very specific when I play those games. So Israel is in captivity in North America, and Adolf Hitler knew that, and that's World War II again. And so many other people, the president of Egypt at that time, as soon as they got their shit back together over there as a nation, I guess, what the fuck is going on with the Romans. And yeah, so it's only 100-year phenomenon in this persuasion of captivity. It's like they passed the fucking baton of our captivity. You feel me? And that's kind of just been why my life has been that way. hmm Yeah, my life couldn't be easier. Like it couldn't. God couldn't have. I couldn't have. Every last fucking single thing I went through led me to this realization. That's all. Like that's the end of all of that shit. It's like damn, it put you right here. It endured. What they call that condition? It conditioned me for such a thing. You have to be mentally strong enough because if just regular fucked up hood life, stupid shit, relationship shit put you in some dark energies and fucked up moods and depressions. If you can't learn how to manage that yet, and then the next level of awareness is like not only is that happening and traumatizes everybody, it seems, because that's all they make content about these days. But on top of that, a lot of that's happening to me and the people I'm in proximity to because we're in captivity still. And then you kind of be like, at that level, it's more, you know, legalese, scholarly, debating level. And it's like, that takes a lot of time in reading and buying books. And I did, thank God. And then it's like, oh, that's cool, but What kind of fool thinks the person who stole the system to manipulate the system is going to let you use the system to get unmanipulated by it, since they're only there using that system to manipulate you to begin with? You're in captivity. So it's like, oh, no, it's not about the numbers and the hidden fees and the charge that they owe Federal Reserve. No, all of that exists here. How it is today within the last 100 years is because they have us in captivity here. That's it. We've been in captivity again in front of the world. And the world is like, cool, you know? The world's just like, bro, I don't know. So that's why down at the lower level, you have to have a certain amount of esteem and resolve and honor in yourself. Because think of all the reasons a person like us can crash out for. Just being a so-called black man in this particular generation, like I have plenty of crash out worthy agendas, if you will. But then on top of that, I have the fact that all of that's a distraction from the fact that no matter what's going down on that base level, there's a system in place or a hierarchy of hidden people with influence and currency that only benefit because it is if they're in a foreign land and the sovereigns and nationals of that land are second class citizens, because that's the dead giveaway. If we are those people, and I am, then how do I even end up as a indentured civil rights citizen in that system to begin with? Like, there's no story or narrative for that, not even in law. It's just missing because most people who do this research are not approaching it as royal children. You hear things about decoy families. Bitch, I'm not a decoy family. I'm the family. Hi, tag, I'm it. Now what do we do? Ain't I supposed to show up and help you? Since y'all been doing all this research and gathering and clicking up and doing things and selling books, like, hi, you love Noble Drew? Guess what? That's my grandfather. Do you know what that means since he's a prophet and a noble? Probably not, but yeah, keep reading that Bible. And you over there, Moors and Temples of Sciences, didn't they say not for you to do that? Why do you have a FBI federal motherfucking 501c3 if Noble was beefing with that nigga? The one that's a tranny, that's a Shriner, and you guys buying the same fezzes from the Shriner place. Y'all niggas is bugging. So it's like, oh, that's a club thing. That's more of like high school chess club people. Nah, I want the people who want to take the fact serious that if there's a City Muhammad and a George Washington at the same time, and City Muhammad is the imperial majestic, then of the land, it could only belong to the crown or royal. Cool story, bitch. It's implied in the fact that they need treaties with someone else if this is theirs anyway. Why would they need permission from someone else if they took it over and strong armed it anyway, right? Why would it be treaties for them to be here, just for them to betray everybody, and then still keep the treaties in the Constitution itself, in which is homage to the treaties for them to be here? I'm telling you, there's someone else. There's a stranger in our house within the last 100 years. But it don't even matter. Even if we had the new coming German Polish people show up at the end of the 1880s during Reconstruction, their idea, even if that didn't happen, we still have the first people from 1775 in the Barbary Wars who did the same thing that set that up for them. Meaning, in each of those stages of the last 250 years, it means my family's in captivity. The United States, no, I'm in captivity. White people, I'm in captivity. Africans, I'm in captivity. I'm in captivity. I'm in captivity. Hey guys, I'm in captivity. Hey, I'm in captivity. Bunch of cap activities. I'm in captivity. Yeah, man, bro, that's crazy. Which Bible do you think I should get? Yo, bro, I try to save everybody's life before the goddamn pandemic. One of the first niggas in human history. Man, I took an elderberry the other day. Motherfuckers try to deplatform my channel and just trolled and trolled and trolled as if I would give a fuck. And just made shit really weird and awkward. Beyond liking or disliking a video they never had to fucking watch to begin with. I had to interface whatever the fuck that energy is. And those people, you know some of them, you were there. Imagine that. On top of everything else I had to deal with, I created a new little fucking side quest of dealing with the bullshit of so-called strangers on the internet. Can you fucking imagine the first time in a generational thing? There's nothing about the Bible in that, because that's a new dimension for us. But even in that dimension, you have a bunch of Sadducees and Pharisees, tough, and like they don't even know what the fuck they be talking about. But they found me. I didn't find them. I'm going through the desert. Why your ass here if you don't want to swim soon? Like, I'd say I love the beach. That means I know how to swim. I'm getting out the desert so I can swim soon. Age of Aquarius shit. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Real life, bro. Quantumly impossible. Everything that I'm doing as a captive royal doesn't make sense in nothing that I've learned or was threatened to get my ass beat if I didn't perform at the highest level of it. This is the deal breaker for me. It wasn't that I was just in America and went to schools. No, my own father enforced brutally, almost as a legacy of his grandfather and grandfather agenda within the last 150 years to make sure that we focus more on those things and performing and fitting in with the program than we are into our divinity or spirituality is what I'm saying. Like, my father may not know why they're so brutal because it's definitely not slavery because I have all their marriage records. I think it's probably a brutalist approach to rearing these kids on your Bonneville because you have a new foreign daddy or something. And that foreign daddy gets into the bloodline and overbears your grandmother, inherits the land, and this new hybrid kid is a fucking beast. And then they have a great migration pattern conveniently in time, send them to the northeast again. Remember, that's New Jerusalem, so that means we're sent down south because of that battle back then, if you remember anything in 1775. So then, you know that we were on the move, and now we're on the move again because of these niggas, whoever they is. And then boom, we were integrated into a total new society of people who wasn't just with us because we were just up north about 100 years ago, and you wasn't there with us. That's how I know personally the shit cap. My parents on the English speaking side started Virginia, New Jerusalem, New Jersey, all the way up to the top to Boston, Massachusetts, and further than that. Like, that's them. That's John Smith in real life, right? That's my grandfather in real life. So we started in the north, just that bloodline that speaks English, and then they ended up down in Tuscarora or Maratha Kingdom. If since they're royals, you look at that map, but that puts you approximately in the middle of North Carolina, South Carolina, around where the Biltmore estate is and where the Tryon Road trade route of Indians is. So it's like their own little Oregon Trail or Silk Road. So like right there when I was living in Charlotte, same story. So boom, 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 and all my family are now in this new black don't talk back system after this central bank and federal government appeared on the land from different cultures of people who was like, whoa, who the fuck are you? And which one of you have royals or nobles who could sign treaties to even fucking be here to begin with? No, you're just going to inherit the constitution of the people who were bankrupt when they wrote to my grandfather to begin with, and two, three, four of their presidents later to get to Thomas Jefferson, and his broke ass ain't got no money, so he's just reneged on everything. That does not mean he inherits anything, especially not me, the land, or the people, right? Because that was not the pretense of the Constitution we're talking about, was it? That we have indefinite control over people. Because what's the freedom of speech and the guns for then? 1 and 2. Check Mike 1, 2. So you know it ain't them. Thus, hijack and hypothecation, and the degradation of understanding where it started because of genetic retardation. Here we are. Woo, howdy ho. Imagine how impossible that is. That's our stats. Like, that's the world we're in. Like, think about how fucked up, cruel, and unusual that is. And we don't know the fucking reason for it. Like, from person to person, narrative to narrative. Like, they be talking about politics, red versus blue, and money the most. They're not even talking about how the fuck they got here with us and who we was, and doesn't matter. Not really, not right now, rent tomorrow. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, even the reason why it happened is forgotten by the current people generations later. So we're just kind of in the limbo of some weird fucking reset type shit that I ended up in captivity with plenty of other, I don't know, what's it, goddamn 13 tribes of us. And then we're uncivilized, I guess, because we're not Christians. Okay, tough. Too bad the Bible doesn't belong to Christians. King James is a Judean, since the Jews ruled Europe right there in medieval and dark ages. I know that's right. So those called Moors usually. I know that's right. So we know they came over here with their bullshit later again. Yes, sir. Everybody don't leave at once. I said my grandfather moved, not his whole fucking countrymen, nigga. So you understand everything all at once. Like, think of how fucking impossible that is. On my dad's side of the family, he let them niggas live and keep everything behind there, whatever the trade routes was and is. Some fell apart in the international scheme of things, obviously. Even environment wise and famines, the potato famine, like that's all at the same time with this deterioration too. Mind you, this is their global network. This isn't just, you know what I'm saying? They're not just learning how to go to the moon at this time. They're already back and forth on the royal trade level, you know, where the ships belong to. So the ship people, the advanced technology side of people, they were doing the most. These people who tell history now were none of those people. So they can't talk for them or put themselves in that position, you know? Especially if they're the ones that are stealing it from them, right? Like the jack boy that busts into the house and steals the dope and money ain't gonna tell you like how much the house costs and like how long the grandmother was together with the grandfather and what the pension was. No, he gonna be like, the address is here, the house is there, I went inside, I took the money, and that's it. Yeah, that's how most history is. It's like they take a peek in, like, no, bitch, I'm in the history itself. I'm in the history that they stole. I'm in the history that they teach. I'm the reason why they're lying to people. To this day, I'm the reason why everything's weird, is what I'm saying. Yeah, root level of our whole entire problem is simply me. I'm probably the only one in that bloodline that doesn't want to sell out. I'm holding their line up. The only way we can talk about it in King James English is kind of like this idea. The rest of the people in my bloodline that is aware, because if they have my gift, I know they are. It doesn't matter what the facts are. They just have an awareness of God, if that's who we are. But there's others in the bloodline, if they're out there right now in real time, I know if they have clear awareness and they progress through this society and had any modicum of success and they're comfortable being there and they open up their mouth, they even raised the questions, they even got our titles of nobility or the eyes and wise back. Like no one is even getting started in that, considering there's 13 tribes, 3 kingdoms all mixed together here since 1611. You would think that the interchange of at least somebody's aunt, uncle, cousin that wasn't targeted, who was just on a vacation that day, that they would come around and teach their kids like, yo, something fucking weird fucking happened. We're in captivity again. You know, we're carrying around the book about it. So like we would have a precautionary tale just because we just got out of that. And then we got out of that after we got out of that. And mind you, we was in that before we could write books. So like you would think there would be a better mechanism to pass shit down through the future, even if it's 2 or 3 generations, if it happened since 1775 anyway, right? Nah, so you understand that's an impossible variable, especially in a world full of snitches and Karens, all flavors and colors. So that's never happened yet. Everyone believes the mainstream thing, and the people who believe it the most, who did mainstream the most, like college, HBCU, some type of esteemed society, the same thing as a secret society, the same as a subcult, and then they get into politics and investments or on the underworld, drug trade, and the actual real estate part of those pipelines, and they have land somehow, but everybody was a slave the other day, and the white man mad that he can't afford plows, but not in my fucking family, right? Like, yeah, somehow that happened, and it's because they have already sold their soul. Mm-hmm. I, I I can only imagine it as a euphemism, as a if imagine if you could do such a thing, whatever that corresponds to, like when you sell your soul and you just give up on, I'm assuming that thing, yeah, or God, or pursuing that eye of the needle. You're just going the up. You sold your soul because you took the path of least resistance in exchange for benefits. Not because you were tired, not because you were weary, but because you would be immediately gratified going the other way. Although you know inevitably your captivity won't change. You're just a captive with benefits. So it's like, you know, they took you as a prisoner of war and they're going to use you later for something. So when they put you on the ship, instead of you being in the bottom, you're like, hey, let me talk to you about all of our shit and let me sit on top of the boat at least. Like them people who just sit on top of the boat on some Titanic shit. Like they're still captive. They're still on their boat. They're still about to be subservient to them. But at least under them lapdogs, Biscuitville type shit, them niggas like, but you gotta think about it, they're not gonna look like what you think they do. Look out for people who look like me, that close to the hierarchy of the societies of pyramids. They'll be tall. They'll be tall. And the women will be copper colored with the long two braids type of people. We're talking about that. We're not talking about African Americans or black people. That's a smokescreen. Either way. So of course all the tall people, NFL and NBA. So if you were to hypothecate, like, well, if I had a guess where the highest concentration of Afro-Asiatics above 6'3" would be, would you focus on sports leagues that are invested in by these same institutes of banking, corporatocracy, and apparently the FBI, federal government, Donald Trump, and all kind of people, right? Like in Las Vegas, on top of that, Indian reservations, Native Americans, all types of nuclear sites, but there's no nuclear fallout here. That's really weird, but they say it's a desert. Okay. And so you just go through that part right there. Land named after Moorish Latin, but we'll get to there later, Vega Saturn. So I don't know Sabbateans. I understand next to Moab Yudah, right there again, there's Jews and Sabbateans right here in the names of the places, but these motherfuckers are neither. I wonder how that happened. So in betwixt all of these madnesses and what they call it, conspiracies and coincidences, bro. No, I don't know nobody alive right now that can connect that many fucking coincidences that can be verified. Nah, this ain't that, boy. This ain't that. We are, we have been cooked already, I guess. We were just well done by the time we got here. We've been cooked. And that's what I'm saying. Think of how impossible that is. The who gives a fuck moment, in my family at least, and all other tribe leaders and chiefs and things who took a deal on their land masses, by the way, somebody fucking gave up or sold out across the whole fucking thing. If they're not trying to enforce treaty now with all their college and lawyer educations, I think they want to be Greeks in fucking Egypt. So anyway, I think y'all don't understand how scarily and eerily fucked up and unfair it is, especially because it's not the type of slavery and romanticism of Jewish fantasy of beating people and them listening to you and being that fucking stupid and never fucking trying to kill you or turn on you eventually. Like, and that weird, brood Hollywood version of the story written by foreigners who weren't here ever in human history to even know what slaves or slave masters were in a time period where they ass don't have a state yet. So do all the science about where they get their boats from, Bruce. They wouldn't have it. So you go to all these schools and study all these shit, read all those books, and it just comes to that one line right there. Why the fuck do I care about all these goddamn books and narratives if none of these faggots was ever here in human history? Why the fuck do I need to go to them to learn anything about history here? Like, they haven't been over there long enough yet. They can't tell me the history of World War II. And what's up with all those little child abuse parlors that they entertained and all the dumb shit that they're doing now? They did there 100 years ago. Like, are we going to do like a documentary or a Vice Flicks on like how fucking convenient is that? But more importantly, what the fuck is that about? Fuck denying it and hiding it. No, I want to know why the fuck you do that anyway. Like, where they do that at? Like, who are you niggas? Why is that what you want to do? Why you want to hide it? And can you just do that fucking both of that shit and not have to hide it if you live somewhere by yourself with your own rules? Like, where the fuck did you come from originally? See what I'm saying? Like, we can't bypass none of that and make sense of anything else because this is the root problem of that shit. Where the fuck they get that energy and attitude and template from anyway to do any of that? Could you imagine if it's the other way around, that like they were actually trying to be righteous and do the right thing and love God and then had control of over all these mechanisms and pushed it that way? Could you fucking imagine if they followed the fucking formula literally instead of always turning everything backwards and upside down? That's how I know this language ain't theirs. They read everything backwards. They see everything backwards. Good is bad, bad is good, left is right, right is left. Like, you know what I'm talking about? Like, they don't, it's like, it's not even low. It's not like they're good at subverting it. Like, bro, They ask you, what do you think of a girl that's 16 years old or 17 years old out there in Oklahoma, blah, blah, blah. That's a grown woman, my nigga. Even if you felt at the bottom of your heart and you had a strong mother and a strong sister, on the platform you on in front of all these people and their children, why did you emphasize that you felt a 17-year-old is a woman? What the fuck's that got to do with the conversation about the girl herself and the abuse? Why would you just throw that Pokemon card out there, like emphasizing, like, no, she's not a girl, she's a woman? It's a story about abuse, bro. You didn't highlight that the abuse was wrong. You highlighted that she's old enough. So, like, you understand what I'm saying? Like, how the fuck a nigga get there in their head? Before we take an IQ test and how many good grades they got, no, I want to know why them niggas always get there in their head. Like, it's, I know it's socially unacceptable to everyone else that I don't belong around, but because I want to be in their fucking face and mind their fucking business, I gotta hide the fact that I'm into some freaky, weird reprobate shit that's a contradiction to the book that I don't fucking follow anyway. So it's not really about me being ashamed that I'm not living up to the standard. It's that it's not my fucking standard, apparently. I just don't want you to figure out that I'm only using that book to hide you from my real identity. I know that's right, right? That's the root issue of everything, not how much money a nigga got. The problem is the niggas with the most money, with all the most motion to tell you what you can be mandated and put in your fucking ass, are people who are hiding behind a mask through their whole fucking society here. And they don't belong here to begin with. And they don't have enough time to be here. I mean, World War II was when? We're not dealing with anyone else. We're dealing with these niggas. Using my name in vain is what I'm saying. You understand what I'm saying? I'm a descendant of Jacob, Israel, Quetzalcoatl, that story. Here, American Indians. They're nowhere near close any of those degrees in none of their genes. So they came over here pretending to be me is what I'm saying to you. And everyone's just carrying on, like, and the society that is being modified by them, they're the mRNA of the Constitutional Republic, if you didn't learn anything about your history. So it's like then you arguing with people, man on high castle, and if the Germans really won, it's like, bitch, nigga, please. You still calling these niggas Israel. Like, everyone's root issue is wrong. Whatever happened between whoever it happened, happened. Whoever won and lied and false flagged and sent all they bastard kids here did. But that has nothing to do with God, Bible, Jesus, Christianity, or Israel, since that is here, here, here in my family. So, whatever they did, whoever they fucking are, sorry, take your bitch ass home. And by the way, you deciding who gets to come and go, when is your bitch ass going on? Because I know you haven't renewed our treaty. No ties, no marks of attention, no follow-up from George Washington about if he got those copper, gold, and silver mines popping like he promised and wrote it and signed it as the sovereign of your corporation. That's in constant succession until now, according to the laws and rules and treaties, that meaning that treaty with my grandfather must be still active with me. Since I'm a direct heir of the imperial majestic families. They're imperial majestic because they're descendants of Andrew or Jesus. Colonymus, Habergaston, that's the bloodline of Jesus. That's what Carlos V's white post-Jewish control of media's hidden symbols of Hebrew names means. My grandfather has that name. They assigned it to him. That's Carlos V. Otto, Charles V. Yup. He's a black Moorish dude. If you look at the Inca emperor that says Israel, and then Carlos V is on the Israel perusal, and then Mr. Israel gets a song, the staff of Solomon from Mama Inga, an angel that belongs to Solomon, Aaron, and Moses. Yeah, that's him. So that means he's the emperor of Israel. Jerusalem, Mount Zion, Montezuma. Exactly at the same time he lived. Now, you understand that's a book about Jews and Egyptians. Yeah, and that's where you are. You're in ancient Egypt. We're the ancient ones. Compared to the new timeline in New Testament of whoever the fuck they think they are, which isn't real. So there is no New Testament, nigga. We still here, and I'm still those people. That is the problem. All the gory details never add up to anything. That's why they've been talking about that shit for 40 plus years, or since my grandfather Noble Drew Ali. They still ain't figured it out. Like, goddamn, niggas. You trying to figure out a conspiracy or something, or proof? No, nigga. Morocco, America, land full of Moors. We're the Moors. However you want to tell that story. The end. I'm in America, named after Moors, and I'm a Moor. The end. We can save everyone's grandmothers, religions, and flavors and preferences. Let's just do it with pedigree. America, land, inheritance. In the name itself, in King James English, my grandfather, America. Pyramids, land full of pyramids. Who built the pyramids? Out of Egypt? In Egypt, must have been the Moors. So if the ancient Egypt with the ancient MR Moor mound pyramid builders all around this bitch in America named after that shit, pyramids, since it's on the back of your dollar bill and shit, a pyramid, you understand on Solomon and why Jesus' Last Supper is under a pyramid, because niggas, this is ancient Egypt over here. To them, bitch, we ain't go nowhere. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's their perspective of timelines and things. That doesn't fucking matter either way. What the treaty say, bitch? What the treaty say, bitch? On City Muhammad, what the fuck did we say? So some niggas betrayed us then, and they handed over to the white people for management, HOA shit, and then the white people handed over to their Israeli cousins, apparently. And here we are today. Like, that's the real timeline of events. Apparently, treaties. You can follow the treaties. Spare me the gory details about the sins of Israel not being shit, getting bitches, human trafficking, and slavery, whatever the fuck that is. But everybody in our family go back through generations, got 10, 20 kids, so maybe they starting a fucking colony, literally. So I don't know. But even if you paint all the bad shit that they said they did on us by pallet swapping, it doesn't fucking matter. Why is anyone else here to evaluate it? We didn't fucking ask them to come here. That is not in none of their stories or narratives. Think about how impossibly unfair that is. They have treaties. It wasn't a hostile invasion they took over just because blah, 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 blah. That's how it is for non-Christianized lands and blah, 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 blah. But they established treaties with an emperor here, separate from the Catholic Church. So I guess they divided, when my grandfathers came here. So they said, fuck it, y'all keep that shit, we'll go back to grandma's day. And that's why they didn't know where they went. They thought that they were juicing that world with just Europe that doesn't grow shit. Africa, they ain't got no roads yet. And then Silk Road, Salmanessar, and the Tartarians and the Jews escaped. Where the fuck did they go? Maybe we'll check back in East Africa that's buried up to fucking Sphinx just about 120 fucking years ago. Where are these niggas? It's not a matter of where the fuck are we. The fucking question is, why the fuck were they looking for us? Why was they on our dick that hard? Pause. It's not like we disappeared and returned to like a new land and recreated it. No, we've been doing both the whole fucking time. We started here, the whole thing is ours, and then this is after the flood and turning the lights back on, like 800 years ago. We over here, got shit jumping again, obviously, and then we sent our Moors, Hebrews, across to the old territories and see who fucking lived, because don't forget, a long time ago, we built fucking castles there, so let's check in. Blah, 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 blah. They want to follow history, God, and religion, but they don't remember enough of any of that. But they want to tell a story like that because that's what their church was, a military. Fuck them faggots. On top of that, we're talking about no fucking missionaries. We're talking about royal, imperial majestics. They're not in their fucking story. But I'm their kid. So, across the top, over there, like, fuck it, something's going weird with the wild men over there. Bad chimera experiment. Bring your ass over here. They dying of fucking AIDS. Black plagues and shit. Do you remember, bitch? That's them fucking up the fucking vibes. That's how we survived and got back again here. Whew, mama. Them motherfuckers over there and them women are terrible at that time period. So thus, it happened again in the 1700s. And it seemed like it happened again when we were born. So it's like you can imagine the degrees are different, but not really. We're the same people. So, yeah, man. We keep running into these fucking patterns. Oh, here was someone else. They're gonna mix in, rape in, all right. You're gonna end up dominating them. And then you go, all right, here goes someone else. Are we gonna do this shit again with these people? Fucking traitors in your own damn blood. I get it. But do it again, do it again, do it again. We must be Persians by now. You understand? So we've been mixed in so fucking much by all kind of foreign people who were somehow foreign enough not to be related to the royals, at least. And then boom, 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 just to still land in things, but not really following the genes. See, these are surface level niggas. These are tunnel diggers. These are underground railroad people. No, we was already flying and shit. So I'm talking about in our mind, especially law correspondence in this bitch. We're looking at it top down. We're not looking at it as a little soldier looking at the king or princess in the tower wishing he can get her. No, I pull up, I say, yo, bitch, come downstairs and she'll be down here in a minute. Like it's a different story. It's a different fucking story. If that dragon protecting her, it's my fucking dragon. I'll tell that fucking dragon to move. It's a different story. Like, if they're like, oh, there's a rumor of some guy who meditated a lot and they can fly around on magic carpets. Nah, nigga, that's my grandfather they're talking about. Any 1,000 of them. Like, you understand? We're not writing like, oh my God, and we got our liberty, and we finally got free from tyranny, blah, blah, blah. I was like, nah. So are we gonna start listening to God and doing what the fuck we supposed to do? Or y'all on bullshit with them ugly ass bitches again and set our progress back and then have us getting fucking hit up in the head because y'all niggas wanna be gay on the low? You wanna do that whole fucking story again, nigga? We been doing this shit since Genesis, nigga. That's our thing, right? Hanging around everyone's bitches. So you understand everything? So imagine if you're around men, chiefs, Indians, Jews, Israel. The oldest army mentioned with technology from gods that can destroy giants. Imagine if they had kids and that's who we are for real. And this is our mountain. These people, this world, these societies, this is our mountain. On Mount Zion, on Mount Musa, on Genghis Khan, on King Jesus, on King John. Like, this is what our problem is. Our feelings. The fuck is going on out here, bro? What happened to us? Fuck everybody else. Why we act like we don't know how to pray for shit? And how come no one ever prayed for this shit to end? Imagine that shit. They even got them scared to pray for their freedom out of captivity from them. Like, they're scared to do the impossible, invisible thing that's not real or whatever anyway. They won't even form the idea to pray like, yeah, free me from captivity. Forgive my trespassers and forgive those who trespass against me. But I'm declaring my birthright sovereignty. They haven't prayed that yet. Fuck the paperwork and PDF you can get from Brother Polite. Have you even prayed and said that to your mind yet? Did it click yet? If you're a bloodline of magicians, abracadabra. You know what I'm saying? They're waiting for God and Jesus to come back and do something extra. They just told you last time they was here. What do you gotta do? Do you believe your daughter can be healed wirelessly? Then go and sin no more. Stop thinking that you can't do these things. Now today, 400, 800 years after that story, do you believe you could be freed from captivity before you die and see if you go to heaven? That's your first fucking problem. You're in captivity. Do you believe you could be freed from captivity? Do you believe you're worthy enough to be free? Do you believe that you can figure it out? Do you believe that you create a better outcome for yourself if you were not in captivity? Do you believe you could be freed from captivity? This is the only thing holding niggas up. And they tell you every fucking February the same shit. I would have freed more slaves if they known they were slaves. I was a spy for the CIA. If they knew. No, gnosis. My people perish for lack of gnosis. Gnosis. You just gotta know, sis. Who is your granddaddy? And if he ain't one of ours, why the fuck is your ass here? And how come you haven't found your granddaddy? That's all niggas gotta do. And I'm telling you, there's so many people like me. There's so many different views, especially if they're over here near me. Have you prayed, Israel, to be freed from captivity yet? How y'all skipping steps? Y'all want to go to the kingdom of heaven? You're captive in your fucking kingdom now. When the fuck do you want that? Do you believe that you can tell a mountain to move and jump in the ocean if you had a mustard seed of belief that you could be freed from captivity, since it's all supernatural anyway? In a land full of magicians on Zoroaster and Aaron. Is it not written? You're waiting for a white guy to come out the clouds to do the magic trick? Or that same white guy in the clouds in the same book you think he's in tells you it's up to you? So mote it be. Now you understand why everything else is mind control, stupid, on your land, against you. MK Ultra and Governmente is especially for you. Everybody else is here for benefits. You're the one that needs to be distracted. On King James' grandson, me. I prayed and exchanged report cards. I ain't stopped praying about their shit. If two or more come together, if three or more come together, Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego, and a fourth. Oh my God. You don't need too much. But you tell me that there hasn't been enough people ever in the recent century that has prayed for freedom from captivity with this Bible, proximity, in their sleep and aura and everything, telling you how to get out of captivity right fucking here. Think about how impossibly and crazy cruel that is. That if you are these people's kids, your answer is here according to your ancestors. And it is. That's the illest shit about it. They must have missed it because they weren't here and it wasn't them and it ain't theirs. So you can miss things. Why are we missing it? Because we never read it again. Grandma read it. Someone else read it. Someone else read it. Can someone else read the shit? Do you pass the test? So if your grandma read it, why didn't you, nigga? Why don't you want to understand why your grandmother was reading? Oh, you made a decision about an argument and debate that you had, and one time you visited one of these brand new churches and it wasn't like your grandmother's church, and you don't understand your grandma's church because you were 6 years old. You don't understand your fucking self yet. But did you read the book in the meantime? No. A land full of Jews. Can you fucking imagine? Can you imagine in the land of New Jerusalem, there's a land full of Jews? Judges, Judah, Judeans, Afro-Asiatics. Can you imagine that there's a lot of black people here in America that are in the land of where the black people of the Bible would have been because they named it after all of their shit? And it's just weird that my grandfather's at least one of them, so I think the other 12 was here too, so I'm just trying to help everyone solve for their Rubik's Cube. You heard a story similar to this before, whether you're Hebrew or Israelite or something similar, like somehow your ass got here, but you're not really anything but a Hebrew Israelite, aka you're one of the 13 tribes of angels. Like, you heard something similar to that? You didn't hear the angels part because, yeah, it's kind of convenient, but you speak an angel language, so you didn't do enough research yet, but you love Lord of the Rings and shit. Understand, like the elves or something. Wake your dumb ass up. So, nah, it's like Weiss and Beerus in one. Like, that's what that is. Israel is everything else Saiyans. Don't miss it. So, but they love anime though. Have they prayed? Have they prayed for it yet though? Over under on if they prayed for that, or are they praying for comfort in their captivity to have more of what keeps them in captivity? Because the more that you draw and manifest out the system, the broker it gets. Have you noticed that everyone has perfected the language of manifestation? There's always been money, things, and success, and attention, and views and stuff. And the more louder that was the only narrative, that the avenues in which you can pursue it are all cooked. And an imagination on top of that, like a place that are using mind spells through paperwork, aka narrative. Like, you can change the narrative and channel to anything, and that's why your Israeli publications and media is freaking out, because they're not going to waste all of their money creating this propaganda that no one's looking at anyway, and then the fact that no one's looking at it, that no one's getting the updates anyway, and now motherfuckers are dying on mRNA, so everyone's getting cut, tug of war part 2. So I get the social, power hierarchy issue there, but I'm telling you, there's no one behind them. It's the people that you look at the most on cameras. Like, those are the people behind this. Those are the ones who are alive now. There's not like a secret order of other older, weirder looking pale people. And I told you they'd be in rooms with people who look like me. They would have to. We're the emperors. You don't control that type of magic or that power or technology without us. On God, like, they don't know enough about Tartars, so I understand everything Red Mercury. So they don't have that. They can't clone it either. So it still has to be one of us in their dancer. And I bet you it's mostly women. That's why they're surrounded by eunuchs. Eunuchs is proof that there's a woman in charge. Did you know that? Eunuchs and Mameluke armies. The other white dynasty and shit. That shit ran by women. Persennial, woman. Isabella, woman. That's after we came here. So whatever stayed behind on some weird shit, that's when the women took over. Over there. And then they took over women, man boys, and brought them over here. And there's a lot of these sisters that love hanging out with these gay dudes. I'm trying to tell you where you got that shit from. From your fucking father, the devil. That is not our culture. I'm not from Africa with you, and you're not either, by the way. But we was over here the whole time. We don't do the Sodom and Gomorrah thing. So there'd be no reason why our sisters would be that fucking comfortable with a man that's a descendant of warriors and khans that killed giants and that are sons of God, that's acting like a little bitch ass nigga anyway. That wouldn't be my sisters okay with that. It doesn't matter about anyone else. I'm just saying, where the fuck are my sisters at? I know they didn't read this Bible because that's in Genesis. So, and then they got the bloodline of angels on top of that, the ones who did it in Genesis. It's not human judgment; it's the angel judgment. It's repulsive to them. It's quite literal. It's an abomination. Like, that's a degree difference. I'm not saying that none of us don't do it. I'm just saying, like, the people that are helping the people are surrounded by Mamelukes and eunuchs are okay with that. They're Sarahs, the ones who turned around. These bitches are going to be pillars of salt, is what I'm saying. That's where the power comes from. On this land, the woman lights it up. They put pillars of penises everywhere, but it's really a woman behind the invasion. Real life. It'll be an Afro-Asiatic woman, Mulan type shit. Not an African. They have paintings of Africans. That's not where the power comes from. That might be control and castles and trade routes and kingdoms. I ain't talking about that. We're at empire level, where all the kingdoms under us are ours. It's a bloodline difference. It's not business. It's not a level up thing. Because those empires go to somewhere else. Everyone don't go. Hence, that's in the Bible too. They don't read it. So what I'm saying is, Sidi Muhammad's kids are still here, and there's a bunch of Mamelukes in your White House. The Congress is like Sodom and Gomorrah. You got Michael Obama cosplaying as a woman. Look it up. Did he carry the babies, or did he admit to having surrogates? IVF. Through surrogates. Then you got Barbara Bush. Then you got Macron's homie. Those are all eunuchs. Boys who present as females. It's not about homosexuality. It's about why is there eunuchs surrounding the empire. That language is a code switch. We're not talking about America and United States shit no more. One more time, you're an empire. Use an empire language, English. That's how you know you're an empire, because why the fuck would you be speaking our language if you're not in our empire? Okay then, so King James English, my grandfather's English. My grandfather's like me, that be fucking people up. Nah, King James, Iberia, Moors, Khans, Judeans, since the kings are Jews. By default, we all come out of Egypt. Septuaginta, that's Greek, by the way. This is Greek. This is the Greek story of how the Greeks got out of Egypt. So the Greco-Roman civilization designs, like all of our Capitol buildings, Philadelphia, every capital in this fucking territory of Jews looks Greco-Roman, correct? And Septuaginta is Greek. And this book took place in America, where everything looks like it was Greece, correct? Because it is. Hebrew is Greek. And Arabic too. Hebrew is Greek. The Greeks are the travelers, the Hebrews, the Moors. Hence, on Africa, there's a Northwest Africa, Mauritania, where Marata also is. The Moors are always in the northwest axis, but depends on what their compass is. Don't sleep on anything. So all I'm saying is, Hebrew is Greek. That's why the Septuaginta is Greek. Hebrew is Greek. That's why the Septuaginta is Greek. The Hebrews are the Greeks. It's their fucking language. This book is proof. This is an English translation of the Septuaginta from Greece. Hebrew is Greek. A book all around the world because there's Hebrews going all around the world, prodigal sons, spreading their father's empire, not kingdom. That is the Greco-Roman Empire, Amorta, the Holy Roman Empire. Yeah, holy denotes bloodline of angels. The Greeks, Hercules, Mercury. Yeah, boy. It ain't a different society of white people copying us back then if they wasn't with us now in 1828. The fuck y'all got going on in your head? Those aren't different timelines, nigga. That's everybody saying the same shit about us. That's how old this Bible is. The fuck? Meanwhile, in Europa, in America, we're here now, and it's the same fucking story. Because we're the same fucking people. We don't have a different fucking story. But you notice how everyone else does? That's the fucking problem. Our story hasn't changed. It's everyone else changing our story. But the problem is they ain't got no fucking story that they hold now. They're kids. So that's called narrative. That's why I love the TV show Westworld. That was the driving force of the whole show. Is that these AI bots that Bezos and them want to make with Elon or whatever, they only operate within the simulation of the great Western world that was hypothecated and completely fucking made up without a narrative. When they started to have self-actualization, I guess the robots or NPCs went through a spiritual awakening and they noticed like, oh shit, we're pre-programmed with this narrative. Kind of like when you wake up in a dream, you don't start anywhere, you're just in the middle of some shit already happening once your consciousness steps in. Well, it's the same thing here in these vessels. One day your consciousness will really step in and you'll be like, damn, I don't know nothing about the day before I got here, and I ain't gonna know nothing about the day after either. What's my narrative? Who are my parents? Where am I? What does society say? What is my esteem? What is my value? Let me fit into a cog in the same fucking machine that has you in captivity, though, on a matrix. The only difference that people have done subconsciously here, they love that fucking movie, not realizing you're still connected to the pod still. The only difference is you get to pick like a mid-rise or a luxury high-rise pod, but everyone is doing all those adjustments to climb the ladder of the pod still. They ain't trying to go back to Zion. Are you serious? That would take work and effort if you're a human. That's why they should mind their fucking business. I'm talking about my bloodline. Don't you know what all we gotta do is pray for shit. They'd be ashamed if we knew what to pray for. Common sense. All you gotta do is go forth and sin no more. Correct your thoughts. Pray for the results that is stopping us from getting out of captivity. And then once you get out of captivity, and you watch the movie change, then you go, oh, God is real. Like, yeah, damn right. Is it real? Isis, genetics, Ra, the sun god, El, they're kids, angels. The book is about Isis and Ra's kids, right? Or Isis and Osiris, or whoever the fuck you want to call them, depending on what language it is. Hebrew, Greek, Roman, Moor, Amora, Phoenician. That's why pedigree works better. Pedigree means no matter what their religion, region, sex, mix, all that, their grassroots DNA is Afro-Asiatic. by default. Judah, Abraham, Afro-Asiatics. So you ain't got to figure out like everything. It's like, are you Afro-Asiatic or not? Grandma, granddad, quite a few of them, a lot of them. Do you feel like what? What's going on? What do you look like? What features you got? Huh? What's your favorite ramen, nigga? Wake up. You're like, oh shit, I love Dragon Ball Z. All right, start there. What's your last name again? Why are you over here speaking English? You know, nobody look like you in Africa. Shut the fuck up talking to me. You're probably Afro-Asiatic. Cool story. So how come you haven't prayed for the freedom of your Jews in Israel, since you niggas are literally the definition of it, especially if you live in America? That's what we're waiting for. It requires them to turn to God, not anybody else. Ain't that the craziest thing about that story? For these motherfuckers who want to go to heaven, but they haven't read this book? That we're only in captivity because of Freddy Krueger, our belief. And you know about manifestation, and you know about Neville Goddard, and you know when two or more come together, but even in their mind, they haven't even prayed for freedom yet. So things are getting worse because it ain't bad enough. Like, this shit admits to me, boy, but they love the Freddy Krueger daddy so much that freedom actually terrifies them. That's why they always do the scary thing. Oh, martial law and the guns. Everyone be safe. Just let's all work together. Shut the fuck up, bitch, and pray for your freedom. Or it's just going to happen again. Or it's just going to happen again. Or it's just going to happen again. I mean, oh, shit. If we live through this, you want to add 144 more fucking books to this about how we almost figured the fuck out again? Or do you want to fucking finally throw this book out? Because our ancestors beat this game already. It's so simple. Change your mind. Honor your mother and father. Who the fuck are they? Mines are from Israel and Jerusalem. I am in captivity in that region. I have all the treaties, all the laws, all the signatures, all the names, everything, and all the gifts that correspond to that on top of that. I must be in captivity. So my assumption is if the bloodline royals are in captivity and you're around us, you're probably in captivity too. So what are we supposed to do if we read this book and we find all of ourselves? So it's not like I'm outside here, like living in the wall on Attack on Titan, living my best fucking life as John Smith's direct son, the king of America, if you will. And then then you guys are all fucked up and it's like the NBA's below me and I'm in these secret societies and I'm a nice car. Like, oh man, his life is so magical and weird in the music industry and stuff. And like that dude who's the direct descendant of the people who give us the Bible in English and all these gory stories about white people, his kid, he's killing it right now. No. If I'm in captivity, bitch, I know you are. Y'all got this pyramid upside down. If the royals are captive, then all the tribes are captive. Moses was the pharaoh, nigga. Jesus is a pharaoh, nigga. Abraham became a pharaoh, nigga. Those are Egyptians. They're the real pharaohs. So more so, they're the real Egyptians. They're bloodline pharaohs, so they're bloodline Egyptian. That's the difference. Not a title, position, or I took your flag and it's mine now. At the very line, if you're a royal bloodline, you're a royal because you're Egyptian. Who are these white people, Harpo? So at the very least, you just pray for your freedom. But you only pray if you turn to God. And that's how much shame and guilt and trauma and narcissism and our collective zeitgeist and psyche that we have to deal with. And that's pretty much all. Because these niggas been running amok, irregardless of the KKK and white man, my entire life. Have y'all been on World Star Hip Hop and TikTok and Instagram? It seems like they alright. They get to fuck who they want to. They get to go to all these other countries if they want to and stay. They can afford to. They got plenty of fucking fiat to move shit around and buy way nicer clothes than I've ever had in human history. And I'm a descendant of emperors, but we ain't got no clothes. metaphor-wise, understand everything. And then, you just see everything that they have done, and they have done nothing better for their own fucking community the whole time I watched they ass. Not one of them, I mean. The closest we got was a dope boy named Rollo, who at least got some Section 8 apartments that he bought and just gave it to his fucking neighborhood and shit. And they still locked him up after that. So we know these bougie ass niggas with educations ain't even fucking try shit. They try to put credit and lending and fucking Forex on the fucking map. Oh yeah, can't wait to get the freedom, bitch. A fucking Dred Scott civil right fucking unratified, stolen, hypothecated, seen Medea ass citizen ass Israelite Jew ass Afro-Asiatic goofy ass nigga. Waiting for a white Jesus to make the picture bigger when you already in the fucking promised land in a bloodline of the most magical fucking people in human fucking history. Have you tried praying yet? Have you tried praying for the right things? Yet. Have you tried it? Mustard seed shit. Since all things are possible. Ain't that the craziest thing about that? That they haven't tried something that if they really believed anything, and I'm talking about the people who come from these people, fuck everybody else in terms of judgment. Nah, that's the distraction. No, what about you niggas? What the fuck y'all been up to? What y'all been praying about? Y'all been praying about your benefits and your coverage under a foreign terroristic, hide their hands, pussy ass, whatever the fuck it is? Or are you ready to turn to God and watch the Mandela effect put your ass back in your right mind where you belong in your land? Or you just gonna wait until you die and get to heaven because what the fuck would we need you there for? When all you had to do was pray and go the different direction, aka sin no more. You understand what time it is? Like, they have, like, being on punishment. Like I was saying, I have very extreme upbringing, so I understand these symptoms. Like, little by little, y'all losing shit. Little by little, y'all losing your distractions. Little by little. Did I not fucking say? I could have sworn it was like 3 to 5 score videos ago. I said, let them fuck around with sports. The last thing that men have. I just said that shit like 4 or 5 streams ago. 3 in the chat. I was saying, yo, they nuking music, they nuking this. I said, I'll tell you one thing for sure, 2 things for certain. If something happened to sports and 2K and niggas like that, that's the last distraction. Ain't that crazy, Shogun? I think I even called Shogun out on that. And if it was not the next day or two, peace to real. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Ain't that shit impossible? That shit impossible, bro, if you ask me. I'm humble enough to know I ain't that dope. That shit impossible for real, bro. So that shit just don't freak me out no more, that's all. I don't know what the fuck that is. But I know it is. Oh my God. Listen, I don't know what it is. It ain't me, nigga. I just be saying shit. As soon as I feel it. I was training that shit. That's why my childhood was terrible. Oh well. We here now. So yeah, man. I want everybody else to find God too. But it's crazy that everybody else gotta go on an independent solo finding mission on how to find God and how to activate their gifts and heal their bloodlines if our bitch asses haven't even prayed for freedom yet. Why would the rest of the world turn to God if we still bullshitting about it? What are we ashamed of? Who told you were naked? Emperor, nobles, royals. You understand anything? Ain't that in the first fucking book of the first fucking verse in the first fucking chapter? Who told you were naked? Who told you that you were missing something? Who told you that you needed clothes, Emperor? Who told? Oh, you took from the book of knowledge. You went to college and shit. Like, you got indoctrinated and shit by a snake. Bitches, do snakes talk? Or I'm sorry, do serpents talk, bitch? And how come Adam didn't see the serpent? And how you do this behind my back if I'm God? Moors are crafty little motherfuckers, man. That shit's so beautiful and romantic and blah blah blah. But that's why you gotta convert that shit to algebra. What are they saying? What's the math of what they're saying? Like, yo, you in a perfect place. All you gotta do is rest. You Sabbatian. On the seventh day, Saturday, Saturn day, Sabbath day, Sabbatian day, God rested. Now, because you wanted to do the book of knowledge and shit, you gotta suffer in this vessel at least. You gotta put effort out there until Noah came. And then after Nova came and Nova came, then the Honey We Shrunk the Kids came, and then these little rambunctious niggas just don't listen to shit. They love killing, gambling, bitches, and quite a few percent into that gay shit. That's a fucking problem. No one can fucking beat them. In fact, they keep doing it to themselves. Every time you give these niggas an inch, they take a mile. That comes from these niggas. Israel, the descendants of Jacob specifically. And then Ishmael, they're a whole nother story. I'm pretty sure that Quran side of things was pretty peaceful. And then you mix them up again. They ain't got a book for that yet. But somehow, all of you today here, we are in captivity. How do we get out of it? Our problem is we are in captivity. Obviously, everyone else is. If the empire of the world is in captivity. Now you start understanding all the space aspects of this story. Our moon is in captivity. Not New Jerusalem, not Houston, Texas, not California. No, I'm a European. Europa is captive. That wouldn't be in this book. I'm a descendant of the team captains, though. This moon was in captivity. So what does that prayer sound? What does that prayer sound like? If you just want to do law of polarity on these things, captivity in the different areas, whether it's economically, socially, agenda-wise, like you trying to dig into the truth of the Jews and Ashkenazis. Why? Mandela effect them. Pray that they stop meddling in our affairs and stop using our names in vain. But you would have to claim your name and turn back to God to claim such a thing. So I understand everyone's pussy. But if you weren't, though, imagine if you could pray and like God answers your prayer specifically, since that's what's his covenant with your ass, Afro-Asiatic Semite. He didn't ask your colors or your flags or anything. You can have any kingdom you want, but all of them are under the Most High, Almighty, Zion. So like, what are we talking about? Zion gave you as many kingdoms as you wanted. See, they didn't take shit from you niggas. We just forgot where the fuck we came from because it was convenient. Accountability is a main theme we've heard. We're blaming the women. But we're the cons, the men, the chiefs. You warriors are knocking down beasts and walls and giants. None of them niggas had a bitch bad enough to have some kids to reincarnate later? Are you serious, George? Where y'all at? What if you just prayed for freedom? If you believe that granddad died and came back alive, get you into heaven, and any mountain can move out your fucking way, and the only mountain you got, nigga, is you in captivity. That's what you've been distracted by, boy. All your working and all that running in place. You running in place and ain't nowhere fucking you to go. You captive. That's how you know you captive. And if, now follow, if you're captive by a foreign force, you are a kingdom. You want captive people in a cave. You want captive people in a fucking jungle, nigga. And still their language in their magic book. If you're captive currently, slave, indentured servant, whatever the fuck you want to call it, now code switch to kingdoms and royals. If you're under this captivity and civil rights, then your kingdom is captive currently. You're not waiting to vote for democracy to get your kingdom back, royal nobles. This is your grandmother's land. You don't know what the rules are. Cool. But did you pray about it yet? What else is in our way? You know, it's how everything is slowing down. One day, we will return to our sound mind. One day, we will do these things and more. I could have sworn my grandfather, or your grand uncle, or your grand somebody, all 13 generations of you two, promised us. Believe in God in heaven, but you don't believe in God keeping promises. That's weird. You can't prove it after you die. Ain't like you come back to life and like, oh shit, I didn't want to go there. Now you all in. So if you all in about that, can you imagine if you had a covenant with the Almighty that as long as you did A, B, C, and D, and actually try to, not to be perfect, but to lock into the frequency and get your mind back, at least face this way, that way, the opposite direction where you're going, which is nowhere. We learn from the video games. But if you turn around and you start seeing resistance, mountains, what do you do to get rid of them? If you're sick, what do you do to get rid of it? If they throw you into a pit, what do you do to get rid of it? If they throw you into a lion's den, what do you do to get rid of it? If they throw you into the fucking belly of a whale, what do you do to get rid of it? What if they lie to you and make you work 10 more years? What do you do to get rid of it? If you betray by all your families over and over and over again, what do you do to get rid of it? If they're killing your firstborns, you don't sign up and start killing your firstborns, do you? What do you do to get rid of it? You would be doing everything opposite of the society that's occupying you. What the fuck do we not get? It's a universal law, polarity, gender. Do the opposite of what they've been telling you. If your family talking English over here and resonate with anything that rhymes with the Bible, that Christian thing is pissing me the fuck off. It's not written by Christians. It's written by Jews. In the land of Jews, Jerusalem, New Jersey. So if I can just get 1 out of 13, let my people go, I would have freed more of them if they had known they were slaves. Fear not. Such a vain imagination. There's 3 in the fire, but then there's a 4th in the midst. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. Life and death are in the power of the tongue. Greater is he who is in you than he is in the world. You will do these things and more. You done everything else. I've watched you. Y'all talking about healing. I'm talking about freedom. You can heal later, nigga. Your fucking problem is you're a captive. Minority. You're a fucking minority because you're a captive. Not because you're black, nigga. On King James English. My people perish for lack of knowledge. Minorities do not have the knowledge to take care of themselves. Legality. Regal. Legal. Regal. Angel shit. Royals. So, someone has to manage you. HOA type shit. Adoption agency type shit. United States Service Corporation. Captain Hook and shit. If he had it his way. And all red more, that's you. We're captives. prisoners of war. You're Indian. You're the Indians in all of these stories. There's not enough pictures, is there? Imagine that. What more else do you want to know? You're Indians, you're in this book. That's what happened to Egypt. That's what happened to the Incas. Like, it's you. We are the combinations of what's left. Especially if we over here talking King James English since 1611. We're what's ever left of whatever the fuck they're talking about. That's what happened to everything. Nigga, it's you. If I'm all the royals and kings, then you're all the royal kingdoms in you. What the fuck we supposed to do with that shit? How we gonna pay rent tomorrow with that shit? That's right. We're paying rent on our shit because we're still captive. Meaning they didn't even honor freeing slaves, did they? Thank you for joining my TED Talk. They never said they freed the slaves. They said they emancipated them. Barbary Wars, you transferred something. Doctrine of discovery, separation of church and state. The church is the military that put Saracens, us, into captivity. That's why they asked doctrine of discovery, they asked here, to enslave us. Us. If you think you're from Africa and you're here, maybe not. But the same thing, yeah, they came here under Dumb Diverse's doctrine of discovery. I'm not saying that so you could be smart and remember these things. Fuck those things. Those things just prove that your ass is a captive in America. Still. Emancipation is transfer, not release. That's why your civil rights need a Dred Scott and they're unratified. You're participating with your colonizer against your own interest. They'll represent you, though, as trustees of Congress, you minority. This system only exists because you niggas are asleep. We're not waiting for the world to wake up here. What did God say? What did God say to Israel? African American. What did God say to Israel? Black man. What did God say to Israel? Mixed with whatever, including Jackie Chan. What did God say? Oh, Nordic, Mohammedan, Allah, worshiping ass, pale skin. What did God say to Israel, though? I don't lose one sheep. No, not one. So what you trying to get fucking saved from? Is it not written that he don't lose a sheep? So what the fuck you gotta do if he don't lose? But what did God say? Like, you know what I'm saying? In King James English, that's the only language you know right now. That's crazy. The one that traces it back to you and shit. You looking at his damn grandson. That's the crazy shit about our timeline. I'm John Smith the 13th. These ain't my ideas, nigga. I was born in captivity. 13 generations later, you understand, a whole lot of different shit happened. Hint. What if I started praying? So yeah. Everything's a distraction. But the biggest one's distracted is Israel. Because just with a couple of us praying for the right things and doing the right things, which is required on Leviticus, Levi, if you're doing the magical unseen prayer manifestation thing, Mandel's Law, Royal Noble Blood you. Maybe if you prayed to be free from your captors, you can forgive them and let them go and forget them on some Freddy Krueger shit. But what if you realize you were a slave and captive, and that's why you're not happy ultimately? What if you gave a fuck enough to be done with it? Do you think God would move it? for you, since that's what the fuck the covenant is, and that's what he promised all of his children's kids. Abraham, for generations, as many stars as there will be, like that many generations and everything. You would see why everybody wanted to say that they're you instead. Very unique gift. Imagine if you believe you were those people, and imagine if God gave you that gift, and imagine if God would answer it. Now imagine if everyone else is manifesting things anyway, except for you getting out of your fucking captivity. That's all. That's all there's left, by the way. As soon as we wake up, the rest of the world gonna be turned up. Finally. I'm telling you something. You already feel it. You already seen it. Yep, there's only something missing. The people of this damn book. You ain't even got the Discovery Channel to figure out the mystery no more, do you? Time's up. Such an interesting simulation for us, don't you think? It's like we all came down here to train at the same time. How to survive a scenario in which everyone loses their mind, but you don't. That seems like, that sounds impossible, nigga. Unless God be keeping promises and shit. For in those days, men will be lovers of themselves and every other degree of narcissism. You should have counted and see if there was 48. Either or, 12. Yeah, man. If you're not currently reprobate when the whole world is, how impossible is that? It's not like we're getting less reprobate and making progress with technology, access, information, speed, or data centers. They're running out of time in repositioning fiat and things for them to survive whatever they believe in. And that's what I'm saying. It's immaterial what Trump does. That's not our system. That money ain't real. Like we're not praying for God to fix it. The fuck? That's your captivity, the system itself. They're just the ones driving, but it's the system of your beliefs. You created that with your vain imaginations. You're sinning. Now go forth and sin no more. How dare you self-identify as a slave of no one at all? They're not King James and none of those people. We are. So they have you thinking that you brought yourself as a slave to yourself, and that's why you're acting like this. And you ain't even heard such a fucking idea until the 1960s. On the Amistad, nigga. He stole that from a book written by a Jewish person again. You know, those World War II people. These World War people who never been to our world before people. But what do we gotta do? We already unlocked this book. It's finished. What did we learn from this? If you only had a mustard seed of faith, any new problem will probably just jump into the middle of the fucking ocean, since your grandfathers unlocked everything else. We're the grandbabies. It ain't supposed to be this damn difficult. So yeah, that's why I be beefing with Christianity. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Or it be done already. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. The game is the best form of practice. Rail says, peace, Mr. Now and Haru. Damon Jones, I believe. Oh, that Billups thing. I did talk about it too. That's the craziest shit, bro. I did talk about the NBA. I started that way at the very beginning, bro. It was pissing me off because they announced all of the different factions and groups that came here to occupy us during the rush. The Boardwalk Empires. Those are the people doing all the illegal stuff and all the money laundering and counterfeiting. The Boule, the Israeli Ashkenazis, the Germans, And the Italian mafioso recently, people, I guess, without more in them. I don't know what that is, but you notice like all of them are kind of cousins. So all of their little subdivisions, they put the black face out there, and that's why I keep pointing you to. These are the niggas. So why they keep showing these top three niggas when they just mentioned the Italian mob crime family? Because you're looking at that the wrong dimension. Those are Nephilim giants. They're descendants of royals and nobles. They're not hanging out with the mafia. The mafia's hanging out with them. On a bloodline level. And the mafia tells you the Nostros family is a very fucking bloodline level thing, you understand? So if they're around any of those black guys, 6'3", especially, but maybe higher, they're talking to Moors and royal bloodline people. If they're in America, talking about they're African American. No, those are Moors and they're in America and they only have those features in the financial and the Jewish lawyer in the contract. And you're thinking it's happening to the nigga. No, not if he knows who the fuck he is. But it would be happening to everyone around him because he's a fucking sellout. Now, how would you know if he's a fucking sellout? I don't know. Would he create a whole fucking Ponzi scheme against his brothers to make them lose all their money cheating and then giving that money to some fucking Italian boy? But the whole time you worrying about how you want to feed all the kids in the fucking Atlanta in a week? Give me a fucking break. You know how many black-owned banks are in Atlanta? Till this day, nigga? Miss me with the bullshit. These are sellouts. To this day, they only get that position and can play bank if they know who the fuck they are in the land of ancient Egypt. Hence the Masons, nigga. Stop fucking playing with me. So yeah, we've been looking at this wrong. They're outing the leaders. Chauncey Billups, whoever his family is, whoever his daddy or granddaddy is way deeper than whether that boy can shoot a basketball. You thinking the people that they ain't mentioned is more important or have more money, but more fiat is more debt, and that's just getting devalued. Silver and gold is going up, so they have a lot of something that's about to mean a lot of nothing. It's a value system. So once we understand everything, so who are the people that's they're pulling apart in this value mill, nigga? Even the damn LaToya Crockett ass lawyer chick from Atlanta or some sassy woman, African American woman just got knocked out of Congress too. I had a problem with her a few years ago too, her boule ass. And they finally got her out of there. Come on now. Attorney General, whatever the fuck she is. You know what I'm talking about? Every woman I talked about, these boule ass people, that's who they are today. This is their kids. You notice they're never TikToking and podcasting and coming together on what they can do for the community? And they have all the fucking money now and always did since we've been watching their ass on TV for 20 years straight. Their kids and grandkids got the nerve to be YNs. Bitch, please. There was no YNs where I grew up. We would really fucking hurt you. Without weapons. You wouldn't make it to high school in that dimension. So yeah. Nah, this ain't that. They're exposing what I've been telling you since the Iron Mountain thing in Pennsylvania. And those paper checks and those hidden social security numbers and all those things that they've been cloning. That was signed off by descendants of Benjamin Banneker. It had to be. And that would look like people that look like us or be mixed in with us, especially since we're generations after that. So it'd be hard for you to tell like which part of my face is what's supposed to be and the other side of my face that's kind of like that other nigga that did that thing. I don't know. I just know that I'm not them. I'm all of them. So it's like, all right, I'm every con now. It's all in me. At least the ones that survive now, baby. We did it naturally. Oh, oh, oh. Like, but what did the Bible say about us? Like, y'all kept going to the New Testament. Cool story. But you in the old one first. What did it say about you? Y'all got a covenant with God, and the rest of the nations of the world would know that it was true on how that manifested in your life. You don't even have to do nothing. He said vengeance is mine. But how do you activate that power? By sinning no more. By changing your mind. By having a mustard seed of faith and going in the right direction with whatever your next fucking step or request is. I'm only talking about when talking to God, nigga. You gotta do it your life and everything in the meantime. Yeah, that's what we all collectively created this time. But I'm saying next time you go talk to God, nigga, about the next time, in the next couple of days, weeks, or months, and you see how this shit been coming kind of quick, man. I said that shit 4 days ago, and here it is. So join me, if you will. You understand something, nigga? And fear not. That's all this is, man. It's a return to your right mind, man. Your ancestors already figured it out. That's why there's no new books. This is supposed to be your golden era. You're supposed to do whatever the fuck you want. You know the fucking rules, bitch. Fuck it up. That's why I believe in God. Because this would have been a mission impossible any fucking other way. If we had to do everything they pretended that they did to do. To God be the glory. All they had to do was change our mind about ourselves. All we gotta do is change it back. They were just identifying the frogs and pickles a couple days ago, man. I think we all right, man. Relax. You can identify as yourself if you want to. Can you imagine that shit? Perfect timing. The weapon intended to be bad, you know, God will use it for your good. If they can identify as a Furby nigga, if they can identify as a blue hair and a Karen and a non-binary cisgendered blue polarity purple on Monday, but sometimes I'm scared, so I huddle with the freak group. Like, they can be all of that right now. All I'm trying to be is myself. On my grandfather Smiths and them, that's all I'm trying to be. Like, I don't want to be anything other than what I've been trying to be lately. That's it. He said, LOL. Gorilla Gospel. Ah, shit, I'm wilding up. Y'all don't mind me. It's just my algorithm. They got all these people calling out to God and Jesus, and all of a sudden people got hot takes on what the God and Bible and religion really is. I was like, this is DEI of the CIA for real. Like, they only hire gay black guys. That's weird. No, it isn't, because I know who they are for real. So, like, yeah, man, like, they down to their last narrative fixers to keep you away from calling down your fucking ultimate summon, if you will. Yeah, man, we been had enough fucking 3 power-up bars. We been had an S+ rank to call down this fucking spirit bomb. I'm telling you something. I'm telling you something. The only thing was missing was the mustard seed. And the mustard seed of faith is the evidence of the faith that it's self-evident the fact that if your ass is Afro-Asiatic in an Afro-Asiatic land, then you might be qualified for compensation from the spiritual dimension. That's it. You just gotta call it down. You gotta call it down, that's all. That's it. I'm telling you, if you take the noose off, man, you'll be able to breathe a little bit better. Then I bet you by the time you get out of captivity, everything else you've been trying to do the right way and manifest will probably start fucking working out. Could you fucking imagine that? If you move the roadblock out of the way, you might be able to continue to go further down that road. Yeah, bro. Like, we ran out of steam and energy because there was older people and smarter people and college people who promised all these things and actionable items, and they never did anything. Right? They sold out, and we all say that. Yeah, they signed their rights away. That's what it's in those contracts, by the way. They signed away their birth rights. They don't just sign anybody. That's why none of them tried to sign me. I had signs of crazy, aka I knew what the fuck was going on too much for a nigga that was never there. I was channeling them when they were around me. I wasn't making up stories. I was telling the stories of the people who were always watching me. That's why I guess they were trying to mock me or try to humiliate ritual me, that's all. I was like, oh, if you ain't hard, don't be caught up in no gangster shit. Then when that shit doesn't work, they get confused, discombobulated. I get pissed off and they start losing arms and money and everything, so, you know, call it even. Touch not my anointed ones. Shit, they can't even read that either. So yeah, obviously they have snake eyes. They can't read that bubble. A lot of them are probably reptilian. A lot of them are probably reptilian. Not serpentarian, they're reptilian. Those are two different species. So, if you're looking for reptilians, they'll look like African Americans. We're the first ones here. I'm not saying I'm reptilians. I'm just saying, if you're concerned about draconian-like aspects of things, like my dad was draconian as a whipping my ass to get white man grades, yeah, those reptilians are African Americans, since we were here first, yeah. The only thing that would discover us first would be African Americans, because this ain't Africa. So we're the Americans, and there's obviously African Americans here. The African Americans are new to us. No. I'm not talking about people who have mixed in with African American since. No. I'm talking about before there was such a thing as an African here. There was just us. So I'm saying is the newcomer of all of us, since this is ancient Egypt, is the whoever identifies as the African Americans. I don't know their story. I'm not African American. I mean, Jesse Jackson, Boule Shriner, lapdog type nigga, with a woman on his hat in Moorish Latin. Like, you understand everything? Like these Arabic type niggas, but they go to Greek universities. Yeah, they fucking up the math and algebra somewhere. But what I'm telling you is that whole thing, whoever their daddy is, that's the synagogue of Saturn. Nigga, we're Jupiter. That's what people are missing. Israel are Martian Saturnites. Jerusalem, Judah is from Jupiter, baby. I don't think they understand anything I was saying, but they want to argue about Hebrew, Greek, and Arabic. I don't know God. I don't know God. I don't know God. I don't know, man. I don't know if they know the difference. It's right there. But it's three of them, though. Don't miss that shit. There's a red, white, and blue. Can you imagine? It says like we wanted to unite them with all they bullshit ass energy back then. Cain, Abel, and Seth. Like, but we united them since because they all had kids. You imagine that shit? If you think Eve is Adam's brother and sisters, like, come on now, do the science. All right. But we're talking about giants compared to us. All right. And then they had giants compared to them to worry about. And do all the science, David and Goliath. So all I'm saying is, dimensionally, I triangulated the obvious. That's all. So it's very specific to why the Jewish-Israeli thing is so important and part of their lie in the World War II narrative. They can kill and blow up whoever the fuck that was and whatever they wanted. That don't make them none of this shit, and none of they ass belong here. Amen. That's it. No, I'm claiming that on our birthright and our inheritance as royals and nobles. They don't have no fucking 360 deal. Like, they can't co-sign us under that if I'm Dwayne Dason Smith of New England colonies. Like, they couldn't Dred Scott me, nigga. Anyway, this is compelled and time passed and people forgot. You know how it is. This shit, what do they call that shit? Like, benign neglected, right? Like, they're not going to straighten it out for us either because it's to their advantage to not have the people who are supposed to be represented and taken care of to raise their hands, especially if you have whatever a African, Black African American is separate from us claiming all of that shit down there in Atlantis, Georgia, right? Where all the banks started. Yeah, and there was all black bankers the whole time through the 1800s, but somehow they're talking about the white man more than we are. Nah, cut it the fuck out. Cut it the fuck out. In India, Georgiana territory, literally the name of my grandmother. Since it's Indian territory, not African. I wish they make their mind up. Yep, I'm the Indians that speak English. That's what royals and nobles are. It's built into the game. So yeah, long as we know that, we ain't gotta worry about fighting or nothing. It's not a war. It's a civil war with us. When it comes to this Bible. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. Okay. Judge not lest you be judged. Get that on speck and that mote out your own eye. How the fuck? I don't be mad at niggas for not seeing the bigger picture if I can't see the bigger picture. That's why none of them niggas can help us. They couldn't see the bigger picture. They got gridlock. Shout out to them brothers that passed me the baton. On the research of the shoulders of the giants that tried, whether that was Panic doing Bobby Part 2 and Bobby doing Bobby Part 1 and then Coakley Part 1 and then some of that crazy shit that our boy delving about, like our millennial generation had a lot of people, even John Henry Clarkson, all of them. And I mean, it could have been Dr. Umar and Tariq Nasheed if they weren't too busy cooning being sellouts and agents. Like as tall as Tariq Nasheed is out of Alabama region, like he don't know he a Moor using a Moor head cover. Then what's this benefits for African Americans and Black people about? More Us app? Then how come he ain't tell you what a Moor is? That'd be in a pedigree, and your ass would have got a United States ass map out of your shit, stupid. But he got a 501(c), don't he? He's also an ordained minister, isn't he? Masons. Tell him cut a fucking plane out, man. Y'all think about Masons wrong. Like they traveled around Europe and came over here. No, 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 no. These are the sons and the invaders and the mixes thereof, because they're 4 generations later or 13 generations later too. Like the rudest thing about obvious things when everyone's fucking at the Freaknik is that, and everyone's putting their keys in the bowl, so you don't know who the daddy really is on some Jew shit. That means all the genetics and the bloodlines are represented, even in they dumbasses too. That's what makes it sad. They picked a Republican ass narrative for Judah and Israel. I know. Because just claiming something you're not fucking copper colored makes you it. So the promises in the covenant ain't with your ass no matter what you believe. Wake your ass up, my people. Well, imagine if you believe what was made for you, at the very least. Let's start there. Let's start there. What are those benefits? The entire world? What are those benefits? Did you know that you can gain the entire world and keep your soul without signing a contract? Because angels don't take vows or oaths. Which makes sense. Why no one's ever actually handed me a very real contract. Oh my God. They know better. It'll bankrupt its own self because you can't ensign something that you're ensigned to. It creates an unnatural loop. That's all this is. That's why this shit falling apart with our birth certificates and shit. But even that's law of correspondence. Every step it gets worse is every step we're getting closer to realizing what it's always been. Stay woke out here. This whole time, people are waiting. People are waiting for like, when is enough people going to pray to God and ask them to free them out of captivity? That's pretty much it. That's all we waiting for. We waiting for enough people get tired of Roman circus to go, you know what? I'm tired of being distracted. I'm ready to do the right things again. Mm-hmm. You ain't got to control nobody else if you can control yourself. Trust me, we've done it before. We're from the people who've mastered it because there were books about it over and over and over again. And everyone's been selling those books. It must be pretty good. Now you have the internet and Wikipedia and all that other shit to help you out later too. Yeah, you waiting for them to build bunkers and AI to save you. What the fuck have y'all been preparing for? A new business idea under their umbrella? You haven't learned that since the Black Wall Street burnings and everything, where you've been trying to do whatever that is, it hasn't ever worked. But this time it'd be different because you got educated as a sister. All right, sister, the teachers of humanity. Now that you got the education from the humanity that you're the teachers of, do you feel smarter or do these girls seem a little bit more, Not all of them. Please spare me the gory details, Israel. Doesn't matter how many. It's too much. Half is too much. A quarter is too much. We only got room for 1 out of 13 basic shit like that, boy. We'll take one retarded tribe with us. It can't be half the tribes retarded, nigga. We will take care of the retarded tribe and the whole tribe and the fatherless tribes. But these other people, boy. Anyway, where the bloodline royals and nobles at? Let's talk to them. The divine council. What my grandfather tried 700 years ago. The actual families in that picture. All those people in that picture in front of that building. It's kind of like a FBI wanted picture, if you think about it. Whoever those people represent and those families in that picture with them. Notice my Indian grandmother's not next to him. He's with the other woman, Pearl, right? Now, everybody in that picture that has never had an ancestor reach out to me. They want to look for their prophet's kids in real time, but they took all the prophet's information and started new shrines? Weird. Not even Manly's kids? Weird. Not even. Well, Obviously, of course they did, but I think they did it through masonry. Yeah, too bad God didn't say anything about masonry. It was kind of very specific to a pedigree and bloodline and the willingness of the spirit. Unless he locked you in and signed your ass up on a fucking 360 deal down here on Europa, and you just gotta do what you gotta do because you're doing something for the army of heaven, but that's a totally different story. They don't have black ops down here yet. So you understand everything. So no, this ain't that. I thought it was too though, by the way. I thought it was like we were waiting for like a bigger, more specialer moment. Mm. Rome wasn't built overnight, but it was destroyed overnight. What happens overnight? Sleep. Freddy Krueger on repeat, baby. I'm telling you something. You better tell your sister start falling asleep to them crime mysteries and start falling asleep to goddamn. What if you woke up tomorrow and you weren't in captivity? What's holding you in captivity? What is the number one thing that everyone's complaining about and tired about and everything? What is it causing people to run in the hamster wheel? Bills. What are bills connected to? Debt notes. Where do your bills come from? The Federal Reserve. Why do you have bills? The Federal Reserve. Did you have bills before? No. You either owned it on paper or you didn't. Allodial titles and all those things. There was no bills. So it introduced the bills. Borrowing money from the Federal Reserve. So what has you in captivity currently? 13 generations later, 100 years after niggas could have did it, but they decided to wait later, and now everyone's rich and famous in Black Hollywood and Boulay, but they're getting busted lately, but they haven't done shit the whole time I've been alive in front of me either way, besides making fucking love in hip-hop with retarded bitches spending fucking money from their sugar daddies, and all half of them used to be strippers or sucking dick and hoeing since the 90s, since I grew up in hip-hop, and I heard about these hoes already. I thought it was hilarious. How did all these hoes influence all the girls on the internet to be hoes they themselves? Wonder what it is. But anyway, they sure got a lot of fiat and shit. That's weird. In the city of all the banks and Olympics. Don't miss it. You always hear about the KKK. Cool story. The KKK loved my grandfather. That's why he can golf with him. He's from Pennsylvania. Something about the United States forming or something out there. If you're a Smith, especially, a black Jew and shit. So anyway, right? Yeah, I wish we were more fiat richer. But there's so many of us stealing benefits and hitting us in the head. So a lot of people who are standing in are not royals at all. I think that's why there's a deficiency in intellectual capacity with them, no matter how much money they got or how famous they become. They read books upside down. You know what I'm talking about? Stop playing with me. So he's a giant, but he must be dumb as hell. Don't worry about that. But the audacity for himself to call himself King James. Well, you have a heart of gold. How come his son doesn't have one? They have the nerve. They have the nerve to call him King James. Symbolically, think about what that means, and think about who all his friends are, Carters and Combs, but none of the Beasleys. Like, do the science. Chris Lighty and all that, all the rumors that them niggas over there set my cousin up, right? If you know the story, ask Busta Rhymes. Stop playing with me, right? You start to see everything on a family, a bloodline level. You expecting it to be bigger than what we're seeing. No, this is just the best these niggas can do as not royals. Emperors don't have clothes. Now they dressing like the homeless campaign that Kanye had, ain't they? Weird story. A bunch of followers that run everything. That's weird. That's a wrong order. Hmm? It was the so-called African American that enforced all the rules and manners and etiquette on how to do in the white banking society. Shave your beards. Why would Moors shave their beards, bro? Like, you call all the pirates of the Barbie Wars beards, like red beard, black beard, beard. So your granddaddy had a beard. Why are you shaving it off? Why are you working with the white man? You had banks and your own Wall Streets until 1960. Takes you right up to JFK and NASA. so racist that NASA hired black women to do math for them on algebra. Around the same time my grandfather was teaching in Chicago, Illinois, I could have sworn. Noble drew Algebra 1. I know, it'd be right there in front of you. You wonder why people know all these different stories and all these little loops and details, but when they start debating with each other, they ain't talking about none of the facts, and they skip over 60, 70, 80 years, and they tend to never be related to anyone they talking about. Whereas in my story, I'm related to everybody I've ever talked about. So it's a weird fucking story that out of all the people that study my people, they're not related to me at least. Like, so they looking at me like there's a competition, but you would realize if you knew what the fucking story was, you're related to me. Why would you be competing with me? I didn't put me in captivity, bitch. See, that's why I didn't take things personally. I'm not Michael Jordan enough. I was like, Father, forgive them, for they still don't know what they do. I'm talking about the people who are supposed to be astute. Those benefits whooped our ass, boy. Those benefits whooped our ass way more than my dad did. Now the benefits are running out. That's a decision making moment. Because people say, now you got to prepare, and we always going to survive. That requires thinking, though. So what they're saying is between now and November 1st, people want to start rethinking things. Don't miss this. You have a collective shift of thoughts at once. It doesn't matter what they land on, whether they're running in and stealing things or Walmart blocking their doors and doing drive-through onlys. No, no, no. Don't get caught up in the surface of it. Mathematically, function-wise. If then, repeat until. So the next if then is if that happens, then people will be changing their minds all at once. That's going to cause a butterfly effect in a whole different level. They're going to. You just got. I just gave you a roadmap. If you think shit's weird so far, now the NBA thing is going to be kind of slow. The betting and sports betting thing is going to catch bad heat because everyone's going to be doing snarky content about we need to go ahead and check in and see because now this don't make sense with this player over there, and they're going to be doing that shit for the rest of the week about every little thing just to get the attention and the likes, and then boom, 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 blowing up the spot. It's not the game is not going to be the same after that. It's going to be corny for a little while. They can't afford that right now, but it's about to happen. It's about to play itself out. Watch, easy, and then, but while that's happening, the thing that would distract the men, if you will, within a week, their girlfriends, their baby mamas, and their exes are going to all have to shift energy and think about approaching feeding themselves and their kids differently, even if it's temporary. I'm saying all at once within a week, guys. There's going to be a severe shift of psychological adjustment. I don't know if you appreciate these degrees high, but I do. Trust me, I've been noticing things. So it's a big change. Wait, shut the fuck up. Don't say nothing. Don't start firing off of your cylinders. Wait, I'm almost finished. Let me tell you how ill this shit is. If you've really been paying attention to the witchcraft and the magic and the bullshit that our ancestors created. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I want to ask somebody, Mr. Now, follow me along. So you're telling me that within a week, there's a threat of insecurity, instability, provisioning in a week. I mean, this is all hypothetical, and it might happen, it might not happen, but that's not what the problem is. November 2nd isn't the problem. But as of November 1st, everyone is on notice that when they wake up November 1st and check their card first thing in the morning, all of a sudden there's going to be alarm clocks. No, and I know do not disturb. Now they keeping that alarm on, and enough people check. It'll set in reality that from November 2nd forward, they're going to think differently about their survival, right? Note I said survival. Now, you know what's interesting about all of that? Because no one's going to talk like that. I know they're not empirical enough. But if you really zoom out just a little bit, bitch, if you just zoom out to common sense right now, what is the day before November 1st? What is the day before November 1st? That everything can shift in a day. That means overnight in your dreams. What night are those people going to sleep with those worries, with those fears? What day is that again? What's the day before November 1st where there's like no food stamps? And I know for sure. So, like, if you pick a night before that day, and that's like, there's a veil night coming. There's a veil opening, a rippling fabric of the veil itself, the quantum computer. On that day, the people who created such a concept, all at once, their daughters and their nieces and their cousins, they're going to have to pray that night all at once, at the very least. Oh my God, the opportunity we're missing with our leadership. Oh my God, the opportunity in that portal for all these demon kids. Lord have mercy, Temujin's kids are retarded. I'm telling you, the women that he had these kids with wasn't smart enough. He was a genius. They didn't say his woman was. I could tell you something. I got that shit in me. That's why I didn't know Algebra 2 tough enough. They retarded my limits, man. That's all. They gave me a surface level of everything. That's all. Just so I could be compatible with the narrative. I got enough of that. But we retarded for real, boy, because this shit easy. Spirituality, ill, nigga, no. They better watch TV. I'm talking about real life, it be happening. Oh, that shit evil, dog. On Halloween, nigga, on Hallows Eve, when the veil is the thinnest on Scorpio, underworld, you understand. And we're in Pluto and Aquarius, nigga. Like Jesus said something about the mailman with the pitcher of water on it in Revelations. I could have sworn his son John wrote it, but I could have sworn. But anyway, so whatever that story is, they telling your ass. That's a mass ritual waiting to happen within the scarcity, fear, and survival mode. What I'm saying is that could stack towards Jesus and God real fast though. But if not, people are just gonna be falling asleep, worried or drunk or high, or ignoring it. But that night, the night is the veil though. Don't miss that part. That's when the spirits and demons are out. Hashtag allegedly. So I'm just saying, Jinn energy, supernatural energy, abundant, especially in the thought space of worry, concern, manifestation, and vain imaginations. What I'm saying is we're stacking a celestial event on top of a sociological event. And like the crazy thing about it is that it's targeting niggas. So I just want you to know something. It's that more than anything else. I know there's more white people on food stamps. That is not what I'm worried about. What I am talking about I'm talking about Aretha Franklin, RESPCT. I'm talking about like y'all better talk to your family members and shit about that shit. That prayer, that night, that energy, that next day, and everything in between us. I don't know what the window is and the fucking silhouette fade out of it. You might have 3 days after that. I don't know, nigga. But I know October 31st is Halloween and November 1st is a goddamn deadline to wait for niggas to see because we fucking late as hell. So watch. Niggas gonna be a wait and see that night. Watch. I'm telling you something. That's a wait and see ass night. The British are coming ass night on Hallows Eve. Y'all niggas is bugging out here. You think your government ain't ran by a cultist? I don't like you niggas. Like that shit crazy to me. That shit crazy to me. That shit crazy, bro. That's a wicked spell right there too. Just on top of that, no Tony Hawk nigga. Like that's crazy talk. Can't make this up, Harut says. In its Scorpio season. Shogun says it's a spirit bomb opportunity. Exactly. Day of the Dead. Mr. Now says they're not going to trick-or-treating. They're going to threaten treating. Yup. And the Friday the 3rd is the last of the week, just like October the 3rd was the last of the year. Yeah, we on some shit. 3113L. Scorpio season. Come on now, we out here. Shout out to Drake real quick. We out here, Drake. I'm that 3-time Scorpio on Genghis Khan. On top of that, that's crazy. So yeah, we shitting me. You know how this is how crazy this is because our we're so unserious as people. You know how like that's funny. They're evil. This is awesome because of sports betting, because of trading in crypto, because of this mentality that everyone is learning or being conditioned with. Like when things go down, you bet on it, blah 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 blah. So that's what I'm saying. If they're directing artificially, right? Because they're making up the money in the rules, but if they're artificially banking on the fact that October's 31st, Hallows Eve, for certain people amongst the main demographic bloodline in them, they're gonna be calling down some type of additional extra energy, and they want to fine tune that to scarcity mindset, survival mode, fear, lack, and then thus begging the government to fix it. Because you understand it's a two-pronged thing. When they start praying, they're thinking that the government has to open, or the Trump is in the way, or they have to get Trump out the way. It'll be targeting Trump politically. It'll be targeting the poor blacks, Democrats, if you will, liberal-minded people with the coordinates or the talents to change the channel on it, and blah 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 blah, and everybody else just wants to make sure everyone's safe, that kids eat and things like that. Just a good Samaritan level. Nah, when everybody going that way, bro, when everybody going to when they're guiding you towards artificially created, and we're already seeing the vibes already that people are probably gonna skip the God quest in them and then jump back into praying for the government and the banks and the money for things to work out, right? They're gonna pray that the benefits go burr rather than freedom, right? Now check it out, check it out. That makes sense. Duh, right? Duh. We don't even gotta wait and see. Someone write it down. That's what happened. It was just probably mostly be hopeful in faith of the government fixing it, right? That they need these secondhand benefits in their grandmother's land with these fake Federal Reserve notes. The more that they get, the less valuable it is over time, and they're running out of time, and it's also rapidly running out of value. So it's not a long time to play the game. Either way, the damn thing go. Either way, if you understand everything. So I don't think what they say. We're not ready for that. Whatever the fuck that is. Whatever. So by October 31st, Halloween's Eve and shit. All that sexual energy and all that hoeing on top of it. Don't miss anything. Everyone's going to be betting the wrong fucking direction. You know what I would do? I would pray and use that night and that same energy and go to the other polarity and then like start imagining like the best outcome for me. Because honestly, I need these niggas in my reality either. You could pray for anything for real. Let them figure that out. I'm not going to waste my time or that energy worrying about Walmart, poverty, people going outside, people doing something. People have been talking about doing something this whole fucking time that shit's happening, and niggas haven't done nothing yet. So besides the 3 TikToks, we'll be all right, right? So instead of going to fear, lack, concern, or empathy in that direction, I would use that energy that night to say fuck the social wizard engineer of this ritual, and then take my free will of especially that fucking night and pray and visualize and manifest like the best November or December or Christmas of whatever of your fucking life. I would bet on that free energy right there that you could actually pray and manifest and rewrite your local shit if that energy needed to be that fucking powerful and channeled on Hallows Eve. Like I would lean into like, all right, everybody going for the expected dumb shit. The more people that ask for the same shit, the less potent it is. Novelty. You understand? Brother Panic was heavy on that. So like while everyone's trying to worship that God and pull for that, then that gives other things times to recharge. And he's talking about sigils, thought spaces, how we pull down these frequencies. Like we're pulling down these ships closer to us. It's the same story. It'll reanimate itself once our consciousness bridges this gap. But we think it's like something we have to read or learn. No, no, no. It's belief. It's a mustard seed, then it's a plant, then it's a tree, and then it's a fucking forest. So we're growing in the mustard seed of faith of knowing that this is going somewhere much more advanced, much more obviously more peaceful. That's our tenets to begin with. So like we're restoring that order while it's also raising its frequency, and everyone here will make it with us. It's just it's going to change the dynamics, the narrative, and the positions and who's in power. Not too much will change overnight, but you'll notice on that season right there, your shit will probably change faster. Mm-hmm. If you need a breakthrough, if you needing like a scene change, if you're needing some extra change, if you're intending on being inspired, creative, or doing something beautiful, or starting a new project or finishing one, and you needed that extra spiritual ritual, if you will, or communion, if you will, with a higher force. There's only one that I know about, but you know what I'm saying? I'll let you figure it out. That would be the night, man. For the journals, for the incense or candles, set the vibes and shit. I learned something from these bitches. And like, really put yourself in that mind space. Like, nah, while everybody talking about going into the water and not get hit by the sharks, I'm gonna get my ass off the beach and go towards the mountains. Reach for something higher. You know what I'm saying? Law of polarity, like gradients. Like, not everyone want to pull towards the black. So that means no one. You know what I'm saying? Sour hourglass. Like, damn. If any night that the airwaves are clear enough for the other things of life, you know what I'm saying? Less people with the same lottery ticket is what I'm trying to say. Bingo type shit. But we're only talking about in spiritual space. It's weird. That language model sucks because that's not really what it is, but it's spiritual space. Yeah, guard your own spiritual space that day by using it. You have to use it. You can't protect yourself. No, protect yourself, nigga. Use it for yourself. Like, what is your intention with this big ass portal, with all these sigils, with all these fucking subconscious flunked out people in your timeline that day, especially with niggas in costumes cosplaying on the same time as that. Niggas acting like they something else, getting too drunk to remember to even use that plane of opportunity. Yeah, that shit about to be evil for them. But for us, oh shit. What do I want? My birthday coming up. Type shit. Mm-hmm. You let me know how it turns out. I would just assuming whatever your visual is, you have food either way, right? You don't have to work out the details when you're dealing with spiritual things. That's where we make a mistake. We take our intellectual, domesticated, indoctrinated brain that has to do step by step ABCD, and we confuse that with what our spirit is. Spirit's like a quantum computer mid-journey. Mid-journey does not assume that you know how to do a 90-degree angle or that you need to like shade or fix the lines or two. Now, mid-journey is what are you imagining? Done. It's a prompt and then enter. That's what prayer is. It's not if. It's not about being clear of sins and fuck shit. You believe it or not, a lot of our people pray for fuck shit, aka rituals, and it works. I mean, God's no respecter of person, if you will. It's a power. It's a frequency. They think that should go all the way to space or something. I don't know. These niggas think anything, but as human vessels down here. So keep, and people don't have the right ratio for what we are, what we're all capable of. Not even using it as a society. So just if we can just get our shit together, maybe they'll believe us. So all right, yeah, that means things are getting better if they're not false flagging. It ain't that damn dramatic. They're just their whole culture's ritualistic. All of them would make the same move either way, but this one's intense because it's targeting black women. So yeah, that's fucked up. I'm just telling you, the setup is fucked up. But what that means is that's desperate. That's evil. That it's evil because it's stupid, and it's stupid because it's desperate. And I mean, someone's running out of time, and they're trying to force a spiritual or dimensional shift of that proportion. But it's also indicating that only black women in that context, whatever that cry or need is secretly, right? Not their video, but in their spirit, in their heart, whatever that release is, the government or these scientists are assuming it's for them, right? Like, yeah, we're going to receive that vote of confidence. We'll be able to continue because they have signed into us carrying out the manifestation of their relief of feeding themselves, although we've created or at least contributed to the actual runoff and the run of the consistency of the market environment that we created and limited them in to begin with, right? But they gave women rights to vote, and then like 10 years prior, boys got the rights to vote. So who was voting before that? Wake your ass up. Exactly. You want to vote in our republic. So something totally different. We're kingdoms. They're not. They're haters. So yeah, we gotta. Our purpose is something else. Like our job is probably easier than the ancestors. Grace and mercy. It had to be true. So anyway, just keep the law of polarity in mind for the rest of this week. They doing the most because there's a beautiful opportunity, or the timeline is changing for the better for us. If they're using us to go the other way, there you go. It's proof that spiritually, at least, so the prompt is getting better for us. If they gotta artificially scare us on Halloween, I'm talking about Freddy Krueger, ain't I? Come on, guys. Come on. Can't make this shit up. They trying to Halloween Michael Myers, Jason Voorhees, Halloween. That you know what I'm saying? These women fall asleep to murder mysteries. So while they're on Halloween, when at the very least they're streaming some silly movie shit with a DoorDash and shit. I'm not hating, bitch. Like, hi, share food. I'm hungry too. Like, what the fuck? Anyway, while they doing all that goofy shit they do with the ice cream, if they get scared, it's gonna lower their vibrations. And then tomorrow, November 1st, if it's not them, it's someone else. Like, you know what I'm talking about, guys. That's the perfect storm for fuckery. Targeting the sisters of Israel all in 120, nigga. That's demonic. I like that shit. That's up there. That's not just stupid. That's demonic. I like that shit right there. That's pretty fucking demonic. Like, how else can you get these bitches to do something at once? Oh my god. We got them, fellas. We got a formula here. We found it out, man. Now they can listen. Our sisters are changing coats so much. The new Mandela effect is that Chick-fil-A don't taste good no more. I got news for you, sis. It never tasted good. That must have been COVID. You had long COVID. That's what it was. They've been changing flavors out. But yeah, new Mandela effect is that Chick-fil-A ain't good no more. Guys, I don't know if y'all hear me. Your sisters mentally, intellectually, or need help from men again. Don't miss this shit, Mr. Bennigan. And then their routine, Starbucks getting closed. Fucking Chick-fil-A. Fuck the Mandela effect of its sign, but think of the sign of Chick-fil-A, you know. They're like, it don't even taste good no more. Y'all ain't hearing me. Y'all ain't hearing me. Y'all don't understand how impossible this year is, first of all. Y'all telling me Chick-fil-A and Starbucks is falling off for no fucking reason? Because sisters really ain't got as much money as they thought they did, or the shit they was talking just to be petty to men again for Twitter reasons? Is you gonna tell me? You gonna tell me the social media programming for Starbucks and Chick-fil-A social programming of our sisters has fucking expired by Halloween? Nah, they don't study their cult with us, Mr. Now. They don't study their cult for real. They didn't hear what the fuck I just said. I bet you they didn't. I bet you they don't understand how possible what I said it is, and the fact that that's what it is. On Mandela effects, don't miss anything. That is hilarious, B. The Mandela effect is lining up what was happening to who. That is the craziest story I've ever heard on this moon. Because you know the Mandela effect is conventionally impossible, but it's not, obviously, but it is. Like, in our whole worldview, that shit impossible, but like, yeah, it happened. And all of those things, all the things you said, running through my head of the Mandela effects is like lining it up. It's like the X-ray vision. Like, keep your eye on Chick-fil-A, keep your eye on the Starbucks mermaid pussy pose. Like, it was deep. It was like, yeah, that shit did change. I don't like that star right there. Like, in sync. They moved the fucking apostrophe. Like, don't fucking play with me, nigga. Like, shit. Anyway, I know that because I saw the damn titles on Napster my whole life. Like, cut it out. So, imagine. So, I think it's saying like those are the temporary variables. The Bible, everything. Monopoly, Jim Carrey comes. Oh my God. All at once, boy. Appearing on a veil ritual, moon ritual, dark side. Ooh, ancestors evil. They died. Yeah, here in Egypt, the land of the dead. Can you imagine? They came from us right here. Like all the spirits that are always here for years and 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 years. Not all of them were good enough to go to heaven, so they're stuck down here. Did you read our book? That's crazy. You came to our land and speaking our language, but you read our book. Well, we told your ass some spirits just can't go upstairs. It's okay. They never been up there. So yeah, I think on the day of spirits, that's why that's funny to me. They're scared of that day because that's a fact. By the way, you might be scared of something that just hit you in the head, taught you a slave. 10 years later, you listen to him again anyway, and he made you scared about some paganism. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. They learned that shit in elementary school for some reason. They ain't even that's not even true for the people back then. Tell them to shut the fuck up. Tell them to show me a source from the date, of course. Oh, I don't know what their names are. How come none of their names African? So you got Christian English names, but you niggas wasn't at least Christians. You lied on your mama. Who named you, bitch? They just came from Africa. Why would they name you some shit that belongs to Jews? I even got them beat in a name game, bro. You're from Africa. Why you got Jew name games then, bro? If there's no Jews in West Africa. Sons of David and Solomon. Slow down, Morty. No, you're not. But if you were, Etruscan Tuscaroras. Woo, key crisp. Why are they killing Christians in fucking West Africa right now? At the same fucking time that lie would start. They're killing the Christians, whether they are or not, you know, it's all blocked what is allegedly happening. Well, when the narrative shifts during a portal like this, I know. We're starting to figure out what this is. Sad story. With God, we don't need permission from men, do we? Nope. That's the same story. We are steering a ship or a cube, Kabbalah or the Kaaba type shit. Actually, we don't control it; we steer it. Moors don't control the waves or the wind. You learn how to get in alignment. So people like me, and especially a lot of the people who are good at any type of divinity when it comes to timing and energies. Some of them just like the narrative, but whatever, that gift, that sense is a sense. Like, you might not be able to do nothing about it when it sucks or when it's just unright, except for the mentalism that I've been talking about recently, flipping things and, you know, confessing and praying, accepting it opposite, irregardless of how it feels, right? Like, that's a discipline for the rest of your life. But outside of getting that right with the mind, because this will make you healthy no matter what you think, what you believe. Trust me, if you can just get that right, you're gonna find God on your own anyway. So obviously more of us are getting that right. Because it's changing faster, but it's not fast enough just yet. But the changes are happening so fast that we don't understand that it's really fast as shit. For instance, you got the random string of celebrity deaths that are connected to certain rings of things. So we don't know if those deaths are natural because all this snitching is going on too. And a lot of this is blackmail rings, and a lot of this is extortionists. So you're gonna see a lot of famous people dying, and it's like, oh, was it COVID? But that might not even answer the question since it's a string of events. So they're downsizing their idol class or their elites of social narrative, basically. They'll make you feel different about LeBron, King James. They'll make you feel different about the NBA and gambling and those things when most people are gambling currently. I'm in Vegas. I promise you, they gamble all their money away. Culturally, like the people who gamble here and live here, no, they don't have money. They have bets. They have pawn shop appointments. They're always, that's probably, I'll be honest with you, that's probably one of the saddest sins, if you will, addictions, if you will, to ever experience in person. But more so for me, because I be hating. Like, this motherfucker gambled more money than I've ever made just to lose it. And you just gotta sit like that's a whole different program or reality for that person. But no matter how high the numbers are to them, it's not enough. But for me, it's like, man, I'd have been at 3,000. Shit, nigga, I'm gonna have a great day at White Castle. What the fuck going on with these niggas? Just one more hit. Just one. No, 3,000 off of 30. Go home, Roger. They can't. But I'm also saying, even that's not like guaranteed that. You know what I'm saying? But they don't have that filter at all. They lost that shit a long time ago. You know what they all have in common though? The childhood trauma, if you will, is the insecurity of never allowed to feel like they can be themselves. They always had to be responsible for someone else. They're usually like the older siblings in groups, or the man or the woman of the house at young ages. So they don't start gambling until later. because they were taking everything so serious, planned out and responsible, or held accountable for so many other things, listers, and then by the time they fucking crack, then it's like mental health issues. But to cope with it, they got to do something that's out of their control, if you will. It's very weird dynamic like that. So many people out here like that. The drugs is a side effect for the other things, the traumas or the hurts or numbingness and so on and so forth. And then the promiscuity and all the weird diseases they don't tell you about. It'll make it for a very miserable potion. So let's throw some more money at it. Either way, tomorrow goes right. That's noticing that that's the theme though of everything in our life right now. What I just described to you is Vegas. It's the people I'm around. Those in the sick spectrum. You're having that problem with Canada and their budget. You're having that problem with the crypto world because people killed themselves over it. Algorithm masters. You got this problem in Hollywood apparently. You got this problem with women and child support lately. You got this problem in covering the food stamp costs. You have this problem, this same function, this same algebra problem all across the board. It's like the rigged game is now off. So now you actually have to play the game. Now you actually have to have the capital. Now you actually have to have the profits to justify the game itself. Last time I said, hey, my fucking problem on God and on Jenga. So, but I just wanted to highlight that for you. Like there's a problem with the game itself because it's unrigging itself. Meaning, if they're the rigged version of nationality, constitutional republic, and black people or indigenous, like if they're the counterfeit paper version and that's how it was being rigged, but since February around the Iron Mountain situation until now, it's been unrigging things, whether the feds or the FBI want to or don't want to, whether they're presenting one way publicly but they're making changes the other way. You know what I'm saying? They do that too sometimes. They'll sound like they're dumb or not in on it and actually shut some shit down privately. You know what I'm saying? You gotta, to balance that for that long, it's got to be a little bit of good in it, yin and yang, either way, if you understand everything. So, anyway, we're climbing out of that energy, the gaming energy. Even women, like gaming their looks and thinking that high value men will be in abundance. It's like going to a casino. They're addicted to it. Like, oh, I'm bored. Let me spin another one and see if there's another sucker out there for me. Oh, I didn't really like this thing about it. And you mind you, they go in there with a lot of money. But by the time they hit 28 to 33, then it's kind of like, only have $10 left. Let me go up to everyone I can borrow $10 from and make them spend for me. And if it's not a fucking bar or a 777, then they're not the one for me. But meanwhile, they're spending his money to play. Like, so if he would have won, she would have took all the money. But because she didn't win, then he had to leave. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh shit, I get to leave and I'm broker. Yeah, that's Vegas. That's Vegas. My whole life has been Vegas. Now that I think about it, this is Bittersweet Symphony tonight. Yeah, desert shit. Yeah, I'm in Vegas because it's the capital where all the crash out sociopaths, narcissists, and gambler addictions and sex addicts end up when they fall off. That's what you don't understand about Vegas. If they live in Vegas, these are the people in that class of the previous generation when they fell off. Like it's the girl after 28. It's the, you know what I'm talking about. It's not peak Sin City. This is this is where Sin City people retire at. There we go. So you understand everything. All the fucking swingers and all that stuff. It'll be some old wrinkly ass people here. So understand nothing. Hmm. Yeah, man. The younger generation, my generation, too ugly for the sex trade to been popping. I'll be honest with you. I know how genetics work, so now these women ain't. Nah, nah, nah. But I will say the Latina torta face thing, they're very homogenous in their features, though. That might explain the sex trade, if I'm honest. For them all to have the same feature set, using Moorish names and degrees, but having Asiatic things too. And something else that's more shorter, Boer level. Yeah, you start to realize everything when you know these letters better too. Right? Oh, we're talking about species. Yep. Ain't even no argument about it. Once you know what their features are. So, like, oh, they're mixed. Duh. I'm Mexican. Mishi. Moses. Mosaics. Yeah. They're mixed with a lot of things. Hence, Israel, part two, Hebrews and Indian associates. It'll always be near us. In our languages, if their names are in our languages too. You gotta understand everything. So, yeah, they call it the Morisco charts. Look them up. We started dark, 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 dark. But now all of a sudden, it's a whole different, it has new ingredients to it, as usual. So, understand it. They would have to be related. It's not that we're related to them. They're in our land related to us. If they're in our land and not related to us, then they're not from this land. That's easy. If they're compatible with this land and know the trade routes and stuff, and they're actually helping, growing, planting, building, honoring things, then they were just with us because that's our customs and traditions. Quite literally, their family dynamic is the same black big mama dynamic. Actually, it's the Cherokee dynamic. Actually, uh-huh. The boys go away from home, prodigal sons, Hebrews, and they figure out how to work, technically in captivity because you're working for someone else. And then all the work and labor you do for your uncle, or all the work and labor you do for whoever, or even Joseph working for a pharaoh. It's a job, but he getting paid too. Like they make slavery seem all fucking Dante's cave level for some reason. We're in slavery too now because we're in captivity. So anyway, and then you send all that shit back home. You refortify your mother's portion, right? And your father's there too, but it's more because it's your mother's land, if you will. And then your daughter would inevitably inherit it once they die or you die too. So it's like later down the line, this is my daughter's, but before it's hers, let me take care of my mother. And then your mother's a grandmother, so she's taking care of all the orphans and all the hoe kids. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like it's mathematics, I guess, right? So, but that's why she's there to do so. And then the people who are back home, the knuckleheads who ain't gonna do nothing with themselves, they're the ones that are starting the gangs around her house because there's more motion in that house. So they act like they're, you know what I'm saying, like grandma lit. Meanwhile, it's their daddy, their uncle, their aunties, whoever it was back then, who was building it up. But the knuckleheads stay home, the little rascals or the little bangers, but they're keeping the name around too. It actually protects your family. Oh yeah, those are such and such. Yeah, those are some crazy niggas. Yeah, but they got a lot of money somehow. Hmm? Because the non-crazy niggas are somewhere else sending money back home. That's even how they do it with drugs too. Like if you know anything about anything. So what I'm saying is that's a very Israel-like blueprint. So yeah, that's kind of what it's always been here at least. And you're noticing how much louder that's what people miss, I think. They miss the formula. They gentrified the family formula. It wasn't nuclear family, nigga. No, we were doing family way before you had nuclears, nigga. You ain't even got nukes here, nigga. So stop playing with us. They fucked around and found out. Shout to you, Brian. Shout to Gorilla Gospel, man. Jonathan L. Makes he even raise the question, are they actually out? I don't know, man. I don't know. I know all media is propaganda if it's talking about some other country. So they tied a very interesting narrative boundary and didn't know what to do with it. So they're gonna manipulate the end of the month as a warlock witch like level of an attempt, and that just tells you like food is like your last resort, man. So this is their last good shot, I think, before things get fucked up rather than weird. So right now it's still weird, but whatever that ritual energy they open the sisters and them, like they're trying to guide them. We'll see. You'll start hearing it. They'll preload it probably a day or two before too. You'll notice something, and then they want to manifest that over the veil. So, nah, I'm going the other way with it. I'm not a Democrat, so I'm going the other way with it, regardless of the fuck they talking about. It's going to be a powerful. This is going to be a powerful season for all of us. We ain't got none of our excuses of the old world present anymore. We're down to limited. We're to bare minimum distractions even. a lot of the elders are gone. You feel me? Like, if you're a millennial or around it, they really cursed our ass with that may you live in interesting time shit. God damn it. May you live in interesting time, be damn boy, because this is the most interesting time there is, I think. Because it's changing so fast. But we're not. It's changing fast, but we're not. We're tired because it's not changing. But everything else is changing fast around us. Like being the eye of a hurricane. We might just notice some of the like turbulence in our local life, but if you really look around you, a lot of the people who are hyped up in whatever it is you see, heads down outside, buying beers and things, turning up, trying to numb things, but always got a positive, affirmative thing to say other ways. And it's like, nah, 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 these people are capping. You know if I can scare the shit out here, boy, I ain't gonna hold you. I know fear very well. It's one of my best friends. But I know how to cope with fear, not weakness. Fear. I laugh in the face of danger. Ha ha ha. He didn't mean that shit. But the Bible even tells you, let the weak say I am strong. Now imagine that's a Bible rule. A lot of people faking it till they make it for real. I know. It's like it's built into their grandparents. Anyway, so that mask is falling off too. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All those people who survive that mentally, like functionally, and just keep going on with society, if they ever want to chime in publicly again, what I can tell you, if you've been doing the work this whole time, where they said the first shall be last and the last shall be first, that's a pole switch. What has happened in the story, in the journey of what am I going to do with my life quest, all of us have already been on that. Everyone else that's just now reacting and like trying to pump the brakes on, oh my God, that means they never started. This is their first 9/11, emotionally, spiritually, conspiracy theory, 3 a.m. wise. This is going to be a lot of people's first year. This is their 2001 for the first time. So you are 23 to 24 years ahead of this shit. Jordan or Kobe, right? Yeah. You're like Jordan or Kobe away from this. So now, airspace wise, or thought wise, or manifestation of the better reality wise, there's really not too many alternative thought forms against you, and no matter what you have done or wanted to do with your life, because it led you to this point of not being reprobate. I mean, that's the victory. You personally survived a reset, no matter who you are. Yeah, you survived Tower of Babel if you didn't lose your voice. You survived the Tower of Babel if the truth about God is the same truth you got about God now, and it still works. Like I'm telling you, my prayers are still answered somehow. So I know what the the constant variable is. So it was like, okay, it'll be all right then for us. We just need more of us to pray for our freedom out of occupation. It'll change the financial system. That is the catalyst. We have to stop using the Federal Reserve notes, basically. The system, like the Mandela effect. You'll see. You'll see. You'll see. It'll be smooth for our sake. For the elect's sake, I will speed up time. I thought that was a promise in the Bible too. He said for the L's sake, for the elect's sake, like when you wake your ass up, when y'all start waking up, I'll speed up time on your ass. But we're not worrying about humans and time and floods and oh my God, what's happening to the world. No, no, no. We in captivity. They in the wrong story, bro. They in the same book, but they in the wrong story in the book. No, no, we are in captivity, so we're not worrying about the end of Revelations and all. No, 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 no. They real smooth and slick with that shit. How do I end up in captivity still? That means Revelations already happened, bitch. Nah, stop fucking playing with me. No, I mean at the end of captivity again or still. It doesn't matter which. It's at the end of it either way. So, what stories are those? Well, everyone was afraid of the one-eyed giants in the land of milk and honey. Sounds very innuendo for agriculturalists charged with breeding and multiplying. But if you don't like that type of shit, Sodom and Gomorrah, where would you go? Exactly. We're not all going the same direction. That's the biggest mistake I think we make as people. We assume that everyone wants the same great, awesome, good, peace, all those words, and then also what they mean. Like we don't gain agreement on the connotative of the words, and we don't even gain agreement on our polarity or energy, like what it means like to manifest something awesome. But then forget that those people know how to relate to you on good things, but they also have a lot of fuck shit that's in them that they don't talk to you about that would also increase if they had it their way. A lot of people don't acknowledge that. That's kind of like our Achilles heel. This I could tell through our bloodlines, our generational curse is that it's just a contradiction that causes the narcissism to flare up. But it's only in existence because we're denying ourselves of who we really are. And it feels like there's a guilt or shame across the board that every generation after has to pay for it emotionally. And like the trauma is passed down. No, a false narrative is passed down. That's why when you meet other people who ain't down with the cause, you're like, bro, who raised you? You grew up around white people. So that means the trauma wasn't passed down then. The story was. Oral tradition was. I thought those were Africans. All right then, so it's easy. It's easy. We on the other side of easy like Sunday morning. That's all. That's all I'm trying to say. So get ready for whatever that upgrade is, y'all. Like, bro, we're not just far ahead in our awareness in the language model and dealing with reality and how fucked up it could feel and could be, should be, right? Nah, boy. We know we at the end of this elevator ride of whatever it is. If you thought you were waiting for people to catch up or bring them up to speed one day, you are lost. We're in a timeline in which we have lapped them. What? Dead giveaway. This conversation isn't one or two steps above whatever the general zeitgeist about spirituality and real time shit is. I'm telling you, as soon as Bobby disappeared and Brother Panic stepped down or vowed out or checked out, that whole thing opened up in just chaotic sense, right? Because there's no focus point, no narrative. And then it's just COVID itself and money and getting back on track. That's why it was so money fed, because COVID did set a lot of people back and put their credit up, right? So now we're here at the end of all that. There's no conspiracies left for us currently. There's no, now on my part, I don't think there's no confusion about at least what the intention of the Bible is, based on who wrote it towards who, about who, and then how that could apply to everyone else that ought to be related to us. But now it's kind of like no matter what happens next, socially or politically, like the work itself, like if you learn how to master your mood and your energy and to re-steer, feng shui, if you will, yin and yang some shit, if you've done that up until now, man, you're gonna be good. Because there's so many people who just never been good, who've never gotten it. And now, orbit-wise, we have lapped them. They may look like they ahead of you, but that's because you're pulling up behind them and you're about to lap them. That's how the first becomes last and the last becomes first, right? It's circular or a spiral. Spirit. Spirits are spherical, thus they're kind of like the Fibonacci. It's a portal opens on October 31st type of thing. It's like a speed bump in Mario if you don't decide which direction you should go. So yeah, we are way above the general consensus now. Nothing that I'm talking about, there's not anyone who's active now that would even want to argue about this. We're way beyond Kansas, guys, in terms of the spiritual awareness and talking points versus everyone else remaining that's talking to us about anything. Pay attention to that when you're outside. Like, what are people talking about? Not like listening to everything, but like if you can assign subject to it in heat. Like, what's the positive? Is it positive? What's the good thing? If it's exciting, what's exciting about it? Like, find the emotional value in the subject and the emotional value. And you'll see how cooked the narrative is, or how cooked how consensus is, and how that makes most people find a ground level that's kind of incoherent, or it's weird. It's like anti-nostalgic energy. I can't fucking explain it. I can't fucking explain it because their subjects don't make sense given the intense conditions we're in. So we lapped them spiritually. That was the upgrade of 2025, I think, or the pandemic altogether. Like, if you didn't fall into the consensus, if you ended up being isolated, abandoned, broken up with, or black sheep during this time, it's like you passed. I'm talking about outside of your own family you control, your kids. I'm talking about like if the rest of the world forsaken you because you took a stand that was against the wave and you're still standing today, yeah, that's how you lapped everybody. Mm-hmm. You'll never get on their level. You beat them already. Mm-hmm. Now the game has to load. You haven't picked your new features and your characters yet. That's all. That's what I'm talking about the portal. You better start thinking because those people ain't gonna be thinking no more about those things. So like, you got 10 houses in LA, right? And that's like the elite yuppies, new millennial 20 somethings to 40 something ass goal to mean something. There's 10 of them, but there's 100 people that want to manifest it. And they all know about magic, sex, tantrum, all that shit, and they're all trying to manifest it. It's going to be very turbulent as they play musical chairs. But what I'm saying is, those 10 houses have appeared again, but those people don't even know where those houses are. So they're not aware of it. They're not channeling that. They're Sarah looking behind to pillars of salt. Like, where the flavor at? Where the salt at? Didn't we leave a monument here? Where's MTV at? Where's this at? I mean, MTV was gone as soon as you know the only thing looping left in their program was ridiculousness. Now understand everything. So like, you're starting to see it turns into pounds and pillars of salt. That's what pillars of salt are. You look in the past of the nostalgia, everything that you remembered is a pillar of salt. Either it's going to make you sad, aka cry, or it's destroyed or grown. You know, it's lost its form. It's lost the energy as well. Because salt is electrical, so you do everything right. You understand? Like that era, that time, not as the side effects of the things we miss about it, but the people, the mindsates that created that or sustained it, or the mindsates that killed it. Right? Wherever they paid their attention to next, whatever that plan or plot was, they failed already. They failed because they don't have enough time or energy to actually get to the direction they need to go, but they went the wrong direction. On some fish table shit. You gotta shoot them damn big sharks and shit. And they say, well, I want to skip that one and go for this. And they're like, you shouldn't have did that. It's 3 hours for that one. It was 2 hours for that one. You got a free arrow if you hit it, and you got the points. Like, you understand everything. So that's all. We have we've completed a reset or something. Or we finished the first part of it, or we finished the transition of that reset. Mm-hmm. All praises to the Most High God. I can tell you, this ain't the same thing. We're not in the same. We're not in Kansas anymore. Again, yeah. The NBA though. Shout out to Usman. Gorilla Gospel 3. Yo, big dog. Shout out to you, Brian. How you doing? I'm doing like I'm doing good, bro. The blueprint's true. My grandmother was Cherokee also. Shout out to Gorilla Gospel. Regurgitation of nonsense or empty talk, no nutrients. You got it, brother. Jonathan L says ridiculousness. I saw there was a video talking about Rob Dyrdek sacrificing his good friend before he got the role. But I didn't want to click or watch it. Yeah, that's always a pattern in their contracts. Yeah. So they're doing sacrificial donations to Molech in those contracts. Yeah, they normally pick someone to be sacrificed if it's on the occult level of that group's contract levels, yes. Yeah, that's guaranteed. That's guaranteed because that's what that Talmudian practice is. Yeah, that's cool. because they're just betraying their own bloodline and creating their own generational curses. That's what I'm saying. Is like our minds are expanding, aka taking the shackles off. But in our same generation, so many of these people who obviously had the favor, the networking advantage before we did, they're the new ones who put shackles on. So they had the favor in the fiat and fake system, and now with those same shackles on, they no longer have the favor in the features. So now they're like, damn, I'm enslaved again. Yep. So their blood, their kids, their grandkids, they will have to go through the whole fucking wheel of Dante's Inferno again to clarify that shit. If they even reproduce for it to matter. Remember, the plenty of times in the Bible, God will end the whole bloodline. He'll cut off a whole fucking branch for no reason. Like, oops, like, that's the end of them. But those people, they didn't kill the wives or the kids, they took them with them. But those people, they killed everybody, including the wives and including the kids. Like, they don't always end the same if you understand genetics. So yeah, everybody don't make it. Genetics, I mean, variation wise. And a lot of people who were in power, obviously, if they took the power from us, they're a new variation, of course. Thus, now they want to start from the bottom. Now they're here. Cool. So the thing flipped. So when things flip like that, you don't automatically reach the top, right? It's a gradual buildup. The sand has to stack back up now in your favor. Your votes, your electorate, your awareness. Wherever you think certain things should go, you can pray on it and focus on those things. If you in your heart is passion is calling you, then you need to make the prayer. You need to make the call. You need to phone the friend up top to cause that to resolve or change. And when it changes, you rejudge it and go, is that better enough, or is there something else for me to analyze and pray about? Like, God, show me the path and use me and allow me to know what steps to take when it arises. And plus, most of the time, when you get used to that rhythm, you'll feel it inside of you anyway. It'll be like this. You should go do this. And then it'll stop telling you what to do, and then you'll find yourself in a loop where you're manifesting what's going to happen next anyway. You're like, oh shit, maybe if this happens, I should get this. Like, oh, maybe when this person moves around, when they come back, we should do this. Like, when you really, really, really have a good day, you can tap in on the wave, and it's not like you're waiting for a boss to tell you to do something for some no reason. No, no, no. Just go in that direction. Whatever is taking you. It's taking you away from them. Yeah, you're in the right direction. Just keep going. Lock in. AKA everything they did that don't fucking work, and obviously none of it did. Stop doing it, and then go that way, and then talk to God about everything else. You freaky frog, you. The end. The fuck. But that's why I say that beautifully. Like, damn, we ain't missed nothing. We finally cleaned up all of the Jumanji clues of which conspiracy, end of the world, alien prophets or Jews, Moors, all the ancient aliens tied up into one moment. And it was like, yeah, we all here, duh. The end. That shit's beautiful, man. For us. The new class. So, all glory be to God, man. I hope it gets better for us fast. Since we're the new class. Hmm? Yeah. You'll notice it. You don't just have a local effect no more. If you understand any of the shit I'm telling you. So go forth and multiply it, right? You see how that works in all dimensions? And if you're only using it to multiply yourself, you're doing 1 times 1 again. So it's like you're dividing yourself. So that's why I told you, that's why I've added to my routine. I've been like trying to manifest things more in the environment that includes other people too, and how I can help or guide it to a better outcome. Not to fix anything, not to control it, but to like, what's a good thing that can happen between this and that, or me and that? And then boom, 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 boom. Like, bro, it's up and it's stuck again. What I'm saying is the magic of doing the right things magically works again. It's been off for a while, like it wasn't going nowhere. You know what I'm saying? It's like rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. And it's like, oh, it's losing its effect. People are now into fear and doubt, so they're not commanding so much of that energy anymore. They're not so confident no more. Faith. They're losing faith in themselves. Thus, it's, you know what I'm saying? It's still lingering. That energy, that spirit's still lingering. And now when you call it on some Spider-Man shit, it's like, oh yeah, no problem. I'm just giving y'all a heads up. Like, that portal opened for me yesterday, where it was like, oh shit, the water flowing again. Cool. Like, that happened. This person showed up. They were like, that talked to this one person, had a breakthrough in algebra again, like all kind of shit. Hearing other people's stories, I was like, oh, this shit. like basically it's downloading again. And then I got a chance to like tell them some stuff and meet this person, and it's like, oh my god. The one thing a person told me recently was like, I feel like a cloud is like trying to like move off of me. I was like, yeah, that's me. Because I used to tell people about the vacuum effect when I said, I don't fuck with you. Like, it was a really bad moment about to happen to me, and you could feel the darkness come down. But all of a sudden, the spirit gave me that little sound bite, and it made me laugh, and then I felt it vacuum out negative energy. I was like, oh, we have control of that. So now that when I'm talking to people in real life, they're describing the same phenomenon happening, even though they loop into what's wrong, and a lot of these people have PTSD, and they loop into their traumas, and it's like, back then when I was a kid, my mama said, like, yeah, but we're here, present moment. You like ice cream? 30 seconds later. You notice how you're not worrying about none of that shit you were just talking about? Yeah, that's cool. Oh, so I can just control my thoughts. Well, why don't you think like they didn't control the thing, and how come they didn't see that I was the thing that was damaged because I had the energy source that they took advantage of? Why do people who take advantage of energy take advantage of me? I said, because you have energy. Yeah, but if I have energy, then why won't they event? What are you talking about? They don't have energy. They don't know what energy is. That's what they're trying to take it from you. And I walk through these loops with these people until they finally get it. Like, you're not special because you're special or you look a certain way. You're special because you finally realize that it's your energy. We graduate. The whole lesson so far is like, this is what fucking happens if you don't protect your energy from strangers. If you don't give your energy to strange gods and false idols. Like, that's how valuable your energy is. As soon as you stop paying attention, the whole fucking economy crumbles. You're a power source, soul force. Hmm? It's a little bit different than animal kingdom, brother. That's why you have command of the dreams, the deja vus, and the rewrites and the Mandela effects in your own life. If you do that at all in your life, if God answered any of your prayers in your life, you have the Wi-Fi password, nigga. Stop fucking playing with me. We didn't give those to just anybody, right? Yeah, man. If you can find somebody, if you ever heard somebody, let me hear you say yeah. You know what I'm talking about? Y'all act like y'all locked out of heaven or something. That's crazy. Y'all be making phone calls and they be answering. You locked out of heaven, but when you make a phone call, someone answers sometimes. I didn't say they answer all the time, but like you call heaven and someone answer, right? That's crazy. Like they got caller ID. You think heaven got caller ID real quick? You think heaven got caller ID? Like you praying to heaven, I think, the word model. Like you're praying to heaven and someone in heaven answers sometimes. Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. On your grandmama or somebody in your family, for some reason, you got a lifetime up there in heaven, right? You got a lifeline in heaven. Oh my God. Because one, that's what that Bible about. But if you could imagine, some people don't. Some people don't. Some people see themselves as monsters and won't even play that game. I know. Do not judge, including yourself, right? Do the science. So I'm just talking to the people out there who have ever needed to make a phone call to heaven. And even once, no, you know what? I hate that. If it has happened 3 times over your fucking millennial ass life, I'm just telling you, boy, the fact that heaven even answers your ass tells you half the damn story. Yeah. But then it gets to a point where you realize, like, you're not asking for something if it's yours. Before you're asking for something, help, different program, different world, different people's opinions and persuasions controlling shit. But now, after years and years and years, like when shit gets tough, you ask for heaven for help and it answers you sometimes. Amazing. But what I'm saying is that's a temporary thing too, because it's in training you. The reason why you're asking for heavenly help is probably because heavenly help put that in your way. Hmm? If you read that Bible, God be setting up his own people. Like he'll set up the problem, reaction, and solution. The Jewish people didn't create that from scratch. That's literally the Jehovah Jireh version of things. Like it's like, yeah, you can test my most loyal, faithful servant Job. Like, yeah, let's bet on him, right? Talk about FanDuel recently. You know what I'm talking about, NBA? Like, even if you will, in that alliteration of whatever degrees and angels and energies that really is, I don't know. But just imagine if the god or the archangel big dog at that time in his round table on King Arthur shit, and his hating ass cousin or brother pulled up and be like, yo, where you been? I'm like, I've been devouring niggas. Like, he a lion though. So if the lion is the devourer, then a lion laying down with a lamb, Jesus, would be a bad thing, right? He was talking to a lion, a devourer. A lion, a devourer, wanted to, for whatever reason, play or hate on Job. A lion, a devourer. How they confuse that with Lucifer, Satan, and all those things? I thought the lion, the devourer, would be Judah. But what do we know? We don't know how to read anything. But anyway, so that's not even the point, though. The point is that God, the big homie that we're writing as in favor of our story of who we're assigned to. You understand? The writer, our dude, woo 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 woo. He was like, you know what? Shit, fuck it. Yeah, this gonna traumatize the shit out of him, but he gonna make it. I mean, God knows everything, but nah, just go with the narrative. He gonna make it anyway. Then you gotta start doing algebra. All right, so you have everything, and if God takes you to it, God's gonna take you through it. But what was the number one requirement you notice in the Job trial? He didn't have to be happy about it. He didn't have to love it. He even had to fuck with his neighbors. He just had not to do what? Curse God. That's all. Nobody told him what was going to happen. So there's no reason for him to act normally or rationally. He started questioning his relationship with God instantly. Have you noticed everything? That's what happens to us. Like, damn, this shit turned off. Something's off. What the fuck? What am I not doing right? We have our own mini Job trial at every fucking season change of our life. What you talking about? The fuck? That's why it's in the book, so you can read it again. You'll forget, nigga. Like, go back to that book. Like, oh, that's where I'm at in Job. Yeah. So what's next? Math-wise. So math-wise, Book of Job type shit. Like, at the end of that trial, I want to double it up, triple it up, times 7, times 13, that shit up anyway. Because what does it profit a man to gain the whole world and lose his soul in the process anyway? So how do you test that out unless you lose something? So if you go through life, calling heaven, going through things, and you find out that for some fucking reason you lost things, and you've been following the books and the steps as best as you understand possibly, but yet still that shit they took away don't fucking quite make sense, I got great bad news for you. No shit, nigga. Welcome to the club. That's initiation. You don't fucking get anything you want unless you lose everything you got. What the fuck niggas don't understand about reading this Bible, boy? A book by warlocks, witches, and sorcerers. I keep telling them initiations to that book. That's why they do baptisms. That's why they mock, human, ritualize the blood and the skin. Like, these are pagans, bro. But we are sorcerers. But you understand there's an algebra thing they're trying to highlight here with the sun, astrotheosophy, tarot card reading, Moorish math and science and algebra, and Rubik's Cube of quantum reality type things that come from melanin. So you imagine that's our fucking software system. Anyway, by the way. So yeah, I don't understand anything, but what I do understand is that we made it this far. We're good. We're not good. I mean, we still gotta do what we gotta do. But I'm saying is like, if we made it this far without losing our damn mind completely, we're in the top 1 to 10% of people fucking alive still and fucking coping currently. I promise you. Is that fucking weird? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thank God keeps his promises. And not even for our own sake. But at the same time, to tell you that he will never lose his inheritance. So he cares that fucking much about us timelessly, is what the ancestors were saying. Wherever book or chapter you find yourself in this game of life, when it stops making sense, then where do you go again, right? And if you had everything you thought you wanted, it's not making you happy, and then the next instance when you question it, you lose it all. Then it's not like, oh my God, it's going to the end. I should die next. No, bitch. If God wanted you dead, nigga, you be dead already. The fuck we talking about? No. Stop fucking finish reading the damn story. He loses everything, then he gets everything back times more. I think it's the Esdras and Jonas and all those. Like, I give you 7 times more. Like, if you can just not bitch out, if you could just not lose, if you don't let me lose this bet, if you don't fuck up the third quarter, third leg of my parlay with my evil brother set or whatever is going on, Inky and Lil, if you just don't fuck up my parlay, I'm gonna win his shit, his kingdom, and his marbles, and then I'm gonna increase everything your punk ass lost anyway. Because come on, let's be fucking for real down here. She want that bad anyway. Stop playing with us. Understand everything, Enoch. So you know what I'm saying? But we felt it so final because movies are final. In 90 minutes or less, it's final. Like, oh my God. Nah, but life be like, it'll give you 90 minutes every day, nigga. So, like, every day's a movie, for real. Especially between sleep and overnight shit, right? Obviously. So, make sure y'all start taking advantage of that part of the reality when you're starting to get to know God for real. You can test the spirit. Like, God has to change something in your life for it to be worth it anyway. So, like, stop fucking playing around. Like, ask for change until you figure out what the call and response is. You might be asking for too much. You might not be asking for enough. I don't fucking know your formula or your workflow. This is the law of rhythm. But wherever you are in the law of rhythm and you find a damn story that aligns to where your energy is, you'll notice at the end of the stories, if you do what you're supposed to fucking do, when it's the worst, that's the last time it's ever like that for your ass. If you don't curse God in the process. Don't cause him to lose that bet on you, nigga. Basically. They're betting on you. Quite literally. Story joke. They're betting that you're gonna do what the fuck God said to do in your honor, irregardless of the fucking reward or benefit, right? Like that's the point. That's why the devourer is hating. That that kingdom empire pride rock thing don't move Job off of where his attention is on God either way. His attention was on God when he got those things, and his attention was on God when he was feeling fucked up and betrayed by God too. But he wouldn't curse it. He wouldn't disconnect his connection with God. Was like, oh man, I lost everything. So I guess God's not real anymore. Like, oh, God's like, fuck me for real. You'll feel like that. But then you'll be like, oh, God think I'm tough. Don't stop asking for stuff. The fuck? Oh, you changed the channel. That wasn't me. That was a global variable change. Oh, the divine is stepping in for real, for real. Oh, y'all want to fuck with me a little bit. All right. What's this quest? The fact that God's even testing you tells you he's interested in you, right? Because energy goes and flows where attention goes. So if God has attention on you to correct you and put you into tension, then there's an agenda for you, right? And that's an energy equation. Whether or not we understand what God is, we're talking about the energy that comes from staying determined through any situation. You get more energy on the other side of it. And then you get the benefit of never being afraid or caught off guard or uncertain or insecure about a very similar math function or formula, anything like it anymore. So much so, it makes you laugh in the face of danger. And you end up manifesting a whole different reality anyway. And you'll notice that the people who can't face that reality don't end up with you on the underside of it either way, because they got to cross those bridges too. They're celebrating happy and covering up the fact that they ain't even make a fucking move yet for real. That's what I be talking about, Monopoly and lapping niggas like it's a Mario Party for real. I'm telling you something, this is different. I'm only talking spiritually. It ain't gotta make sense in nobody's fucking book or linear history. I know what the fuck I'm talking about, and I know it's right because it keeps happening. So I'm just trying to share that well of just for me, it's introspection and re-realizations of things as it's culminating the energy that I feel directly from it. So, like, yeah, it feels like as if the season is changing spiritually now, too. Like, it's changing the words and the rules and the distractions and the people things. Yeah, cool fucking story, but I'm saying the spiritual part, like, that shit was turned down. It was like God didn't pay the fucking Wi-Fi bill for us to get a strong signal, and like all of a sudden that shit was like, I shall not fear, do not fear. So if people talk about God, but they're also like in a state of fear and they're like stuck in the fear and they're not, they're not doing the opposite polarity of anything, then you're like, oh, got him, got him, got him, reprobate, 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 reprobate. Oh my God, how many years is left? It's like Duck, Duck Goose in this bitch. Like, howdy who? Who knows everyone's losing their mind but haven't lost their mind yet? Like, that's impressive. So, like, thank God we haven't lost our mind yet. Think about it. That is, oh my God. Even if you just made it by a pinch, we haven't lost our mind yet, bro. I'm telling you, these motherfuckers lost their mind out here. Shit, that's crazy, bro. They don't even know they don't know the rules, bro. Fuck reading the Bible. No disrespect, I'm just saying they don't know the rules of even managing their mind. So like rereading and rewinding the same fucking lines ain't what it's about anyway. It's about the fact that as soon as you start initiating it and start working, it's like God goes, gotcha, sucker, and then throws you into fucking nether realms anyway. And you going through the coal and the fire, and you're like, wait, I'm in another realm anyway. Am I supposed to work down here? Let me ask God for help from the third stairs. And then you follow the light out of there, then you're in Earth realm. And you're like, I get money and pay my rent tomorrow, and them girls want a good guy like this. And you go through all that dummy mission shit per generation. They're like, fuck it, I don't even have any kids after the end of all that. What the fuck was that shit about? Did all these bitches lie to me? Oh, got him, got him, got him, got him. Oh, I know what you are. You have your father to somebody else's grandmother. I get it. Nice try, though, Franciscans. Don't play with me. See? Mm-hmm. No, it's not dating and hypergamy. No, if you understand bloodlines and nationalities, you actually have a greater appreciation for why most of those type of girls don't work for us. Whether they're hyper mixed or recently mixed with a little bit, that ain't enough. If they're leaning towards that bourgeoisie as Kim Kardashian level as a woman at the center of a harlot hoe as storyline, but deny being a hoe, but most of their money coming from doing shit that's actually hoeing in their storyline. Like that breed of animal, that's that French shit. That's some casket girls, boy. Like this is their kids or cousins and affiliates. I listen, listen. It's cool. Got him, got him, got him. I know it. Oh, that's what. That's why they kind of a little deformed a little bit. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to whatever. They understand everything. So cool. They can be here, but now I'm no longer ruined. Like oh my god, the people who have recently historically betrayed everyone in this land, their daughters ain't shit towards me specifically, but they're always with the fucking stupid people who can't be from the land of the geniuses anyway. They're a match made in heaven, bitch. Let them have cake. I know. It's a cold world. Look, you ain't gotta put those glasses on. No one told you you gotta put the glasses on. That's what I'm saying. Why they reading the Bible for? No one told you to put those glasses on. But when you put them glasses on, you ain't gonna take them off ever again. And then they put different like filters and tints in them shit. Like you fucking best friends with Gilbert Arenas and Chauncey Billups in this bitch. Easy. 333. Low grade, bad math women. Can't balance any equations with them. That's it. As within, so without as well. We're noticing the patterns emerging. These are the universal laws again. The powers that were being initiated are in good math. No shortcuts, straight lines, free will A. You got it. We're learning it. We're learning. It's like we have a beginner's course going on basically. But but don't miss the damn dancing bear in this story. Again, meaning something divine, literally, like dead ass, biblically, literally, must be invested enough in us for us to be aware of so many changes. Just like three angels appearing in Sodom and Gomorrah, it's like, do you have at least 50 of these niggas left? What I'm saying is, if this is a transitional period and they're trying to like, anchor them into their hellish next decade or so, whatever, however long that cycle they're trying to create is for those people, we get to avoid that cycle is basically what I'm trying to say in terms of self-preservation. As long as you don't wake up, as long as you don't go to sleep afraid and falling into any arguments or beefs that night and taking it to sleep with you and waking up with your own agenda and everything being all right, regardless of the news and everyone else's opinion of life, since they just started paying attention. So you're way past that story, energetically and spiritually. Yeah, is it beautiful that the divine is paying attention still to us? The UAPs and all that. alien signs and correlations, just it's saying the same thing. Is that there's a more divine presence correspondent in our plane, aka the gods are paying attention to us more actively. And I just receive it as energy, and I see it up in the animals, the feathers, the UAPs, the understanding, the breakthrough, the random conversations with people, and then everything I talk about that corresponds to a headline eventually, and it goes the way I headlined it myself, right? So it's like, damn, it's not just I just talked about it and it happened. It happened in the same polarity that I was expressing that look, if they don't fucking watch out. So yeah, that's proof that there's a divine agenda outside of myself. I'm telling you, they be using us, nigga. It's an army, dog. I wish I understood that, but it was a military and not like heaven, like where the bad bitches at and ice cream at. Mm-mm. That book is about the army of heaven. That's why they like recruiting hellish ass people, by the way. That's why it's more about the boys than it was the girls, because it's the military manual for doing the same thing, since Solomon's a warlock, but he's really a sorcerer. You'll understand one day, Masons, right? So once you use context is everything. So it's more of a militant lifestyle. So if you think about like there's an army of angels and they're testing out their human soldiers, and then he goes, all these other niggas and all they fucking projects, easy to win. Devour them, devour them. Because remember, the devouration is to cause you to curse God, by the way. Like they lose one little and they lose one little job and they give up on God. They lose one little ugly girl and they give up on God. Like it's but Job got hit with everything, and the accuser Shaitan was so smooth that he left his nagging ass wife there. Oh my God, that's evil. You understand everything? But he gotta keep going for it like a soldier. Why do you think he talked about God being a warrior and an almighty and the defeater and the devourer of Leviathan and all these things? Like you understand that boys are talking about like how cool God is as a warrior. So it's a version of an Egyptian book, but I think these motherfuckers didn't understand anything. That there was an army of Egypt chasing down Israel, and they drowned in there. But it didn't say that all of the army of Pharaoh stayed behind or drowned, because obviously enough of them helped Israel get out of there, nigga. How the fuck were they outrunning niggas on chariots? Unless they had some their damn selves. Do the science the whole way, Hagar. Like, the fuck going on out here, boy? The fuck going on out here? We be mixing, bitch. They just talking about their different positions. Like, those Egyptians and that army, like, fuck this too. We going with these niggas. That's my bitch, ain't it? Come on now. That book right there, the Greek one. Same time period. That's the military Bible version, persuasion. Those are 66 books about the military part. John Smith, is in their anglicized version of Khan, it's Sir Knight. He's a Sir Knight, Sire Knight actually. It's a Sire Knight Smyth-EL. So he's an angel. He's a sire angel. He's in the kingdom of heaven's military. Military. Don't miss that. You think heaven doing human shit? That's why it's confusing. It does, because these kingdoms wouldn't be like those kingdoms outside of simple dimensions and correspondence. But here, we're not in kingdoms. We're soldiers. We're training to be better, because our fathers did that already. We're their descendants. We're further descended from them. So it's like, this is the routine now. This is like Camp Lejeune. This is Fort Hood, basically, right? Europa type shit. Because they did it already. Our fathers don't fucking miss. That's why that shit pisses me off when they act like they took something and did something crazy, but they don't take credit for beating the baddest fucking military in the world ever. Instead, they pretend that someone else is them. Like, it's weird, bro. So, know why they don't really fucking play with us like that is because we are the descendants of the military branch of heaven. Oh my God, if you understood half of those things. Genghis Khan, the conqueror. Muhammad, the conqueror. The angels they're dealing with is obviously in the military of heaven, since it's expanding through space, right? You're not sending your fucking daughter and son in the neighborhood out there. No, you're sending some fucking gangsters and some retarded niggas who have too much energy. All dimensions. We're goofy all dimensions. Being smart from heaven means what? But being gangster, oh no, everybody don't come down here, y'all. Everybody don't expand through space. Everybody in Star Trek didn't go on a starship, my niggas. Some niggas stayed on Earth. Could you imagine? So, Hebrews, Moors, Phoenicians traveling through the waters of space. Wake up, wake up. That'd be your military. Just like how they sent their military as a church with a belief about a God, and they squatted and missionary styled all the pilgrims and the whores they met and spread diseases and bumped uglies and made ugly children. Like, y'all do that through space. Like, hi, how you doing? My name is Enochian. Yeah, that's my cousin right there, Ezekiel, and our boy Raziel over there. You know what I'm saying? He could teach you how to cook. Like, this is some B2K shit for real if you think about it, but don't forget there's a woman version. The difference is that's the military for the men version that they're talking about, since it's on King James. He's the summation of all his father's military attempts. He finally did it by 1611. Once you understand that, then you understand everything. He already beat the game for us. He took the keys from death, the sting of death, so that death couldn't trap you and keep you from being reborn. So you have a chance of falling down and rising back up. So it's giving you buoyancy, or the same way they do with hydraulics, right? You put the liquid pressure in the pipe, in the blood, and you press certain pressure here, and then something on the other side of the pipe will raise the pressure up with less force, or, you know, somehow it travels the weight and the force through the liquid somehow, right? And it's balanced. Hydraulic type shit. That's us. Mm-hmm. No, it's hydraulics with us. Law of polarity, like a clock, like a ticking clock. That's law of rhythm. This too shall pass. This too shall pass. This too shall pass, right? And that cat's eyes are following it, left or right, up or down, but don't be lukewarm. Don't stay in the middle. Don't be dead. Don't lack motion. And all your motion comes from your thoughts and your imagination, just to bring it back down to our level. Use your imagination for good things, not for vain things. Don't worry about the outcomes of your life because of everyone else's things. Like, be in the world and pay attention to what's going on, but don't be of the world, meaning do not emotionally attach to it, because that's vain. Like, you're saying that because everyone's saying this shit and they know they're always fucking lying to their damn selves and everybody else, that somehow all of that can beat God? Weird story. You called heaven before and got an answer, right? So that same impossible future that you experienced several times, you're saying that because people could go hungry and die, as if, you know, they want to fucking burn everything in Washington, D.C. before they die. But it just imagine if that was a thing, you don't think God got you? That's weird, bro. They've been making threats and claims like that the whole time I've been alive, by the way. Yeah, it's weird, bro. It never fucking happens that way if I pray first. So, as cliche as prayer is, there's a reason for it. It's a requirement. It's not optional, that's why. It's a requirement. That means life requires you to be tapped into divinity just to get through it sane. Think about that on hardcore mode, my niggas. That book is outlined in such a way that it required every last single favorite person of God and out of heaven, Enoch, and everyone's children, and everyone who knows how to build the tallest buildings. They had to pray most of their life. That's how unpredictable and sketchy this fucking 3D life is. Like, you can't even just coast through that bitch being who the fuck you is, kids. Like, you gotta, like, really check the fuck in. You have to re-ground yourself and stay vigilant and keep yourself according to the law and move through the eye of the needle. It doesn't mean you can't have fun once you understand what energy is. And you can tell if your energy is right and it's working, or if your energy is wrong or foul, or you're judging yourself, and how to recalibrate and how to properly share and you know, bridge it for others, like how to meet the quotas, if you will, to rise on some hydraulics. It's more like that. Stop sinning no more, and stop putting the weight on the wrong side of the goddamn thing, Bruce. Like, fucking weight. Like, it's so many levels to the math of it. I know. I think that's why they prefer to just make it bipolar, one or the other. Ones and zeros. They ain't dealing with God then. You don't have to ever worry about those people who only have two variables to do anything that rhymes with God, spirit, or consciousness. Consciousness is not two-dimensional. It's not one or the other. It's not true or false. It's not one and or two. It can be whatever the fuck you want. That's what the problem is. They're trying to reverse engineer the steps to go from nothing to something. No, our step is we are always at nothing, random, chaos. But as soon as we determine something, we have to charge that meter on Mortal Kombat type shit and keep that fucking mob cycle at 100% before it fucking loads. That last 3%, when you finally see it and you feel it and it's 97 and ain't there yet, that doesn't go, let me start over and start doing the steps to climb that ladder. Nah, we ain't talking about running a business. We talking about our phone calls to heaven. You don't get that many minutes, so. They say Earth's a prison. They almost got it. No, it's a military base for heaven's army. Now imagine if we are colonized out of sequence of our story, and that's our story written so far, no matter what the chapter says. This part of it, as King James' 13th grandson or 14th grandson, we're out of sync with reality of our story. So that means, imagine if you invaded a population of people, humanoids, that happen to be on a satellite of heaven's military. You'll understand everything soon. Imagine if reptilians, draconians, whatever you want to call that energy or flavor of human, Ashkenazi, whatever, if you want to, Radonites is more accurate, but what the fuck does that got to do with us either way? So, nothing. All right. But imagine if something could do something like, calling heaven and getting an answer, but some people might call other things. There's contracts, Molex, Beelzebubs, and all kind of things you can call, but our big homie said, that shit kind of stupid. Like, can the doll talk? Probably not, so don't let me share too much. Let me know if there's just too many secrets. It's all math. But it's algebra, not binary. That's why they lack resolution. They're trying to make Minecraft. We didn't say Minecraft. We didn't say mind for our crafts. We say we make our crafts with our mind. We're mind crafters, alchemists, metaphysicians, the children of Chaldeans, Phoenicians, Judeans, Khans, whatever. We have a lot of names and a lot of titles all through space. This is just one of heaven's military's satellites, and that's what's so confusing about this story if you don't know how to read or do math or science and degrees, and you don't have fake social masonry, and you actually have people who actually give a fuck about what the magic of our ancestors was saying to us. Everybody ain't in on that. Everybody, even if they take over something or lie, they don't mean they know the secret either, right? They're stealing or hypothecating, right? That's cool. Now I know they don't know what these secrets are. I know. I know why that Emerald Tablet shit, as if a list matters. No, it's what I just said. Learning how to bet against time and energy versus everyone else that you know is reprobate. Just the way they abused us and used our energy against us, instead of using their energy against them, no, you see where their energy is going, and then you bet the other way. Oh my God, y'all don't understand anything. Y'all ain't playing enough of that fucking Last of Us shit. And they had the clickers and stuff that you had to be careful around. You had to like tiptoe or they can't hear you or some shit like that. Like, you move different around them. I'm telling you something, boy. Once you understand spiritual and energy and frequency, like, oh, when the consensus, that's why I always talk about the consensus. So now that you know that the consensus is tuned out of God's radio, if you will, just conditional or indoctrinated, whatever, at this time, they're the ones spiraling and trying to figure out the answers. Categorically spiritual, right? Categorically the mundane, categorically the educated, categorically the federal furloughed, categorically the pinnacle of our social order in terms of corporate ladderism in college. They are cooked. when it comes to spiritual, God, and progress and optimism about manifestation of any tomorrow getting out of captivity. They're cooked. Everything they think about for the next few days, weeks, or months is about how to get back into captivity, but with more benefits. And as long as you start seeing this pattern over and over and over again, as everyone else's kid, you go, oh, when they go that way, I go this way. Yin and yang. So it's like a Buccaneer game. Instead of one pendulum, it's two pendulums going at different times. Assassin's Creed shit, of the gauge or the fucking square and compass shit. Like you just imagine it moving now. Two different ones. You're synced up yin and yang, law of rhythm. So when they doing the fucked up thing, or when the energy that they created is taking them into a fucked up place, you detach from that swing. Now you're in the swing where that means seesaw, basically, just like hydraulics. You're just now swinging up, and you're gonna call that energy. Now they have more momentum and weight, so they're gonna swing back eventually, and thus you feel like, well, damn, I need to get out the way because if they stay up here, they're gonna clog up the airspace. Now I have to go back into negativity. No, it's not a good or bad swing. It's where their energy is swinging. You just now know that that swing is not the way you go, period. Oh my God. So they'll have little kettle moments where they all get worked up like they are for food stamps. That's what the Ulta report was about. But Cliff I had to scour the data. That taught us something because it's like without those Ulta reports, I learned something how to do that in real time to limited degrees. Like, oh, everybody's going to be panicking. There's rituals, there's signs, there's numbers, there's loops. Like, okay, this is one of these moments. Where did they try to take people's minds in? Oh, Civil War, the streets. We're going to rob Walmart, blah, blah, blah. The people already said they're going to hire an ass and high-end AI in 3 years if Elon can hurry up, right? Get the fuck out of here. So while they're fearing that, I have to write what's the opposite of fear to me about that. Like, well, if it's scarcity that they're trying to sell, then I'm going to confirm abundance. So when they talk about being hungry on the first, I won't have to like pig out on some Chinese food buffet or some shit, right? Just as a ritual marker. In every other moment like that with them, you create something like that. It's like a declaration. It's a vote. It's an electoral vote. It's like, I don't vote for that swing. I'm not voting for Jesus Barbarous. I'm voting for my nigga. Even if it's 3 of us voting for him, it's enough to get him out of there. You feel me? Like when 2 or more come together, like you understand, like that's a different type of democracy. Versus, but we're talking about the democracy of the spirit, of the energy of the spirit. There's always going to be this element of yin and yang. So if there's a flunked out swing of energy, you look at the flunked out side of your society, you're no longer blinded by money and status and things that people say. You can now judge the spirit and the fruit of that spirit anyway. This nigga, he want benefits because he afraid he about to get a flu vaccine. Oh, he on that swing. It changes everything. Who you party with, who you spend too much time with. And they might be really good on video games, but you'll understand what I mean. Like, you'll be able to differentiate. Like, oh, I just isolate myself from everybody? You're at the same park. You're just swinging at a different time. Don't miss it. They ain't going nowhere. But they're now I hate to say it, they're now the cog. They're now in Horizon Zero Dawn, the red, the sin. They're now the negative chaos attached to the past and what it means, and everyone's got to do it this way, and the control and the narcissism and the mask that they're all wearing because they're afraid to take it off. They're afraid to see themselves, and they're afraid to be seen for the first time for who they really are. Meanwhile, you already moved on, so you're never going to be in their pool. Thus, you will never get bitten by their sharks. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. I think. I almost got this. I'm going to get this done. But anyway, let me get out of here. Shout out to Jonathan L. Yet because of all polarity, third option at the very least. Jonathan L3 and 26 people and 34 likes. I appreciate you, man. Shout out to me, the crazy metaphysician doing real-time quantum algebra with our language model. And I'm crazy. That's fucking disrespectful. How come people who look like me just can't be smart? Or geniuses? Imagine that shit. Shout out to my brother Gorilla Gospel. Paying attention, current as in flow, currency, pending faith, and the belief in that thought. Come on now. Yeah, you just use them as your wall that you push off on now. You're not trying to push them down. You're not trying to hurt them. Oh, you like it? I love it. Like it is this, love is like that. So if you like that force hydraulic, I love it. You're gonna push me that much further away from the bullshit now. It's a compass. It's a liquid compass. Blood is thicker than water type shit. You can tell who the bloodline is now. Algebra and fucking trigonometry, boy, it's the truth. Because it works with words, your life too, because you are frequency. Literally, math. So, till next time, peace.